wearing number 33, Finley Bean, wearing number 22 and wicketkeeper Harry Duke, wearing number 18 George Hill, wearing number 2 and captain Dom Bess, wearing number 26 Ben Cliff, wearing number 21 Dan Moriarty, and wearing number 8 Matt Mills. And to the Sussex Sharks, wearing number 20 Tom Haynes, wearing shirt number 28 Charlie Tier, wearing 27 Tom Clark, wearing shirt number 33 Finn Hudson-Prentice, wearing number 9 captain and wicketkeeper John Simpson, wearing number 11 Ollie Carter, wearing shirt number 10 Danny Lang, wearing 16 Jack Clarkson, wearing number 41 Archie Lennon, wearing shirt number 5 Henry Croker, and wearing shirt number 21 Sean Hunt. Our match umpires are Oliver Gary and Sue Sherman, and joining me in the scorebox today is John Potter from Yorkshire County Cricket Club. With today's warm weather, please remember to stay hydrated, apply sun protection and seat shade where possible. And if you're seated for long periods, we also recommend standing, stretching and moving regularly to support circulation and help prevent issues such as DVT or blood pressure discomfort. Your well-being matters to us, so stay safe, stay comfortable and enjoy today's match. For those who are looking for water stations, we have 4 predominantly around the ground. There's one in the northeast corner by the northeast bar. There's one behind the main scoreboard, one behind the southwest stand, and one underneath the players' pavilion. So please keep hydrated all the time.
Well, good morning to the first Central County ground in Hove. I say good morning. Of course, could be any time, anywhere in the world you're watching this. It could be the middle of the night where you are. Who knows? But yes, welcome to this Metro Bank One Day Cup match between Sussex Sharks and Yorkshire. I'm Andrew Rayburn. Joining me in the commentary box has been Sam Keir for the previous 3 home games, but I'm delighted to welcome Guy Swindles. Guy, I understand, first of all, good morning.
I'll turn myself on, that'll be even better.
There you go.
Good morning, Andrew.
I understand it's your first time at Hove.
I feel very honoured. I've been waiting a long, long time, but finally I have a chance to come down to the south coast and have a proper look around. And it's lived up to expectations, and really looking forward to. Well, it's an important game for both teams this morning.
Absolutely, it is. Yes, and just a reminder that of the situation, really. Well, of course, Sussex lost to Somerset on Thursday, a game that really put a dent in their hopes of qualifying for the top 3. So just a quick primer. I'm sure you all know by now, but it is the top 3 that will qualify for the knockout stages in each of the 2 groups. Second and third in each group play a quarter-final for the right to play the winners of each group in the semi-finals. Yorkshire, of course, are top of this group, Group B, and they've had some spectacular results, including twice winning by over 200 runs. So it is a formidable task that this Sussex Sharks side face today. I should just give you a bit of housekeeping. News of the toss that, as you can see on your screen, Sussex won the toss and elected to bat first. They did, of course, bowl first against Somerset. So we're seeing Tom Haynes and Charlie Tier come out to bat. They are unchanged from the defeat to Somerset, so that means it's Charlie Tier and Tom Haynes, followed by Tom Clark, Finn Hudson-Prentice, John Simpson, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt. Yorkshire make 3 changes. Those 3 changes see Matt Revis come in at number 3 for Will Luxton. Ben Cliff replaces Jack White and Dan Moriarty in for Ben Code. So 3 changes for Yorkshire means they are Adam Lythe, Imam Al-Haq, Matt Revis, James Wharton, Finley Bean, Harry Duke, George Hill, Don Bess, who skippers the side, Ben Cliff, Dan Moriarty and Matt Milnes. And the 2 umpires are Conor McGarry and Surendaran Shamugam.
To open the bowling for Yorkshire from the CN, wearing number 8, Matt Milnes.
So it is a must-win, basically, for Sussex. This one, they've got to win this, and they've got to win against Warwickshire Edgbaston on Tuesday. Even then, they will probably have to hope that other results go their way. And it is quite remarkable, Guy, that you could possibly this year win 5 matches out of your 8 and still not go through.
No, absolutely right. And it is Somerset, Warwickshire, Middlesex have all won 4, lost 2. Lancashire and Northants have struggled a bit. And yes, you could. For the Middlesex, I know, and other counties around them all thought 5 wins guaranteed. Not so necessary.
Absolutely. So we're about to see then Matt Milnes come in from the C end to Charlie Tier, and watchfully played first off. I was about to give a big build-up actually to the first delivery, because in the last 2 home matches the first delivery has given us a portent actually of who was going to win the match. So in the last home game here, Sussex took a wicket off the first delivery and then lost the game. And in the previous home match against Lancashire, they hit the first ball for 4 and lost the game. So if there was going to be something dramatic happen off the first ball, whoever it favoured would go on to lose the game based on that. But anyway.
So a tie, both scored. A tie is what we're looking for.
So yeah, so I also I used an AI generative thing to try and work out some permutations based on the fixtures for Sussex, and I'll come on to the results in a moment. I know you're on tenterhooks, everyone, as we see the first runs of the morning, and it'll be a couple for Charlie Tier, who obviously made that massive century up at Northamptonshire. Yes, so first of all, I obviously put in the current table and fixtures and everything else, and it gave me. I said, what are the chances of Sussex progression to the knockout stages based on this? And it gave me a figure I was quite hopeful with. I can't remember what it was, and then I realised that it had said, and it's quite clever, it says, I've based this on X, Y, and Z, and I can only use the static net run rate because obviously I don't know the results, etc., etc. And then I realised it had basically it worked things out based on all three results being as equally out likely.
Oh.
And I thought, yes, I need to sort of put some more prompting in. It did say if you would like the no result and tie to be much less prevalent. Good stop. Excellent fielding in the covers. No run there on offer. So I was like, some Moriarty in the covers there, I think.
That's a terrific stop.
Oh no, it's Wharton actually. Sorry, Wharton there.
You can always tell when the poor cameraman's already going to the boundary and has to come back.
Yes. And that's always a good sign for the fielding side when you're in the first over and the fielders are on it. So then it said, if you would like the tie and no result to be sort of 0 point whatever percent. Good first over that from Milnes, just 2 runs from it, and Sussex Sharks at the end of the first are 2 without loss. To cut a long story short, and this is developing into a long story, I then asked it because I knew that it would require Sussex winning the last 2 matches. Based on it forcing the 2 wins and the the no result and ties being 0.1%. It says Sussex winning the last 2. With Sussex winning the last 2 matches, there is a 25% chance of qualification. So 1 in 4, which. Even with 5 wins, because of the way the other fixtures work. And the only reason I can think for that is it's because the bottom 3 are only taking points off each other, not beating the teams in mid-table, which is what Sussex require for that sort of thing to happen. Sometimes it can happen that you can get in with 4 wins if there's a runaway team at the top.
Ben Cliff in, and that's flicked away nicely. It'll only be a single.
But this time, I think it's the teams at the bottom that are the problem in terms of that merging of all those teams, as you talked about, in the mid-table areas, all fighting and jostling for position.
It's so tight. Sort of 4 points separate second down to 6th. So any of those second down to 6th could definitely qualify. Yorkshire have probably done enough, but if they lose their last 2, they could find life interesting.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one.
Squirts off a bit of an inside edge, but all along the ground. Fielders excited for a second or 2, but they trot through for an easy single.
Tom Haynes' first delivery there he faced, and playing away from his body a bit. Good morning, Bob, on the stream. It says morning, Andrew and Guy.
Morning.
And morning to Anthony Burnett as well. Morning all.
And that's a decent take by the keeper. That was very wide. There are wides and there are real wides, and that was a real wide.
And just some news as well that Sussex fans might be interested in to learn this morning, that Chejeshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from international cricket.
And that is the first boundary of the day. spanked through the covers. Lovely shot from Haynes, and warmly appreciated by the swelling crowd. That really was a good shot.
It's 37 now. Pajara obviously has productive spells at Sussex, and retiring from international cricket, having not played for a couple of years for his national team.
Is there talk of him coming back to Sussex at all? Or?
Not sure, to be honest. Well, obviously there's...
he certainly enjoyed his time here, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. A good couple of years in the last couple of years. But might have moved on from Pajara, 37 of course now, and will be 38 by the start of the next county season. Shouldn't stop people at 38, because
absolutely right.
Think about, I mean, Graham Gooch went on for
well past
into
his
40s,
still scoring hundreds,
and
Alistair Cook was still scoring runs for Essex.
James Anderson, of course.
James at 42 and in his first 100.
And yes, and
after that, wide, there is the extra ball and a good recovery from Cliff. But he still goes for 7 in his first over, 9 without loss after 2.
I'm glad that I could see you scoring next to me, if you pardon the expression. Yeah, I was I did the same on Thursday, and managed to go all the way through to about 15 overs of the Sussex reply before I then suddenly realised I was so focused on the game in front of me that I had missed 2 overs and thought I can't be bothered to catch up.
No, this is exactly right. But when the memory isn't quite what it once was,
quite, yeah.
Write it down.
It's always very good as well to get an over once we're into the second innings, get an over comparison as well.
Quite sad.
Only half stopped.
Yes, after that stop in the first over, I think Wharton will be a bit cross with himself now. He certainly saved 3. And hands will be stinging after those 2. Scored a decent 80 odd against Durham last time out. Wharton.
Sussex resplendent in their fuchsia pink as always. And Yorkshire sporting their very natty actually navy and sky blue mottled. I want to use the word mottled.
Mottled is good. Yeah, I like mottled.
Shirts.
Mottled frontage.
Oh, I've got some cream for that. One might have kept it a little low. This is the 3rd match in a row that this pitch has been used for. There's also a women's game at Hove tomorrow in their one-day competition that I imagine, looking at the strips, that will be used for that one as well. There is a pitch obviously clearly being protected 2 strips along, but that might well be for the championship. There we go. You can see the pitches. They are very good on the in the stream hub here, that when we mention something we can they can nearly always find I sometimes like to test them out by mentioning things that, like flags and whatnot. There's no visitors flag on their flagpole today, just the Sussex one flying proudly. There you go, see, that was quick. The Somerset one was huge on Thursday, dwarfed the Sussex flag. It was at least twice the size. You could wrap it up in as a towel. Milnes continues round the wicket. Fairly watchful start, no real heroics so far. Sussex know, of course, they have to win this. Of course, if you weren't with us on Thursday, they restricted Somerset to a really gettable, you'd have thought, score on Thursday, which is 243. Yeah, 243 they bowled them out for. Again, half stopped, should produce a single. But they were really rocked by the 11th over of the match. So they were 60 for 1 at the end of the 10th, Sussex in reply. And yeah, a triple wicket maiden. Tom Lammonby.
Yes, that can change a match.
It really can. Lammonby ended up with 5 for 20 off 7 overs, but he took a triple wicket maiden, and they lost a wicket in the next over as well. So they went from 60 for 1 to 60 for 5 pretty quickly, and that did change the tenor of things. And Sussex in the end subsided, despite some late hitting from Jack Carson, to 153 all out. So in the end, beaten by 90 runs. Gone through to the wicket keeper, and everybody aware, of course, from a Sussex perspective, of the way they pulled irons out of fires against Kent at Arundel and Lancashire here, when they looked for all the world like they were, well,
dead and buried.
Dead and buried, yeah. Sam and I got some stick for writing them off at Arundel before Jack Carson and Archie Lennon produced some heroics with the bat. We learnt our lesson before the Lancashire game, at the Lancashire game. So, but yes, I think Sussex may well choose to play this part of the match a little bit more cautiously and try and establish a platform and give something, rather than allow that dominant Yorkshire batting lineup a chance to get some runs early on.
Cliff, it was a nice clip into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. I think the other reason possibly the runs haven't flowed from this sea end is that Matt Milnes has got an economy rate of just 4.5 so far in the competition this year. He is difficult to get away. Ben Cliff 5.5, so they look to be attacking there. Slip comes out, hence the delay. I think everyone's still working out who's in the ring, who isn't. It's a good delivery, pretty comfortably played by Haynes. It's actually quite nice to see opening batters play like this in 50 over. And certainly early on in the competition, people get a little bit overexcited and think it was a T20, and you have got time to build.
Absolutely.
Not quite timed.
No, they were struggling with, both teams really were struggling with this on Thursday to get the measure of the pitch, really. It's a little bit more, there looks to be a little bit more sort of grass on it than it appears on your screen, from what we can see from here. But one thing is for sure, that at Hove, you know, you get a little bit of nibble early on, even with a white Kookaburra ball, but if you time your shots, you're going to get full value for them on this outfield.
It does seem a teeny bit on the slow side at the moment, the wicket.
Yes, that was an issue, I think, on Thursday. I keep having to remember what day that game was, because I lose track of days.
And that is on the leg stump. Thank you very much. And that helps release the shackles somewhat. Nice shot from Haynes. Cross with himself, the bowler. Had been right on the money all the way through until that delivery.
Yeah, and that's obviously the issue with bowling over the wicket to a left-handed batter, is that you obviously want to push the ball across, but if you just get it too straight, especially if you're trying to if you're trying to move it into them, maybe you end up presenting an easy shot. And in the power play, of course, there's less protection.
Don Bess with the fielding there, the skipper, and just the 1 run, so 5 from the over. That is the end where the runs are coming from at the moment. 16 without loss after 4. And Haynes nicks the strike as well. So he's placed 15 balls to Tares 9 at the moment.
So Yorkshire in their last match against Durham up at Scarborough 2 days ago on Friday. 354 for 7. 102 for Finley Bean off 57 balls. 84 for James Wharton. But if you thought that was good, I don't know if anybody's seen the Australia-South Africa score. 431 for 2 Australia against South Africa in the 3rd ODI. The top 3 all scoring centuries. Travis had 142 off 103 balls. Latterly of this parish, of course. There was also Mitchell Marsh 100 from 106 balls. Cameron Green 118 not out off of 55. He hit 6 4s and 8 6s. Altogether, Australia hit 18 6s in that innings.
Wow.
And Alex Carey chipped in with 50. Off of 37. Ooh. Single. And talked about off air. We suggested the bowling figures might be interesting. As we watch this, how tight was this? No, easy. That's fine. Yeah, Vian Mulder none for 93 off of 7. He also managed to bowl 10 dots in that, which is quite impressive. But he was hit for 6 4s and 6 6s, Vian Mulder. What's interesting is that they weren't discriminatory, the Australians. They hit all of the 6 South African bowlers at least for 1 6. And Keshav Maharaj ended up with the pretty good figures of 1 for 57 off of 10, which in that bloodshed is pretty good.
Yes, I wonder when he was bowling.
And South Africa in reply. Quite sure. We're back. Edged and taken. Has it carried? Yep, it is. It has.
A bit of a juggle, wasn't there?
And certainly Tom Haynes wasn't going to leave until the 2 umpires had looked at each other and confirmed. Conor McGarry looked across at the square leg umpire and said, "Did that carry in your view?" He said yes. And so as a result, Tom Haynes has gone. Milne strikes. Sussex lose their first in the 5th over with a score at 18.
Yeah, Milne's excellent recent form continues, but big wicket, because Haynes was looking pretty decent nick. He defended well when he needed to. A couple of decent 4s as well. And that is a trudge off of a man who knows he's in a spot of form and feels he's missed out, I think.
12 from 19 there for Tom Haynes. Just 5 against Somerset. He had made calf centuries in Northampton, Lancashire, but has been in sort of, either feast or famine in this competition this season. And then replacing him at the crease is Tom Clark, and Tom Clark played one of the best, I know I banged on about this before, but one of the best innings I've seen in this form of cricket against Lancashire. He was sensational. He really was. Northamptonshire, by the way, against Middlesex, also in this group, 10 for 2 early on.
Who, Northamptonshire?
They've not had a good trot in this tournament.
They've struggled,
that's for sure.
haven't they and Kent in this group.
And Lancashire as well have. They've lost a lot of players to the 100, obviously, but so have some other teams. Sussex, you can't say that for, only a couple of players. Big shout, they like that, and that's the first baller for Tom Clark, and Milnes is doing some damage at the top of the order. A key wicket for Yorkshire to grab. Tom Clark, 139 against Lancashire. Starts against Northampton Somerset with 36 and 34, but he's walking back, having just come out. I mean, the angle, possibly a little leg side-ish, but Tom Clark has to go.
He didn't stay and stare and think, I don't think that's out, did he?
He certainly didn't.
I think he knew the ball had definitely straightened.
And what an over, what a couple of balls for Milnes. I mean, yeah.
2 for 6 from 3 overs now.
And Sussex doing their trick from the other day, from Thursday. I might just stick to the other day, actually, if I can't remember if it was Thursday.
Last time out.
Last time out. As I've managed to wrap a cable around my chair.
That's impressive.
Of losing wickets.
Here we go, I'll do it.
He's going to sort it out for me. Well done, Guy. Finn Hudson-Prentice to the crease then. But yes, Sussex lost wickets quickly against Somerset, and I'm afraid from a Sharks perspective it is the same story here.
Well, it'll be a hat-trick ball when Milnes ball starts his next over, which will presumably be after this one from Ben Cliff.
Yep. Some captain to take
him
Don
off.
Best takes him off now.
Yeah, well bowled, great. Spin, what spin.
Brings himself on. It's the ultimate captaincy move, isn't it? Imagine if you see Matt Milne sees Don Best warming up now.
And that was a very, very brave leave. That really did shave the off stump.
They're living dangerously, aren't they?
This one jagged back. In fairness, that's the most Cliff's managed to move, get the ball to move basically in his first 3 overs. But that nearly did come as a major shock to Tier. It's a good little battle. It was a decent delivery as well, but Tier was able just to say thanks very much, I'll just play that defensively and have a tap.
It's only 2 years since the last Yorkshire hat-trick in a List A game. That's Matt Revis against Kent, I think. Just building it up.
Oops, yeah, no, quite right.
Tom Lammonby had the chance to take a hat-trick on Thursday. Took 2 in 2 and then took a third in the same over. As we see the wicket there of Haynes.
Yes, you can see why the batter just thought for a second.
And then the wicket of Clark. They are replays just in case you're terrified of it happening again. My dad does that with the replays on Sky, you know. So he'll say, oh, they've lost it. No, it's just a replay, don't worry. A real-time replay.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been the story of Cliff's 3 overs so far. He's bowled pretty tightly, and then he's just lost either length or, on this occasion, length, and that was flamingoed superbly to the mid-wicket boundary. Tier moves on to 9, and that will help release a little bit of tension.
Yeah, he's a dangerous character, Charlie Tier. Come back into the team. Didn't make many runs against Durham or Lancashire, but the 159 against Northants. 16 against Somerset. He's got Scotland duty again coming up soon, I think.
Yeah, played for England, did he? Yes, England under 19s, and then went on to play for Scotland. Yes.
Yep, born in Chichester, as all Scotland internationals are.
It's well done by the bowlers to pace off that.
18 ODIs for Scotland. His highest score of 80 against Nepal, I think it was.
And that's the end of the over, and again, just the one scoring shot from it, but again, it was a 4. 22 for 2 after 6. And if you've just joined us, Sussex won the toss this morning and elected to bat first, which was going very well until the 5th and 6th deliveries of Milne's third over.
There are some sadists in the Sussex media team who are replaying these wickets over and over again. But I suppose that's because it is because it's before the hat-trick ball, to be fair.
To be fair.
Matt Milnes on a hat-trick. He's removed Tom Haynes, he's removed Tom Clark. And that's looped up, and it's just short. Just short. He must have thought he was in business there again, Matt Milnes. But he gets the applause from some scattered Yorkshire support around the ground. Of course, came charging down the pitch and just it spooned off the splice. And
yes,
yeah, I mean,
for a short extra.
Wow, this was, I mean,
short mid wicket, sorry.
He's quite close in as it is. Good leave again.
Yep.
Wow, that's
Tier didn't look too worried, did he? There, as we watched the.
He's currently rehearsing some defensive shots, which is all well and good because Sussex are 22 for 2, but at the same time it is a one-day match, so you ought to perhaps.
I think they probably just see Milnes off at the moment.
Oh, that's the thick edge. Won't go for 4, I don't think. He does just still needs a sprawling stop to keep it down to 2.
So. Twice the ball has been in the air in the first 3 balls, and Hudson Prentice surviving.
It's when you're in a must-win match. This is not the start that you want, really, is it? To lose 2 wickets in 2 balls. I'm just stating the obvious.
Yeah, but it did test a character.
They like that as well, and now the finger is up, and I'm not sure Hudson Prentice is as keen on it, but he has to go.
I was worried when I saw it. It did seem to be jagging back.
It looked good, didn't it, on first viewing? Yeah, I think that's a leg stump. He's played the wrong line, Hudson Prentice. It's jagged back. Yeah, he's played inside it, and he's also, I mean, it's beaten him for pace and everything. It's not good. He's late on it, and
Hudson Prentice is LBW to Matt Milnes, 4-2.
Yes.
So Milnes gets his 3rd wicket. Well, did you expect to be back in Suffolk by tea time?
No, I didn't actually. I was rather hoping I wouldn't be, but I'm not. There are batters to come.
There certainly are, and Sussex do bat deep, and we've seen Sussex recover from similar positions before. So, I mean, this man, John Simpson, who could have done without being in at, well, what time is it? 11:30.
Yeah.
But even so, we all know what he's very much capable of, and you're a man, Guy, who has been who has covered Middlesex a fair bit. So as have I in previous incarnations. So we both know what John Simpson is capable of.
He was extraordinary. I think he holds the record for being part of a partnership that was the highest ever percentage of an innings.
Oh, good stat.
Because Middlesex were none for 4, and he came in, and he and Ryan Higgins put on about 130, and they were all out for 142. So it was extraordinary. But he would just, and I've seen he's carried on the work for Sussex. Centuries here, there and everywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. In Div 2 last season, he obviously captained, kept wicket, and he had 10 first-class centuries at the start of the season. By the end of the season, he'd made that 15, so he increased his career first-class centuries by 50%, whilst also captaining and wicket-keeping.
Suddenly he makes Matt Milnes look very easy proposition.
Well,
doesn't
this
he?
is it.
Just,
Sometimes,
thanks very much. I just coaxed that into the leg side for a single.
You do get that, don't you? It tends to be ends rather than particular bowlers, but you too tend to, while the carnage is happening at one end, the other batter, the not-out batter, is actually finding it quite easy. And I suppose you could argue that for Charlie Tier. I know he's only got 9 from 16, but that's an upgrade on what we've seen so far. Just to remind you, in case you're late joining us, Tom Haynes out for 12, caught behind off Matt Milnes. Tom Clark out first ball, LBW to Matt Milnes. There is a theme as I read this scorecard out, but Tier's got that through the gap. Will it go all the way to the boundary? It should do. I think the ball is going to win the race. It is. It's a good effort.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. Just showing that Matt Milnes is human with those last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, well, they weren't. I know one of them was an edge, but 2 LBWs. I mean, they weren't. Those last 2 balls weren't really testing that.
No.
End of the 7th, and it's 29 for 3.
Are we going to have a change of bowler? I think there might be. At the Cromwell Road end. We have to see a change, and it's George Hill coming into the attack. Another man with a very fine economy rate in the competition.
George Hill.
He's bowled very well in this competition as well. 8 wickets at 20, an economy rate of 4.3. So pressure isn't going to give up any time soon on the Sussex batters. But John Simpson is looking very efficient and going about his business. And that's allowed to pass comfortably outside off stump.
They do seem to be leaving a lot more than I've seen in their 50 over matches recently. Not sure whether it's the pitch, not sure whether it's a tactical thing, not sure whether it's, because that was from ball 1, so it's not exactly the pressure of the situation. So, not literally from ball 1, I can't remember if ball 1 was a leave or not, I don't think it was, but you know what I mean.
I do. That's played with really soft hands. They were thinking, oh, big edge. Not really. John Simpson played it nicely in the end. Might have thought about 2, but they settled for a single. And here, know just how important this particular stand may prove to be. 30 for 3. Inside edge from Tier has stopped a very large appeal for LBW. short leg might have been interested. He survives though, 13 from 18. Hill again, right on the money. Played defensively.
30 for 3 I always think of as the Joe Root score, because it's often the score where he used to have to rescue England.
Yes, with whoever was available at the time.
Yes.
It's just played out of him. Quite interesting bowler, Hill, because he races in and doesn't bowl quite as quickly as you're expecting him to.
Sort of the reverse Archer.
Yes, exactly.
Joffrey
Who just
Archer
lollops in.
Yeah, lollops in and then bowls 90 mile an hour, and you think, hang on a minute, where's he getting that from? All about biomechanics, of course. That you can.
But I can understand why occasionally he needs elbow operations.
Yes, that is the trade-off with that. I mean, fast bowling generally is kind of, it goes against all sort of biology, really, doesn't it? As we reach the end of the 8th over at 30 for 3, you know, it is so much stress through so much of your body.
Exactly, and I was talking to someone about this, a proper fast bowler, and there was some tweak in training or in the way they had to bowl, so they put an awful lot more pressure now comes down on the front foot when they bowl, and that just sends judders up the entire body, so backs and everything else, knees and hips are in a bit of bother. It's also because the grounds are a bit harder and everything else. That was it, is because the grounds are harder, because they're drying out a bit, and it is really tough.
And then you come to a ground like Hove, of course, as indeed some others as well, where that'll probably be, oh no, it flicked a pocket on the way through, won't be a wide. Must have done. Simpson is looking, oh, it's because he's moved, I suppose, is it? I don't know.
It was
I suppose it's because he's moved across and it's gone over the stumps, really, isn't it? So it's not.
Fair play.
But yeah, you come to a ground like Hove, and of course you've got to be told whether to bowl uphill or downhill, you know, and that's it's uphill from the C end, which is what Milnes is doing at the moment. But there are some bowlers who love it, of course. They love uphill and into the wind sometimes. They will love to have that because it gets them. I think Stuart Broad said that he'd much rather bowl uphill, because he said if you bowl downhill you can feel, obviously he's a tall guy with long legs, you feel your running stride falling away beneath you.
Which is why he usually bowled from the nursery end at Lord's in a test match. Absolutely right.
Played inside that. Simpson will give him the credit there. Got curtain rail.
Good cricket.
Oh, I don't know, will we? No, we won't. I think he's conned us at the last.
Slow motion. Always looks worse.
Oh, no, he's feathered at that, isn't he? Yeah. The way he pulled it inside the line, I thought, hello. No. That's a genuine pass about that one. And, of course, the slope here at Hove is north to south, if you like, rather than the one at Lord's, which runs across the ground.
Which is true, but there is also an element of...
Oh, absolutely, no, there is, absolutely there is. But
no, you're right, it is the big cross hill that is the main feature.
Yeah, but it's a similar length, similar size here, slope here at Hove. I think it is 8 feet from one end to the other.
Yes, that is very similar. So if anybody can actually have a straight drive Milne, they're going to... they should get full value.
Yes. Makes you wonder, given how important, obviously, you know, a ground, not just the wicket, but the outfield as well, is as important as it is to cricket. Why, in the, you know, when grounds were first being constructed and everything else, they looked at an 8 feet slope and went, yeah, that'll do. Why did they not think to level it out a bit?
Yeah, it's true, but I don't know. Has the ground moved since the ground was?
I suppose
formed?
there might be a geological factor to it. Of course, as we all know, it's not the original incarnation of Lord's cricket ground at all. It's the third different ground in the St John's Wood area. As we reach the end of the ninth, it's just a single from the previous over as we witter on.
Well, I was going to mention that maybe some of these is purely where you could get to the land.
Yes.
As I imagine that this piece of real estate in Hove might be worth it. Once you've got it, you've got enough for a cricket ground. If there's a bit of a slope, you'll accept that.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, like football in this country as well, grounds were almost housing estates have been built around grounds, if you like. But it always fascinates me to think what it would be like 150 years ago when you go, right, there's a bit of greenery there, let's build something on it, or let's play something on it. And you think, well, where do you start? You've got a massive area of green. It's like, well, where should we put the boundary? I'll tell you what, it's just, and then it becomes a thing over 150 years and builds up into something like this.
And now we're surrounded by. There's a lot of free viewing, isn't there, around this ground? I thought I heard batting.
Yeah, and also the way the ball is deflected onto the leg side, I would imagine it's coming down at an angle anyway. He's come wide of the crease, although no, I don't know. He has fired it in there, but it
was about 3 yards. He'd come down. Well, I can see why he shouted. I can see why he shouted.
I think it's difficult, especially if he's come down the pitch. It's difficult for the umpire to give that out. And that's the thing with an LBW shout, is really it has to be nailed on. I was saying this the other day to Sam. I think as an umpire, I wouldn't necessarily just be a not outer, but I think everything's got to come together.
Yep.
You do see as that one hits the stumps at the other end, there's going to have to be a bit of rear range. You do see some on highlights packages. There was one that Ben Stokes put around, wasn't that? It was a Sussex wicket where, I can't remember who was out, but questionable, shall we say, about whether it should have been. But it's and umpires, you get skewered these days by television. They can only give what they see.
I feel for them. Yeah. And that is, thank you very much. I'm going to launch. And
there's the slope in action.
But the slope defeats the unfortunate fielder.
It almost held up for him. It almost paid off because it's going uphill, and like you said, if you do, you should get full value coming this way, but going the other way. That one, he sounded like he hit it quite well.
Yeah.
It was the first sign of aggression we've seen, and still it nearly didn't go for 4.
Yep.
Just to say as well, you got a short boundary on the offside as we look, shorter boundary.
And that's clipped again. That's timed nicely. It was in the air, but no chance for a fielder to cut that off. Matt Rivers got very close to doing so on the last delivery, but nothing on this one. Down the leg side. Help yourself. Thanks very much.
Yep. So back-to-back boundaries. I think not easing, but certainly making the scoreboard look a little bit better. It's not easing the pressure at 40 for 3 with the last ball of the power play.
That's played nicely. I know the bowler was interested for a minute, but I'm going to give the batter credit there. Glided it down nicely down the leg side. First over that's had double figures taken from it. 11 runs from that one. 42 for 3 at the end of the power play. And well, there we can see the carnage that Milnes wreaked earlier on, but Tier going nicely. 23 off 27 after accelerating in that last over, and Simpson doing what Simpson does, and he's steadying the ship.
And the bowling figures, well, it's all about one man, Matt Milnes, 3 for 14 off 5 overs. Cliff, none for 16, and Hill, none for 11 for his 2. So the announcer, who is also the scorer for Sussex, Graham Irwin, just confirming the power play to the fans, the details of that. And now more fielders allowed outside the circle as we see Milnes continue. Oh! I don't know about you, obviously it depends on the pitching conditions, everything else. Obviously, power play fielding restrictions are meant to encourage early hitting, trying to find more gaps, over the top, etc, 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 setting the tone for a nice day out of the cricket. Having said that, I think getting fielders in the ring can put pressure on the batsman, and sometimes, I think you've seen that today, I think sometimes when the ball's doing a little bit, I think the more fielders inside the ring, the better early on.
It's really interesting, isn't it, the difference between T20 and 50 over cricket? Because in T20 you definitely feel that if people are in the ring, it's easier to score. But nearly every power play I think I've seen in the 50 over Cup this year, there's been an acceleration from it, not during it.
Well, against Somerset, they finished their first 10 overs 33 for 3.
There you go.
And Sussex was 60 for 1. Having said that, it was the 11th and 12th overs that caused the problem. So,
correct. Which is exactly what you were saying.
Shorter one, but on this pitch you're going to need to really bend your back to threaten. I think Hudson Prentice actually managed it on Thursday. He got a short one to climb and produced a wicket from it. But yeah, you're going to really need to put something in to get one up by the neck or shoulders on this surface. Not against John Simpson, obviously, but
some of the taller players. You just wonder why Milnes tried him. He's looked quite dangerous when he's pitched it.
It's just, I suppose, a bit of a surprise, maybe. Maybe he thinks. I could just hear some chatter from about the singles there. I think I heard one of them say they love a run out. But, that was an easy single there, but it's just a little bit of kidology going on out in the middle there. Oh, that's one of the weirdest throws I've seen.
Yes, Don Bess had that's the yips, isn't it?
Yeah, he just didn't. He either let go. No, he didn't. Did he let go too early or didn't let go at all? I don't know.
Well, he certainly, Matt Revis was quick to
yeah, he just didn't let go at all.
Take the mick gently.
It's when it's your skipper, you can you can't do a lot to take the mickey out of them, can you? You can't say too much, especially if you're a bowler. Otherwise, you're not getting on for 10 overs. But speaking of chatter and keeping it on a Yorkshire theme, I'm a big fan of Harry Brooks talking the test matches. Oof, there you go, another short one. That was well bowled. End of the 11th, 45 for 3. But yeah, Brooke is really giving it to people out in the middle constantly through the India series. He was chatting away and telling batters what. I mean, it's like a lot of cricket sledging. Some of it can be a bit basic, but it's never. I mean, the Australians got a little bit silly, didn't they, a few years ago about, get ready for a broken arm and all this lot. But it's never really aggressive or sweary, but it tends to be constant.
Yes.
And it's that little bit of getting under your skin and
and it's fine. It's fine if you're good. You have to be a really good cricketer to get away with it too. Otherwise, the Aussies will be on you very quickly if you try and give it out.
Well, there's that famous Jimmy Orman line, isn't there? As we watch Hill come in. Yeah, when he was a surprise selection for England, and the Australians latched onto him when he came out to bat. Of course, wasn't there for his batting really, but Mark Waugh standing at slip going after him. Yeah, you're not good enough to play for England. What are you doing out here? You'll be out for. You're not good enough to play for England. To which point Ormond turned around to him and said, "No, but at least I'm the best player in my family."
Which is a very good.
Sharp running, but yeah, I mean, it's. I think the Aussie slip fielders fell about laughing themselves with that, but it's one of those superb retorts.
Yeah.
Alongside others which we can't mention.
Well, exactly. I'd got through to about 4 or 5, and I thought, no, can't say that. No, can't say that.
If they involve Merv Hughes, or then we definitely can't.
It's played slightly unconvincingly, but certainly safely. Just the one single so far from the over. They've been bounced back well, Hill, after going for a few last time. Here, 24 of the 46 for 3. Well played, well bowled.
There must be a book on the history of
the best sledges.
sledging.
Oh, definitely. But again, I think we probably have to get to a page about 32 before we could do anything on it.
Yeah, but I'm just interested as to when it started as a cricket thing, when it became. Because there's a lot of great stories people can go back to of even Fred Truman, for example. But all bowlers, I suppose. Is that slightly different, do you think, sledging for bowlers? Because they often like to have a word when they've beaten the bat. They like to have a little bit of a warning that the next one's going to take the edge or whatever. That's almost part of their game. But sort of slip fielders doing it.
Again, nicely played. Right. I found that apparently the 10 best sledges.
I don't think this stream is governed by Ofcom, but we might be off air by 12:15. Go on.
I'm waiting till I can find one that's one either funny or usable. That is the end of the over. 46 for 3.
I can just sense Jack in the room next door, his teeth clenching as
you can see his head in his down on his arms. No.
Please don't get me cancelled.
No.
Matt Revis is going to come on, the last man to take still the last man to take a one-day hat-trick for Yorkshire.
No, still can't find one.
No, that's the problem, isn't it? Quick run. Ooh, they liked the how close that was. Let's see here how close it was. No, he would have been in. Not sure his bat was completely on the ground, but that's another matter.
Well, they do include Jimmy Ormonds in the top 10, which is about the only one short enough and funny enough and clean enough. The other 9
don't match up to that.
Not quite.
Excellent work off his own bowling. That really is superb.
Yeah, that last over from Milne, you thought maybe it was time for a rest, and Revis into the attack.
Yep, he's had a good tournament actually. Mind you, most Yorkshire players have, but he's taken 6 wickets. And he's also got a couple of half centuries as well to his name. 69 against Northamptonshire and 85 against Somerset.
Yeah, handy man to have in your team, isn't he? Half centuries and key wickets.
His cricketing hero is Andrew Flintoff, and you can sort of see why. I mean, that was like a bullet off the bat, but straight to the fielder. I mean, he's cracked that.
That's as good a shot as you'll see for one. He really did.
He just threw his head back.
Face. Oh goodness! There's only one bloke out there, and I found him.
He's in front of that scoreboard. Got a little bit of a hand onto it, which will slow that up. Of course, the scoreboard that became very famous when Brad Curry took that incredible catch in the T20 a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, which I watched back the other day, and it was a sensational catch. Live on Sky, and Mark Butcher got his name wrong.
And I'm sure he's been forgiven for that, and nobody ever mentions it.
End of the over, 49 for 3. There you can see the beer festival tents are up, and you can pour your own pints there in that middle bit there, the self-serve bar. Lagers and IPAs and whatnot. At the City Point bar there, the festival, you have to pay a bit to get a wristband, and then you can try some samples out, I believe, and have a fun time. Lots of people will be having a fun time in there.
It's a good idea, isn't it? On a bank holiday Sunday, you've got Monday before you go back to work. Round the wicket, but just played by Simpson nicely away. Yet another single. The 50 comes up, which things were in a spot of bother. 22 for 3, seemed some way away, but these two have certainly steadied the nerves since then.
Yeah, they've built quite nicely, haven't they? It's sort of steady progress, but it's
Short pulled away, only be one.
It's interesting, talking about the power play earlier, weren't we? I'm thinking, obviously bowlers change their tactics anyway, but I'm thinking actually even that Charlie Tier shot, which he threw his head back, and I think even that might have still been stopped, because I think even in the power play with 2 fielders out, you probably would have had one station there anyway. But you know, you can imagine that certain shots like that one might be you get more for it, that's the other factor of the power play. Nowadays, or now in this phase of play, Sussex are finding it harder to score quick runs. There is still some, prime real estate out there if they can find it. There's,
but you have to manufacture the shot. Everything is pretty well covered for the conventional.
If they can pierce the offside field, there's plenty of space in behind cover.
Yes, true. But even the thickish outside edge, which in red ball cricket will quite often get you 4. We have down in the 3rd position.
Yeah, I remember the days when third man used to be a regular fielding position in test matches.
Yeah.
Even up until, it used to be there pretty much permanently stationed.
But now it's have 4. There are various, unless they play defensively, there are various commentators around the circuit who still get apoplectic about the absence.
I bet they do, yeah. I mean, I suppose if it's a common trend and everybody's doing it, then I suppose it probably evens itself out, and you don't, even if you concede the runs, you're going to gain those back in your innings. Possibly.
Interestingly, the one team who always have one in the 2nd division anyway are Leicestershire, and they're showing it's quite a decent position. Oh, well bowled, just Thought it was short, thought it was there to hit. It wasn't, just nagging short of a length.
I suppose is that, I mean, I don't know when it went out of the game. It's, you know, which coaches decided, or, you know, oh, that seemed, you know, I suppose is it partly down to the rise? Yes. Well, I was going to say, is it partly down to the rise of analysts? So analysts have said, well, you may concede runs down there, but X, Y, and Z is the trade-off.
If you've got an extra fielder in here, you're more likely to get wickets. Yeah. So you hope that is the reason, that there is some science behind it. Yeah.
But it seems like it's come out of the game as the sort of the. I'm not being, you know, I'm not saying analysts are a bad thing, but as analytics has come in, the third man has gone out.
And there are probably some fast bowlers who miss it, don't they? And they finish their either fine leg or third man. Thanks very much. I'll go down there.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, I mean, mind you, to be fair, even some of the bigger bowlers are, you know, required to do a lot of hurtling round in you know, in what you might call, even if we talk about first class cricket, what you might call inside the ring. You know, they are good fielders. I mean, you look at the current England Test team, a lot of their fast bowlers are, you know, of the bigger, on the bigger side, and you know, some of them are very good fielders, and the Brendan McCullum ethos. I'm not entirely sure what. Have I missed something in this? Oh, I think something's been thrown onto or stolen by a seagull in front of the Sharks stand, and it's now being hacked at by a seagull, but he can't get into it. I think a seagull has stolen that. I didn't see it happen, but I think that might be where the cheers come from. He's absolutely trying to.
There's a dear. Stealing going on.
Oh dear, we've got a squabble. Domestic. Meanwhile, 30 yards away.
Oh, there they are.
There's some cricket going on.
There you see.
So that's a younger one as well. That one. That's a little fledgling seagull. He's going to finish the whole lot probably.
What do we think? Is that a banana skin?
I don't know. If it is, it probably shouldn't be trying to eat it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to try. There's another one beyond the boundary rope. Yeah, he's got that one. Oh dear.
I think they're deliberately feeding banana skins to seagulls.
I'm not entirely sure what. That's a nice shot. It's only going to get one again. There's a man out there. I'm not entirely sure why he's bringing it inside the boundary rope, this seagull. He took it from outside the boundary rope. But, you know. Oh, there's a whole feast going on. What is effectively cow corner, as we look at the moment. And, yeah, there's 3 seagulls. 2 of whom have food. One of whom just is sitting there watching them.
Yeah.
Oh dear. The things you see on the south coast. There you go. That poor one on the right there is like, well, when am I going to get something? I've no idea what it is they've got, and if it is something they can't eat or won't be able to eat, then it's a little bit unfair if you're.
Yeah.
But it might be chips. It might be bread. I'm not sure.
I think it's banana skins. Because bread they can probably shouldn't eat, but they can.
But it's the amount of it. It's I mean, you think eventually he's decided to leave that one well alone. Oh, now the other one's going to have a look.
He won't want to slip on that, will he? That would be a comedy moment.
Yeah, it is a banana skin, I think. The trouble is, Matt Milnes has dumped it just beyond the boundary rope, and they're only going to go and try and get it again. Well done, Matt.
Yeah.
3 wickets and you've saved seagulls. Some stomach aches. Oh, we've got another couple now coming down now.
Oh, the word's got out. The word has definitely got out.
Anyway, this is your over. I'm stealing it.
It is, and there's a nice forward defensive. Leading elbow up to mid-on. And still run rate struggling to get up to 4 and over at the moment, but it is very much the rebuilding process. Very much the early stages still in a 50 over match. 34 and a bit to go. So 3 dot balls, good start. So a couple of 4s off hill in the 10th over, but been pretty parsimonious ever since. We've now got to the bottom of Banana Gate.
Jamie from the Sussex media team believes that it belongs probably, well, if it's the fielder down there, he says that might be Matt Milnes' banana that the Seagulls have stolen. So that's probably what's happened.
That was what caused the massive
commotion. So the Seagulls came over and just ripped his banana apart.
Yeah.
So he's lost a banana, Matt Milnes, in all that, or somebody has anyway. And I think that's possibly why when he went back to that fielder position a couple of overs later, he was told, sorry. That doesn't happen at Headingley, you see. You don't. That he's got to.
It does at Scarborough, probably.
It probably does at Scarborough. He's going to wander over and have a word. It's like there's some protection racket going on.
There's 5 of them now. There was only 1 originally. Now I don't think he's going to get anywhere near that banana skin.
Bless you to whoever that sneeze was.
That was dramatic. Antihistamine.
Yes, it probably is a.
And that's played on the up, but they'll get one from it. Not quite where it was intended, but in the end, nicely played by Tier. End of the over. Just the 1 run, 2 runs from it. 57 for 3.
There's some more commotion in front of that stand now. There's some Yorkshire staff or subfield. There's another banana come out now.
Oh,
I think that might belong to somebody in that stand. You know,
think someone has replaced
donated.
Matt Milnes? They've donated because Matt Milnes lost his.
Must be a Yorkshire fan. You wouldn't find a Sussex fan donating Matt Milnes now after what he's done. Anyway. All very friendly down here as Revis comes into bowl. This is the first time, as I mentioned, you're listening to myself, Andrew Raeburn, with Guy Swindles, the guy you mentioned before at the top. You hadn't been to Hove before. Did you expect this sort of fun and games when you woke up this morning?
I'm delighted that we've not only have we got some excellent cricket, but we have Seagulls stealing bowlers' bananas. That was probably not on the immediate list.
Not on your bingo card. Forcing shot off the back foot, but only for a single. 58 for 3. There's probably people. I haven't got the comments up at the moment for this from the stream, but there's probably people going, concentrate on the cricket, you fools. So, as I noticed earlier that the director of the stream had focused on a couple of planes flying overhead. There's some good contrails about as well. There's one plane out in the distance towards the Shark stand,
yes.
above the optimise, well, really above the Spenkarma Pavilion, which has got an incredible trajectory on it. That is some angle it's got going there.
Oh yes, I can see the one you're looking at now. We can also see a jet that is simple, for want of another name, just crossing in front of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of obviously we can see on a day like today, we can see the big jets flying out of Gatwick and whatnot, but there's also that might be it, I'm not sure it is. That's a different angle that I've got. There's one very high up, just to the left of
that is very sharp.
Very sort of top left of one of the floodlights above the Spenkarma Pavilion. But anyway. Good stop from Bess, half stopped, and that saved a couple of runs. Milnes throws it back in. Score predictor you can see on your screen, Wasp. There we go, that's the one. Look at it go. Look at it go. That is some angle it's got going there.
Yeah, you don't want to be sitting at the front of that plane, do you? You'd be falling backwards. Certainly not delivering drinks anyway.
Yeah, the cabin crew will definitely still be sat at the back, won't they, for the moment? End of that over, 4 from it from the Revis over. 61 for 3. So Sussex still only going along at 3.5. The wickets column obviously is the key factor at the moment. So we see the scorecard, Charlie Tier and John Simpson just in the rebuilding phase. 29 off 46 for Charlie Tier and Simpson there. Missed his actual, what's he got, 15 from 32.
See that Hill's bounced back well after 11 of those 17 runs came off 1 over.
Wearing number 2, Don Bess.
The skipper's bringing himself on now from the Cromwell Road end. Just looking now at the partnerships, and 37 put together by these two. And boy, were they needed. So Mills really dominating those bowling figures on the right hand side, and the economy rate under 3 as well for his 3 for 17. Bess, and there's an immediate beautifully timed reverse but straight to the fielder, sadly.
You'd be so annoyed, wouldn't you, if you got that right and suddenly it was like,
yeah.
Who put that man there? Oh, it was the bowler.
Who's now moving him, interestingly. Oh no, there's 2 men there for the reverse sweep. Joining Imam al-Haq. Regular sweep, and again straight to the fielder. This must be frustrating. 2 good shots. Moriarty stopping it on that occasion. It's just played defensively in front rather than trying this reverse sweep, conventional sweep. Caught in 2 minds, just plays it defensively in the end. Yes, gives them a little bit of air. He played 14 tests for England. It's finally beats the ring of fielders, but there is a man sweeping out in the deep, so the singles continue. We haven't had a 2 for a while. It's just been singles at the moment. Tidy stuff from Don Bess.
Yeah, Bess 36 test wickets, an average of 34, which actually, given some of the travails of England's recent spinners, is not bad, but
they never seem to go back, do they? Well, they did with Liam Dawson eventually, but
oh yeah, in that case then don't worry, Dom, if you wait another 10 years
you'll be alright. Oh, it's a reverse, and this time it does bisect the field. For a while I was a little bit worried because it was on the up and there was a man on the 45, third man, but it was well placed. Important, that just breaks the run of singles. 5 from that Bess over in the end, 66 for 3.
There's the outsized deck chair. That's often you get 2 people in. Yeah, I reckon you can get more. We were discussing, Sam and I the other day were discussing whether we could set a world record for the number of people in the deck
like
chair.
People who used to get into minis.
Yes. Yeah, whether we could in fact we've got a young lad in that one as well, haven't we there? I've just seen the hat appear. So there's a dad and his lad in there. But I'm sure you can get 2 or 3 adults in there. Or more if we were going for the record, I think.
Yeah, get people on shoulders as well, you get another couple in. Because the back goes up some way, doesn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't want to write out the health and safety forms for it.
No.
It seems a logistical nightmare. Don Bess's last Test match came against India in 2021 in Ahmedabad.
During lockdown.
Aerial and 4 past a seagull who could literally not care less.
He's still looking for the banana. So,
I genuinely thought eventually that it was going to fly away, but no. Just watched it sail past his head. There was a game involving Sussex, and it might have been against Hampshire, where a seagull got hit actually.
he's gone to sleep. His head's under his wing.
I think he actually has. Oh no, he's
he's
moving. He's moving. It's very odd. Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No.
You were
Well, there was
saying
a seagull. Hit. I remember. I think Ben Brown was a Sussex wicketkeeper, and his gloves went to his mouth, if you like, because this was a firm shot as a seagull literally flew across. It was nobody's fault, if you like. He just flew across the wicket, and a firm shot, and feathers, and oh dear, it was horrible.
Just feeling at the moment John Simpson's getting a little frustrated and looking to accelerate.
Yeah, 21 from 42, obviously, 50 strike rate, which in one-day terms is on the low side, but he has played some good shots without reward, and that's partly the problem. And it's also why fielders like to build that pressure, don't they? They know that induces. He's on his haunches. He thinks Revis. He thinks that was
really
close.
Is. That was. There's appealing and there's a Brevis appeal.
I mean, he's asking the umpire, but he'd come right across. So much so he's hit him outside the line.
Yeah. I think he may have even missed off stump.
Yeah. I'm sure we don't really see from this angle, but yeah, I'm sure that's hit him outside the line. I mean, Revis's view would have been, well, he's come right across, and I can see off middle stump and leg stump, and I'm angling it in. Well,
yeah.
You're not angling it in enough. Where did it hit? Oh, it may have hit. That may be.
So you can see why he was interested. Not quite to falling over on your back, but I can see why he was interested.
But again, it's one of those where, as an umpire, you can't necessarily give that. I'm sure there's Yorkshire fans watching that going, oh no, it's hit him in line.
Just. Best to continue.
I do think on second viewing it is closer than it looked on the first replay. I don't know if on the replay they can actually pause it at the right moment, but maybe not, but we'll see.
I still think the element of doubt was there.
Revis disagreed.
Yeah, I could see. Quite pointedly. Best just drops that ever so slightly short and cut away nicely by Simpson. And they run very well, including the full length dive from Tier.
Yeah, it's got to that situation now, hasn't it? It's got to that position where
and the 50 partnership comes up for these two.
76 balls, 25 and 23 the split, so they've been doling it out equally.
Comes down the wicket to him, but can't. Best sees him come and fires it in at his toes. Plays it pretty nicely, but can only find mid-on.
South Africa were bowled out for 155 incidentally, so Australia win by 276 runs.
Oh, and this is the first 6 of the innings. And Simpson has swept that magnificently over mid-wicket for the first maximum. It's gone over the beer. Oh yes, where the silly point in the beer tent is.
Yep. Got the bar as well, shaped like a shark over there.
Oh yes. happily missed all of that. They're still waiting for the ball to come back. Did go a long way.
Who's got the ball? Oh, we're going to have a new one.
Yes, I think another selection is
Yep.
making its way out.
Yep.
Yes, some of the outgrounds of where a lot of this Metro Bank Cup has been played. I think there were 3 suitcases of balls at one I was at the other day because they were going missing so regularly.
Yeah, kids pick them up and won't let them go, or you end up with them in trees or car parks and things like that.
Exactly.
Beer tents.
There was a 10-foot wide hedge and it kept landing flat, slap bang in the middle of it.
And of course, it can hit things. It can hit, gravel tracks or whatever, and it scuffs the ball up, and then fielding sides and batters get involved, and you go, I don't like that ball, and all this lot.
Now, I think that might have carried into some of the housing, because it really was well hit by Simpson.
Simpson got 50 at Arundel against Kent, 50 and out virtually, and he'll be wanting to go a fair bit further in his innings.
Yeah, possibly hasn't scored as many runs as you do. Was it 84 coming into this at 21?
Really floated.
It was well bowled. At first I thought it was going to be a ballooning full toss that would be dispatched somewhere into the next county, but it was a really nicely delivered ball, and that is the end of the over. 10 from it, 82 for 3, 50 partnership coming up in that particular over, and there we go, 34 to Tier from 50 balls. Simpson beginning to catch him up now, 30 from 46.
It's interesting, isn't it, that obviously Simpson's had to wait for Haynes, Clark and Hudson Prentice, but actually he's faced 46 balls and Tier's faced 50 in total, so he's clearly had a lot of the strike in this partnership.
Yes, true. So Tier's had 50 balls in the first 20 overs. So he's only faced just over 6 overs in the first 20.
And also I know that Haynes didn't face a ball until, was it the second ball of the second over or something like that? So Tier certainly took the whole of the first over. So he's had 44 deliveries in the last.
Oh, you're doing maths live.
Yeah, whatever I'm trying to do.
Maths live, don't do maths live.
But certainly 6 of those 44 deliveries were not in this partnership. I know that much, if not a lot more. Some other scores to bring you from this group. Kent are 73 for 1 against Somerset in the 14th. Northamptonshire recovered slightly, 62 for 2 in the 12th against Middlesex.
So, yes, they were 12 for 2.
And Durham 39 for 1 at the end of the 12th against Warwickshire. So Warwickshire putting the squeeze on a little bit against Durham there early on.
But again, difficult to score. They've only lost 1 wicket, but it was still tough to score in the power play.
Just using Cricinfo for those scores. That's not an advertisement, it's more the fact that they also have other cricket that is going on, and one of the fixtures here is the Belgium Tour of Austria.
The Belgian Tour of Austria.
Yes.
Interesting.
Not two cricketing hotbeds that I've come across, but there's a couple of T20s on this. Austria and Belgium.
Not started yet then?
No, not yet. So actually this is the 4th T20 happening today. I can tell you that on the 3rd T20 Austria won by 4 wickets.
No, I'd have been hard pressed to pick between Austria and Belgium as to which would have the best T20 side. Well, that's the end of a tidy-ish over. Even getting away with a foolish delivery at the end there. Over-pitched, but just the 2 runs from the over, 84 for 3.
We've got a T20 World Cup next year, haven't we, I think?
Yeah.
And I know that Italy have qualified for that one.
Yes, there's a couple of Italian internationals in the county circuit, aren't there?
Gareth Berg was one at one point, wasn't he, I think?
Yeah.
But,
I'm trying to remember the
A
other.
bowling change of return to Cromwell Rooney, then Cliff.
Well, Dom Bess has whipped himself off after being dispatched for a 6 in his last over.
yeah, the Italy squads include Emilio Gay, Joe Burns, Grant Stewart, Jaspreet Singh.
Yes, I think it was Emilio Gay who... Oh, and that's close. And not given.
They're good appealers, aren't they?
They are, they do like an appeal. But I was almost tempted. It's going down, isn't it? Yeah, just maybe.
It's close again,
It's
isn't
very
it?
tight. My initial reaction was that's close.
But yeah, there are a few, couple of genuine Italian names in that squad. Giampiero Mead is the South African born, but clearly of Italian stock.
And that's fetch. This could be out, and he is. And in the end, Tier got frustrated. He was trying to speed things up, and he's just picked out the man at deep mid-wicket who had to wait an age, it seemed, for the ball to drop into his hands. But it did, and the 4th wicket goes down. Tier's excellent, impatient innings comes to a slightly impatient end.
Yes, it's a sort of another soft dismissal, really, isn't it? It's one you could forgive if your team was 150 for 2 or whatever, or a little bit anyway. But at 84 for 3, trying to move it on, I understand, but it's another example of not really getting hold of the ball, not really timing it.
By James Ward for 35 of 53 balls.
35 or 53 for Charlie Tier,
Yeah.
and
Coming back for the Sussex Sharks, wearing number 11. Please welcome Ollie Carter.
it'll bring Ollie Carter to the crease. 2 wicket-keeper batters out in the middle there, Carter and Simpson. But Cliff taking his first wicket of the day.
Yes, the first non-Milnes wicket. Cliff, good bowling change from the skipper. Took himself off, decided pace was the way to go. 62 those 2 added.
Yes, don't want to keep banging on about Seagulls, but that Seagull has now bravely moved out towards, he's fielding at basically at leg slip at the moment.
Oh yes.
But I think he's decided that these humans that are wandering around this grass space must have some food on them somewhere.
There must
if
be
the
more.
other one did,
Yeah, one of them has.
one of them has. So he's just biding his time.
I have to say, I think we've both done quite well because there's an unopened packet of Oreo biscuits in front of us that
We haven't touched.
we haven't touched as yet.
Tell you what, a Yorkshire in danger with that Seagull there. A Yorkshire in danger of breaking the rules about the number of fielders backward
Oh
square
yes,
on the leg
inside
side.
the ring, yeah.
Oh yeah, inside the ring. Yeah, they've
Yeah.
got an extra one. Tell the umpire.
Very correct, looking forward defensive on this occasion. Carter quite rightly getting himself in.
And then rehearses it. As if to say, I am here for the long haul, which of course still has almost 30 overs left in it if these two can stick around.
Yeah, it's important they do try and use as many of those 50 overs as possible, the Sussex batters.
Well, you would feel, wouldn't you, that with Yorkshire's batting line-up and the weight of runs that behind them in this competition, that they will have to use all 50 Sussex if they can, even if it's just to put a competitive score on the board rather than trying to go for broke. And I don't know, we had this sort of conversation with people on the stream who were saying, well, now might as well tee off and start playing T20 style, when you've got certain wickets, number of wickets down. But on this pitch, I think it's difficult to actually do that.
And we've still got a long way to go. Oh, well edged, very well edged.
I think he was in two minds with that shot there, Simpson. I think he played one shot. Oh, I don't know. No, maybe.
I think he was trying to clip it, but not that fine. I think he was aiming for the third man region, but that was very fine indeed. But a very handy boundary. 89 for 4 then at the end of the 22nd, which boundary keeps the run rate above 4 and over. The Wasp has slumped a little, down to 226 now.
Dan Moriarty is going to come on from the C end.
Yes. And taken 4 wickets in this competition so far, all in one innings against Northants, 4 for 38.
Yorkshire have a Lancastrian to try and remove, of course, at one end with John Simpson,
yes.
the Bury-born John Simpson. Dan Moriarty is from more down this neck of the woods, of course, a Surrey man originally, Dan Moriarty. Rather than the... he wanted a single there, Carter, but Simpson was unmoved.
Yes, not having a bar of it.
Moriarty bored in Reigate. A little bit of a glare down towards Carter, challenging him maybe, because he likes to use his feet, and Carter is always up for up for a scrap. That sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. He's always up for the tussle in the middle there. He's not going to shy away from this sort of scenario. He loves it, digging in and then making hay a little bit later on. Quite like a left arm spinner.
Me too, and his arrow, I have to say, he's immediately on the money.
I always liked, I'm 40, so I grew up in the early 90s when England were rubbish. Oh, now your wicketkeeper really likes that.
But nobody else does.
Nobody else does. It's the stumping
stumping
that he was going for. I thought he was going for an edge. He's whipped off the bails and stared down the legs, the square leg umpire. No.
But you can see the foot did slide for a little bit.
It did slide, but
slid back.
Carter's foot didn't move up. I'd have thought he would have looked down before running off.
Yes, quite.
It wasn't one of those where it all happened in one quick movement and the foot was going back. The foot had been there. I know he saw it in slow motion, but the foot had been there for at least, a split second before he took the bails off and didn't move. So anyway, tidy over nonetheless from Moriarty, whose middle name is Thornhill.
Is it? That sounds like another
Shakespeare,
possible
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes
character.
villain, yes. Thornhill and Moriarty.
It's one of the players who broke through at Surrey in the Bob Willis Trophy COVID era. And of course, Sussex had a few youngsters come through in that period as well. Most notably James Coles, who took some big scalps in the Bob Willis Trophy against Surrey. Coles away with 100.
Yet another. Yeah.
So can't play in this tournament, but Sussex don't have many.
Now you're talking about left-arm spinners and England being rubbish in the 90s.
Phil Tufnell was where I was
Yes.
going with that. I just liked his spirit. Of course, he produced some superb spells as well at times. Tufnell could be quite a handy bowler in one-day cricket as well.
But he played in a World Cup final, I think. I'll have to check.
Yes,
I'm pretty
92
sure,
it would have been.
Pretty sure he played in that side.
With his hair flopping all over the place.
Which, giving his batting and his fielding,
Yes.
probably wouldn't these days.
I was going to say, yeah, you certainly wouldn't get it, unless he was, one of those you just couldn't leave out. No, Tufnell not involved in
Not
that.
involved, I got that completely wrong.
Richard Illingworth was the spinner for
God, the
that
memory.
one.
I'm sure I had him in that. Illingworth makes a great deal more sense in a 50-over match.
Took 1 for 50 off his 10 against Pakistan. That England, if you want to reminisce, that England World Cup final lineup: Graham Gooch, Ian Botham, Alex Stewart, Graham Hick, Neil Fairbrother, Alan Lamb, Chris Lewis, Dermot Reeve, Derek Pringle, Phil de Freitas, and the aforementioned Richard Illingworth. Lots of good cricketers in that team.
There were.
And out there.
I think it was right at the start of Sky Sports as well, who
Yes.
bought it. So everyone was rushing around trying to find anybody who was an early Sky subscriber so you could watch it.
And it would have been, well, some of them would have been day nighters, I suppose, but it would have been late in the night as well. So
Correct.
in Australia, and that was at Melbourne. That
So staying up all night, I seem to remember quite often.
I liked the Rugby World Cup final in 2003, which obviously began at like 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning. That was lovely.
I was covering a bit of rugby at the time, so I watched that at Bath Rugby Club.
Oh, very nice, very
which was-
nice.
Which was good before they played in the afternoon. Another very tidy over.
It's an interesting little ground, actually, the Bath
Oh, the wreck.
down the wreck,
Yeah.
the wreck, with its permanent temporary stands.
Yeah, a little bit. We were talking about city centre real estate earlier with cricket grounds, but yes, that's quite dramatic, the wreck at Bath.
It's a public. Is it not a public right of way as well through the stand?
Yes. Something weird like that. I can't remember exactly
You can
what
walk
it is.
through the ground to get to the other side if you like, when it's not in use. Moriarty continues, just doing a little bit of policing of his field. Fiddled that away, Carter. Wanted a single, not going to get it because of good fielding. And also, again, I don't think Simpson was particularly interested. Well, of course, it's not Carter's call there, but again, nerdled round the corner. This time there'll be runs, and it might well be 4. It is.
My word. It was almost like watching in slow motion, wasn't it? It just kept going away from
Despite the fact it's up the hill.
Yeah, I know, but it still kept running away from poor Imam al-Haq.
Who I think at one point thought, no, I'm not getting that. Then realised it was up the hill and thought, oh, hang on.
Yeah.
So there was an extra little burst. You could see him sort of put slightly, and then towards the end, oh no, I'm being fooled here. I was right the first time. It's like that famous catch, isn't it, in the was it Mike Gatting's catch in the 81 Ashes when Bob Willis was taking all those wickets, and he as he tries to judge the flight of the ball, he moves forward, stops, and then goes again because he's lost the flight slightly and has to then dive full length as a result.
Good memory.
The Pakistan team for that World Cup final, by the way, as talk about good cricketers in the England team, there's some good cricketers here. Amir Sohail, Ramiz Raja, Imran Khan, Javed Miandad, Inzamam al-Haq,
Uncle.
Wasim Akram, Salim Malik, Ijaz Ahmed, Marine Khan, Mushtaq Ahmed and Aqib Javed.
That is a good side, yes. And we have a nephew of one of the team playing today.
Yes, indeed. Yep. 32 extras, mind you, 19 of those were leg byes, but 7 no balls did not help England's. There's no free hits in those days, but even so.
I still remember when the rains, I think they bowled Pakistan out in one of the qualifying games for about 43, and then it rained and it was no result.
Yeah, and they had that silly situation in the semi-final, didn't they,
against
South Africa.
Who needed 28 off 1.
And so Duckworth Lewis was born. It took them the whole of the 90s to get a statistical algorithm for that, but well done to Messrs Duckworth and Lewis. I think Tony Lewis died not that long ago.
He did. Well, I think they're both sadly have gone now. I remember talking to Mr. Duckworth outside Bristol once. He used to spend a lot of time down there.
Drinks just, by the way, while we're nattering on, and at the halfway stage, Sussex Sharks are 150 for 4. A little bit of rebuilding done by Charlie Tier and John Simpson with a half-century partnership after the early carnage wreaked by Matt Milnes, removing Tom Haynes, Tom Clark and Finn Hudson-Prentice relatively cheaply. Ollie Carter has come in to try and help John Simpson. He's on 8 from 19. Simpson 36 from 54. Sussex say 150 for 4 at the drinks break.
Yes, it's not the end of the world, but it was that work from Milnes at the beginning. Bowled 6 overs straight off at the start of the innings after Sussex won the toss and elected to bat. 3 for 17 off his 6 overs. It was on a hat-trick as well in amongst all of that as well. Cliff has bowled well in 2 spells so far. And the rest of it has been fairly tidy. Dom Best, probably the only man to have taken a bit of damage. You can see how important that partnership was in the context of the innings so far.
Yep, 60 between Charlie Tier and John Simpson, with Simpson actually the senior partner there, outscoring the opener. And weirdly facing more balls as well, not weirdly, but facing more balls as well. And the run rate fairly flatlining throughout the whole of the innings.
Yes, it hasn't shot much above or beyond or below 4 throughout. So an accelerant will be needed at some stage. 27 for 4 halfway through. So as you were talking about earlier, it's when you try and put your accelerator down, Andrew, isn't it? That you've got 25 overs, you've got to try and fill them. Do you go with 20 left? Do you go with 10 left?
Well, I think probably you'd have to wait until the final 10, maybe final 15, if these two are still together, for example. I mean, I think if these two are still together, let's say in 10 overs time, then you'll feel that both of them are in, both of them are set. Simpson will probably have gone beyond, well, will have gone beyond 50 by then. Carter will be getting close, and you say, right, we're in, we've got the measure of the pitch. Maybe we can try and, because I think trying to go hard in the last 5 overs, and of course it doesn't matter if you so much if you lose some wickets there, will be more difficult because they'll bring Milnes back. They'll have their death bowlers ready for action. So I think 35 to 45, if they get that far. I'm not ruling that out, obviously, but 35 to 45 might be the key phase rather than, let's say, 40 to 50. But we'll see.
Interesting. Looks if Cliff is to continue.
Yeah, just says here on the summary of the World Cup final in '92, England and Pakistan played each other in the round robin stage, and Pakistan were dismissed for 74.
Yeah. And yes, which if that result had stood, they wouldn't have qualified for the later stages. And
they went on to win the World Cup.
Indeed.
On such things do tournaments turn.
Though I have to say, England did get their own back against New Zealand in 2019 with the way they managed to win that match. So it swings and roundabouts.
Yes, there's an element of fortune to it in a couple of ways.
Yeah.
But also pulled it out the fire, you could argue.
Oh, absolutely. But Ben Stokes' sliding bat moment rather than door.
Yes,
moment.
and obviously had it not gone, he wasn't going to run, so had it not gone for 4, there wouldn't have been enough runs
to tie the match.
My big takeaway from that is something that people never talk about, which is the end of the New Zealand innings. Whoever was at the crease, I can't remember who it was, ducked under the final delivery and didn't run.
Which could have made all the difference.
Could have made all the difference, but you don't. That's the problem with cricket. You just because these tight, very, very tight games very rarely happen. You don't think one run is going to make a difference. I mean, he might have been run out, who knows, but they didn't bother. They just let it go through to the keeper. I imagine he probably wanted a wide out of it, but didn't get it. I also not quite sure that, because I'm not sure what the review situation would have been in 2019 World Cup, but the first ball of the England innings with Jason Roy up against Trent Boult, there was a massive LBW shout that looked pretty good, but they obviously didn't review it for some reason. I don't know why. But,
yes.
But anyway, that's history. England's name is on the trophy.
Correct. So for all the disappointment of 92, slightly slower delivery and nicely played by Simpson. Just guides it down to third and they just take a single.
Yes, this is going to be, it's the slightly, I don't know if soporific is going to be the wrong word, but middle over phase. But again, Sussex are not necessarily here to entertain, they're here to win, and they've got to
win.
Yeah, they've got to win. They've got to try and grind out a score here.
They just need the best total they can get at the end of 50 overs. And that's well bowled in again, I think. I hate to say it 'cause it sounds slightly rude, the deceptive lack of pace from Cliff, but he very nearly got Carter playing that a little bit too early.
Now, listeners who are listening to us on the stream for the Somerset match will be absolutely delighted to hear that we've got the Sussex Cricket Museum back with another quiz.
Excellent.
Now, it's a quiz as much for us as anybody else because it's been given round the ground and things like that. So we don't have the answers. But they are incredibly tough questions. And they're always related to whichever opposition Sussex are playing.
Oh, good.
There's 10 questions. As we reach the end of the over, 98 for 4 off of 26. And it starts as it means to go on, I'm afraid, dear listener, dear viewer. What was odd about the outcome of the 1835 first-class match between Yorkshire and Sussex at Hyde Park, Sheffield? Well, I mean, you might as well take this one away. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I was there. Yeah, quite.
So, what was odd about the outcome of the 1835 first-class match between Yorkshire and Sussex at Hyde Park, Sheffield?
How do you define odd as well? That's a really good question.
The famous George Brown of Brighton, played in that match. What cricket ball throwing achievement stands to his name? As Moriarty continues, and an attacking shot, which is going to be one bounce for into the hospitality area.
Picked it well, didn't he? Well played.
At least you do get some multiple choice here. Yorkshire's Johnny Wardle holds the record for bowling most maiden overs in Championship cricket in a season. How many maiden overs was it? 539, 573 or 686?
Oh, you always go for the top or bottom.
Oh, is it not like wine? Do you not go for like the second in?
Not in quizzes.
No. It's always A or C, is it?
Usually, invariably.
Are you a quizzer? Or do you like your...
I am a bit sad.
Yeah, you like a pub quiz?
I do like a pub quiz.
Is cricket your particular specialism, or do you
have
others?
Funnily enough, you know what it's like. You go and they said, "Oh, you'll know everything about sport, won't you?" Much better on 80s popular music.
Oh.
Anyway, that is popular music largely, I think. No, it's quite good at sport, but better at other things. Do you like a quiz?
I do like a quiz. People listening in who know me, that's an aggressive shot, and that might go for 6. It does, right in front of us. In fact, it's probably disturbed our effects mic.
So it really was quite close to us, wasn't it?
And Revis has had to fetch that from underneath a bit of ground furniture. I think I mentioned earlier that we got the jets that you can see, but you can also hear some light aircraft because the Shoreham Airport not too far away. Brighton City Airport. So they've decided to take the attack to Moriarty.
Yeah, this is
in true Sherlock style.
Exactly.
I bet he never gets bored of hearing that sort of thing.
No, it's never been mentioned. No.
Down the leg side, that one, and that will find the fence as well. So that will be, I imagine, without studying it, I imagine that's the most productive over for Sussex so far. It feels it.
It is. The previous one was 11 and there was 16 off that over.
So stepping things up after the drinks break. Now, funny enough, this next question is a stat that I've brought up in the last couple of matches.
Also, you know
anyway.
this one?
No, it's because it's always about the team that they're playing. In which year did Sussex and Yorkshire first play one another in a limited overs match? So I've often mentioned when the first ones were, but not this time, so I don't have the answer for that, although it's easily lookupable.
Yes.
Well, the early years of the Gillette Cup were in the early 60s.
61 or 2.
But it depends, of course, that was a straight knockout, so if you don't get
if you
drawn
didn't
against...
drawn, yes, of course.
It wasn't until sort of the late 60s, I think, where...
it was getting popular.
Well, it was the group there, and there was the group
matches.
stages of the... Well, it was the John Player League, wasn't it, when it started to get into sort of a group stage affair where you might play teams
But was
more
that
often.
a separate...
Well, it was, but it's still a one-day competition.
It was 40 overs on a Sunday. Yeah.
So the Sunday League is more likely, because of course that was the whole all 18 counties together, wasn't it? There wasn't, but that's where you're more likely to find the first matches in the later 60s, I would imagine, unless of course they were drawn in the cups. And Sussex were a handy one-day outfit in the early days of things, so they might have gone far in competitions. Won a couple of cups, and I think they won one of the first two, didn't they? And the record for the best ever bowling return in limited overs county cricket was set here at Hove in 1988, but by whom?
What was that again?
The record for the best ever bowling return in limited overs county cricket was set here at Hove in 1988. By whom is the question?
So presumably a Yorkshire player.
The wording of the question does lead you down that road, doesn't it?
It does.
But I presume it's in Sussex versus Yorkshire.
Yeah.
But so we're narrowing it down. So it
could have been a
Sussex
player.
But more likely to be against Yorkshire because this is a Sussex versus Yorkshire quiz, to be fair. Goes on to, I didn't get round to the last 5 questions the other day because the Sussex reply was so short. I did the first 5 in the drinks break in the Somerset innings.
We'll make sure we get all 10.
Well, there's a slightly shorter question here. How many grounds in Yorkshire have staged Test cricket, including women's matches?
Interesting.
And then the next one is one of the longest questions I've ever seen written down, so I might have to wait for a break
I
and
can see that. Yes, there's
It's
3.5 lines.
I was going to say it's got
very small.
It's got several sentences.
Font.
There'll be a lot of Yorkshire fans out there who'll be interested in.
Well, I know Jonathan Deutsch, one of BBC fame, is listening in to us. So, if you know any of these answers, Jonathan, let us know. Don't look them up. I do want to know about that first answer though. What was odd about the outcome of the 1835?
Yeah, odd about the outcome. Outcome is the interesting word there.
Yes.
End of the over at 118 for 4. So this other question then. Strap in, everyone. The second 11 championship has been running since 1959. Around 14,000 matches have been played altogether. A Yorkshire player holds the record for the highest individual score in the competition. I think this question could have been shortened to that. How many runs did he score? 283, 332, 371 or 441? In other words, a Yorkshire player holds the record for the highest individual score in the second 11 championship. What is it? 283, 332, 371 or 441?
And I'm going to go second highest there, I think.
332?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Charlie Tier made a triple century in the second 11 championship this year.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so maybe you're going 400.
I might be. I always wonder with these sort of multiple choice quizzes, sometimes particular answers, why are they there if they're not the answer?
Yeah. No, true.
That is one of my first tactics. Bit of a field. Oh no, not really a field. Yes, there's just sort of our field has just been moved a couple of centimetres to the left, as 40 might have said. Oh, a couple of inches to the left, more likely. That was an attempted cut that was too close to him. Yorkshire have won most championship titles with 33. Which county has won most one-day tournaments?
Should know that. Don't. There are so many now. Oh.
Well, there's a lot of appealing going on. That's for another stumping.
He's gone stumping again.
Let's have a look at that foot.
Drags out. Oh, he's back.
It's
only just though.
He is only just back this time.
The last one was.
Yeah, you think you could. There's a bit of interference on the picture, but I think we could tell that he was back there.
Yeah, much more reason to appeal though than the last one.
I will try and check the stream. There'll be a lot of messages I'll have missed since I've been reading those questions out. But if you've left any answers on the stream, answers on the stream, wasn't that Kenny Rogers?
Yes, with Dolly Parton. Absolutely.
But I may be too late for that to try and drag some of those up. But we'll find out.
Do they go away then after a while?
Well, it's about the scrolling up and down that I can't.
Okay.
Where they? I don't know what I've done with them now.
Technology.
Yeah, I'm trying to do many things at once, which is not my strong point.
We're men. Bounced back well, Moriarty this time.
He has. Now, Revis has gone right back on the boundary. He wasn't before, was he? I don't think. So they've made that change for those shots that have been played over the top. End of the 29th, 120 for 4. Simpson a run short of a 50 and Carter on 18. Which former player holds the record for most test matches umpired by a Yorkshireman? Now, are we looking at Mr. Illingworth there? Or
Dickie Bird as the umpire?
Yeah.
So, which
former, again, it's the wording of the question that's always key. Which former player holds the record for most test matches umpired by a Yorkshireman?
You think Boycott and Bird?
I mean,
where was he in Botham-born?
Oh.
Swung away, one bounce.
Well, it's umpired by Yorkshire.
Yes, but which York? Does he say which York?
Which former player holds the record for most test matches umpired by? Yes, I think yes. It's a player who became an umpire.
Right. Okay. I'm going to have to. Big stupid. I can't work out this question.
But it is cleverly written, because I do think some of these questions they guide you to a certain clue by the way it's
that
written.
One's a tough one. I can't quite get my head
50
around
for John Simpson.
And that is a terrific captain's innings, isn't it? 66 balls. He's slow getting going. He's moved up a little, 4 fours and a 6. And terrific work from John Simpson. He came out when it was 22 for 3. It's now 123 for 4. And running very well as well. Nicely taken single.
And a slightly enigmatic final question. Northamptonshire play matches at Northampton. Derbyshire play at Derby, but do Yorkshire play at York? Which the answer, I think, is yes. Because they've been playing at York in this
tournament. In this competition.
Unless the ground in York, I've not been there, the ground in York isn't technically in York. I'm nervous of this quiz. Unless that's a slightly enigmatic
It's a 50-50, isn't it?
Well, it is, yes. No need to phone a friend.
You say yes, I'll say no.
One of us is going to be right. Excellent. Yeah, you get those things. I mean, for example, Chelsea don't play in Chelsea and Fulham don't play in Fulham.
True.
But it might be one of those. Because with York, you've got the city gates, haven't you? So you might find that if it's outside the city walls. End of the 30th. Blink and you miss it there, that over. 125 for 4.
Yeah.
So double it from 30 and you get 250,
250.
which that's the best noise I could come up with to respond to that.
It's 5 and over. It's not the easiest pitch to score quickly on. They're going to have to bowl very well though, and that includes batting very well to score 125 off the next 20.
I still think from 35 overs onwards we could start to see a bit of a game go on, but we'll see.
We'll see if Carter's played really sensibly since he came in. Very impressed with the way he's gone about his business.
And still got that lower order hitting, which Sussex have really needed in this tournament at times.
Now that's a shot. It's got like a tracer bullet to the mid-wicket boundary. I think it did bounce once, but it barely got above head height. And only bounced once on the way to the boundary. Great shot.
Slammed into one of the sponsors' boxes.
to stretch for it a bit, but plays it nicely out to the deep cover fielder. Throw comes fizzing back, and the wicket keeper takes that on the edge of the finger by the looks of things.
Now Revis has come up off the boundary for Simpson. He's come in to the inside the circle. Simpson wanted to take him on there, but I think Moriarty saw him coming and darted it down at his legs and has to take the single. So 6 from the first 3 balls of this over, so they're going to need they're going to need a lot of the overs to start with this sort of pattern. It's a bit short and wide from the former Surrey man.
Sorry, I stole the first 2 shots of this over.
That's okay. You're entitled. You're allowed to have
a wobble.
Funny enough, Score Predictor is talking about 249, so that's not too far off. In the air, what, 1 bounce 4.
It's well placed, that by Simpson.
I think it was far away. The fielders were all shouting catch. I think possibly out of muscle memory more than anything else. I'm not sure that even from their angle they would have thought that there was a catch on. It's just anything in the air, and sometimes in cricket, not. Wicket keepers will shout catch when it's been driven on the ground. Any sort of attacking shot, and wicket keepers like to shout catch. That's going to run away quickly, but it will be only a couple.
Good over for Sussex, that one.
13 off it, as I trip over a chair. 13 from it, 138 for 4.
Just the acceleration they need. I have to say, it's looked a little bit easier against the spinners than against the seamers on this wicket.
And we've still got some overs from them, obviously, to come.
Milne's got 4 left, hasn't he, I think?
Cliff, how many has he got left?
Only 3.
5.
He's bowled 2
Oh, he bowled a second spell, hasn't he?
There's Revis and Hill as well. And that is swung away superbly. 1 bounce 4. Well played. Carter beginning to enjoy himself a little bit out there.
He is, yeah.
Carter. Good. Coming into this, he had 160 runs at 32 in the competition, only the 150. And that's hit nicely as well, but straight down the ground. 1 run.
So I'm just having a look at the recent deliveries. So or what was the score? So the score at Drinks was 97 for 4, wasn't it?
Yes, at 25 overs. So we've had 6 overs since.
So they've added 46 since then.
Yeah.
Haven't they? Yes, 46 off of 6.5 overs. And that's going to take it to 48.
Simpson's running is outstanding. Get through for 2. Puts his partners under a bit of pressure. But
you just have to go with it, don't you, and hope that he's judged it right. I talked about Inzamam Huck earlier. He was one of the worst runners.
Yes.
Not just in execution, obviously a larger gentleman, but not just in execution, but in judgment.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he was happier with boundaries larger, but largely. Bess. Again, coaxed for a decent single.
So that's 50, I make that then, off the 7 overs since Drinks. So that's 7 and over. Which, if they're to keep that up, then they'd be on for a very decent score indeed. Suddenly Wasp spikes at 260.
It's really, and there was only one run scored off the 26th over, so
Right,
in
so
the
it's
last
been since then.
6 overs they've scored
48.
49.
49, so yeah, that's more like 8 and over.
A ball change and return
Always
to
have us, yes.
for number
Seamer coming back, understandably.
So if they could take 8 and over off the final 18, they'd be up nearer 300.
Okay.
Again, good example of what Guy was talking about. The running.
Superb.
It involves the dive in again, which Ollie Carter is not altogether happy about, but nonetheless.
Probably just as well he did, because if it had hit, he was just home. It was tight.
I remember the days as well, it's going back to the early 90s as well, when they brought in the third umpire for run-outs, and you had the red and green lights on the...
Oh yes.
And that was the sort of the cricket's version of thumb up or thumb down, and you'd wait patiently to see the red or green light come on until they introduced the big screen stuff.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? With the way everything is going and Wimbledon getting rid of all the line judges, you wonder how much longer we'll actually have umpires.
Yeah, obviously that gets talked about a bit, and cricket is one of those sports where, you know, a lot of it is factual, and you know, obviously if you're an umpire in club cricket, it's judgment on factual stuff, which means you do make mistakes sometimes. But whereas obviously football, it's subjective, and sometimes it's, you know, a bit more cloudy. Rugby is a bit more technical stuff in terms of whether something is or isn't an infringement. There's probably slightly less room for sort of subjective stuff there. But in terms of cricket, what you'll find as we see the 150 come up, what you'll find is that even if there was an experiment to get rid of umpires, there's always the bits you don't realise that they're needed for. The very sort of rare infringements or whatever.
And is the ball still round?
That's fall short. Living dangerously slightly there, Simpson, but getting a single nonetheless. And I talked about the 35 to 45 over mark possibly involving more risk taking. Well, they've decided to go from 30, or roughly thereabouts, and that most things have got to go by and large if they're hittable. Play the ball on its merits, obviously, but if it's short, wide, something like that, it's got to go like that. And top edge for 4, they'll take that all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's short, we're going to swing. And you can't say that he took it on. It was, yeah, absolutely. It was finer than he was planning. It was a top edge, but good for Carter. 8 off the over, excellent.
Yeah, they needed that boundary, didn't they? 4 from 5 is still not good enough from a Sussex perspective, but a boundary suddenly puts a different complexion on it.
Well, the skipper is going to keep going from the Cromwell Road end. Skipper to skipper, best to Simpson. It's just under-edged away as he looked to launch the big sweep. Has to settle for a single.
If you're up in that balcony, that Sussex dressing room right now, at least they're on the ground floor, but you take my point. What score are you looking at from here?
Anything north of 250 is to be applauded, I think. That's well fielded in the end.
No, it
dear.
isn't.
I said well fielded.
I mean, that's got to be 4, isn't it? He's landed on the rope, surely.
But he wasn't holding the ball at the time.
Was he not?
The
4 of the
fans think it's 4. Has it been given?
It has. He did make a bit of a Horlicks of it.
He really did. He'd done the hard. He did well to stick that hand.
He hits the rope.
Yeah, he actually flicked it back onto the rope.
Did he give? He must have owned up, because there's no way any umpire is seeing that.
No, absolutely. So pulled away for another single. So Matt Revis, what a moment he'll want to watch on replay.
I don't know how he did it, because
he'd done the hard work. He'd gone the wrong way, suddenly stuck his hand down, went to throw it, and actually managed to knock it backwards.
If you'd paused the action at the point that the ball lands in his hand and then said, "This goes for 4," how do you think it happens? You would not have said that.
You could put it in the questionnaire, make it question 11 for those people who join the stream late. Though I have a feeling it might be in the clip highlights. Ooh,
that's close, and that's out.
It certainly is, and John Simpson's excellent innings comes to an end. He'd looked to play the sweep shot whenever possible to the spinners, and Bess said, "Here you are, here's another one, but if you miss it, you're in trouble." Just looking at it, he's right arm round the... That wasn't as straightforward as an LBW as one or two of the others we've seen earlier in this innings, but it was good enough for the umpire, so Simpson has to go for 65.
Yeah, he's getting a warm ovation from the Hove crowd, as you would imagine. A good knock from Simpson, a good partnership with Ollie Carter, but you get the sense that Yorkshire have just wrested control back with that wicket.
Yeah, 79 those two put on, which is very good work indeed. But he was well set, and you just... But live by the sword, die by the sword. He looked to play the sweep at every single opportunity, he missed that one.
Yeah, 79 off of 12, just over 12 overs, so they were cracking on a little bit, those two. Danny Lamb comes in at number 7. Still got Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt to come.
Well, a lot on Ollie Carter's Ollie Carter's shoulders now.
Yeah, although as I said before that of course they have had contributions from, I mean, Jack Carson's batting, some of Jack Carson's batting in this tournament has been outstanding. Lenham's contributed against Kent at Arundel, so we'll wait and see how that fares, but yes, Carter on 45, there's some responsibility on him.
Final ball of Bess's over, and that's just played defensively back to Bess, and although he went for 8 in his first 4 balls, a wicket and a dot ball in his last 2 means he has now figures, well, they just disappeared very quickly. He has, I think I can still find them. Bess has the figures of 5 overs, 1 for 37. There we are. Thank you. 5 overs, 1 for 37. So expensive, but a massive, massive wicket he picked up in that particular over.
24 for 3 Sussex to 163 for 5. So a recovery, aided, as you can see, by Charlie Tier, John Simpson and Ollie Carter. Another light aircraft. Could be the same one, of course, but on its way back from wherever it's gone. A single. Man out there at deep backward square leg. The boundary riders, there's a man at third man, there's one at deep extra cover, one at deep square leg as well, and a fine leg has just fielded that ball. bit of sun sort of bathing the people in the Web Trends optimised Shark stand. Of course, being down by the seafront, it's a little bit cooler than inland, so I think early 20s rather than 24, 25, which it is in some cities, but that sun directly on them will warm them up a little bit.
Perfect day for watching cricket, isn't it?
And then directly opposite them is the beer festival. Single out to that man at deep square leg.
Amazing sound off the bat, that particular shot. It's a gunshot sound.
What I love about, I mean, I like the sound of bat and ball anyway, but what I love about our effects mic is obviously it's down in front of us, and it picks up everything going on in the middle about how many yards away would you say we are? I suppose 50.
50 odd, yeah. Maybe a bit more.
Especially as the batter is at the other end of the 22 yards. Yeah, we've got to get at least a couple of pitches this way, aren't we? So at least 45, maybe we're 3 wickets length away.
Yeah.
So 60 odd yards away. And yet we can almost pick up everything they're saying out in the middle, which sometimes isn't a good thing. I'm not sure I've ever had to apologise for something a fielder has said. I have had to apologise for T20 nights when the hospitality area down to our right is a lot busier. It's not necessarily that they're saying things they shouldn't be saying, but there's just a lot of chatter about inconsequential things.
Yeah.
Mind you, we give a lot of chatter.
Well,
about
I was going to say it's
things.
not something I can complain about terribly much, but yes.
There's a lot of I don't think they realise when they've had a few drinks that we don't necessarily need to know all about their business meetings and. Anyway, end of the over, 35 gone, 15 left. This is where I think it could get interesting. 165 for 5. Mind you, will that wicket just mean that Sussex have to just enter a bit of a rebuilding phase again, or do they just have to say, well, everything must go?
I think Carter will feel that he's in a rhythm now, 46 or 52. So I think he'll be looking to keep going. But you're right, do they just take a little time? They've probably got a couple of overs. We've got 15 overs left to go now, so a couple of overs to get himself in, Lamb, and that's just clipped away for a single.
Moriarty not happy, was he, with the way how that ball worked out? He sort of gave a gesture.
Yes, it's his first over from that Cromwell Road end. Everyone just waiting for a second.
One day I'd like to get all of the, talk about quizzes, I'd like to get all of the regular BBC county cricket commentators in a room and do a cricket quiz.
Oh, I'd come last.
And one of them would be, how many of you here could name all 36 ends in the main county cricket
Can you
venues?
do that?
I don't think I could, no.
I couldn't.
So ignoring outgrounds,
I know.
how many of the 36 ends could you do? And that would be, I mean, it wouldn't be fair because it's their stock in trade, if you like, and it would show some up to just have other things, better things to think about.
Yes,
which,
and I think it gives a
fair.
benefit to those reporters who do away matches, for instance.
Yes, there is. I suppose, there's some. Yeah, so I mean, Harmsy goes everywhere.
Yeah, so there are a few who would have no excuse.
Next time I see him, and I'm working with him quite a few times in the studio in Guildford coming up. He was here on Thursday with me actually as well. I might ask him how many of those he could do.
Yeah, the test
I
grounds.
won't do it on air.
The test grounds would be all right, wouldn't they? But then. It's a good solid over from Moriarty. He'll settle for that. Just 4 singles from it. 169 for 5. So the run rate was just getting up towards the 5-ish and is now that 5 and over is remaining elusive currently. These two just setting about their business. And you can't help Carter now just 2 runs away from his half century if he can get there.
5 and over from here puts them, adds another 70 runs, so puts them about 240.
He could just score 6 though.
That's some hit. And it takes Carter to 50, and that's a way to go to it. 56 balls, 54 runs in 54 minutes, so and 5 4s and 2 6s, including that one, which he's hoiked through mid-wicket.
That really was a good shot. He spotted the length immediately, didn't he?
Oh, what a stop. That's an outstanding piece of fielding.
Little hack, yeah, it really was. That looked like 4 from the minute it left the bat. Again, as we said, poor cameraman might have been doing exactly the same.
No run comes the call from Carter.
Altogether easier bit of fielding on that occasion.
4th list day half century for Ollie Carter. Got a half century against Kent at Arundel, 68 on that occasion, which is his highest list day score. He'll add 4 more to that. Moves on to 58.
He's being very, he's just picking the length so well, and if at the moment the bowler Revis is just dropping fractionally short, he's on it immediately.
He goes fuller, Revis, and the outcome is a single. 59 from 60, Carter.
As the Wasp is rising, 262. Projected score. Another decent over for Sussex, 11 from it.
Other scores in this group. Group B, Kent 195 for 6 in the 39th over against Somerset. Northamptonshire 179 for 7 against Middlesex after 34 overs. And at Chester Street, Durham 173 for 6 against Warwickshire with 13 overs left there.
Interestingly poised. But Somerset look as if they're going well again.
One thing's for certain, Sussex absolutely have to win here.
Yeah. Moriarty, it's cut away, but it'll only be a single. doesn't really have a run-up, Moriarty, does he? He has a walk-up.
Yeah, there's a few spinners like that, aren't there? I mean, Shane Warne didn't used to.
No. This is aerial, but safe. And has a little look at his bat there, and
Conversely, who would you say is the spinner that puts the most into their,
actually has quite a long run.
or puts most into their action, maybe? You know. Oh, hello.
Oh, that's going to go for 6. That's a good shot.
Beyond the sight screen.
Yeah, cleared the sight screen at the Cromwell Road. And
There's a car down there that I fear for.
I do too.
It's gone beyond that as well, because someone's
do
had
you
to
think-
rescue it.
Yeah, and the ice cream van almost came in for. Oh, here comes the ball. Excellent. Well retrieved. Ah, thank you
Yeah.
to the gentleman in the pink shorts and the man bag. Excellent. That's a good question. Right, Moriarty, that is cut away, and they'll just take a single. Derek Underwood, if you're too young to remember Derek Underwood.
My dad's cricket hero is a Kent fan.
He ran in properly and bowled quickly for a spinner. Surprisingly long run up.
I think I've told this story on the stream before, but my dad went to school. He's of a similar age group, I think, to Derek Underwood. Underwood went to a different school, but he went to a cricket match that his school were playing in. Pulled up in this minibus or whatever, and saw this kid, young lad, 13, 14 maybe, with a coach out on the bowling balls, and the coach had this sort of handkerchief, and this kid was dropping it on the handkerchief as he was moving it round the thing. And then maybe he wasn't as young as that, maybe he was about 15, 16, I don't know. And then a few years later he's watching TV, watching the test match on the telly, and going, that's that kid. And it was Derek Underwood.
And he could drop it on a handkerchief as well. He was, yes, a very special talent. It really wasn't until Graham Swan came along.
So we're going to get Hill. He's none for 17 from his first 5. Yeah, I mean, Graham Swan, of course, was a very late developer certainly in terms of England Test matches. He featured in some limited overs internationals, sort of in the late 90s, early 2000s. But that'll be fielded by Bess for the cost of 2 runs. But I think, by his own admission, was not at the maturity level.
Right.
For touring and things like that, and I think him and Andrew Flintoff were quite young call-ups around that time, and were both seen as perhaps a bit too much trouble for teenagers on tour. And then Swan. I remember Graham Swan being a sort of on the radio with Gabby Logan on 5 Live on a Saturday morning as a sort of a bit of a personality and a sort of just a jobbing cricketer, if you like, a good cricketer, good first-class cricketer, but an entertainer and a good guy with some good stories, sort of tales from the dressing room, that kind of thing. And then suddenly, weight of wickets suddenly brought him in. He must have had some sort of realisation that actually there's a place for me here.
Yeah.
And probably someone told him, look, you've got talent, knuckle down. And he produced some,
his numbers are insane.
And for a few years, probably the world's best.
Yeah.
Until Nathan Lyon came along, I suppose. That's going to be 4. Save your legs on that one.
Really beautifully placed from Carter.
And Ollie Carter moves to his highest List A score.
Which the knowledgeable crowd seemed to have cottoned onto, because he did get warm applause for that 4.
No comes the firm call from Carter as Lamb sort of tentatively wandered down the pitch.
You mentioned Phil Tufnell as well earlier, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I used to report on the occasional test match.
197 for 5, by the way, at the end of the over, 11 to go.
And we'd be in the bubble at Lord's, and we were shoved over to one end, where Phil Tufnell and then Graham Swan worked out that they could come in and have a nap whenever they'd overdone it slightly the night before and maybe commentated too hard during the day. So I quite often be reporting with the gentle snoring of 2 ex-England spinners
as your accompaniment. Oh dear me, we ever tempted to draw a moustache on one of them? Or,
tough as you could have done. I think Swan would have woken up, but tough as he could really.
Tufnell used to nap heavily on tour, didn't he?
He did.
You'd find him in the corner of a dressing room just snoring away,
Another
and then being
reason
told
he was known as the cat.
Yeah, then being told that he'd have to go out and bat.
Milnes is back in.
Of course, one of the great Tufnell sledges was, or the sledge towards Tufnell was not from any players, but from that famous, was it Bay? What number? The MCG, and one of, as we walked out to bat, or was he fielding? He might be fielding, to be fair. One of them shouted out, "Tuffers, can we borrow your brain? I'm building an idiot."
A bit harsh, but yes, it's very Australian. And interesting that Yorkshire have turned to Milne at this stage.
Yeah, and also from the other end as well.
Yeah.
So down the hill. Which sometimes takes a little bit of adjustment actually at Hove.
Yeah. And also he bowled so well from up hill, but obviously there's slightly concerned Don Bess with the way these two are going about things.
Ooh. Slower bouncer.
It was, and it was well played in the end.
Sometimes with those you can play sort of 3 or 4 shots before it even reaches you. You can sort of, do I hook it? Do I ramp it? Do I duck? And then in the end you're sort of forced to almost swat the ball because you've decided late in the piece.
It's the old slow baseball shot. Good to see racing through the first single, just in case there is a second. There isn't.
Well, I tell you what, I haven't got to 200 yet, but I tell you what, if whatever it was for 3,
22 for
22 for 3, they might have taken, if you said 200 for 5 with 10 overs left.
Yes, gee whiz. Because now that, yes, I'm not going to say anything, I don't want to scupper it, and that's slapped nicely out into the covers. There is a man out there, but that does bring up 200. Which, you're absolutely right, Andrew. At 22 for 3, they really looked in bother, and they were 89 for 4 as well. So to have now got to 200 for 5 on the back of 2 excellent wicket-keeper batter innings. Carter needs to continue though, you feel. There's a bit of field changing going on, certainly protecting the offside. So it's helped into the leg side for a single. And that's quite an expensive over for Milne given how he's bowled so far. It gives away 4 singles. So 201 for 5 at the end of the 40th, and at the end of the 20th it was 82 for 3, so really good next 20 overs.
There you can see the job that Ollie Carter has done. 73 from 67. John Simpson, of course, aiding and abetting that with 65 from 78. Charlie Tier 35 at the top of the order.
Which was decent, given what was going on around him. And there are the bowling figures. Mills still dominating proceedings with his 3 for 21 from 7. And also the fact that he's going at 3 and over.
George Hill returning from the CN, or not returning, continuing from the CN. I think he was bowling before, wasn't he? Bowled 1 over. Up against Carter. And Carter forces that away. Yes, he says. And they go for the second run, and they'll get the second run.
I like the way Carter really races through for the first run, just in case there's misfield opportunities.
And it does put the fielder under pressure, doesn't it? So the
Absolutely.
throw is less likely to be accurate. You could enforce a misfield. And we saw earlier what can happen if you're, even if you've got the ball in your hand, that actually the pressure to get it back in can cause problems. That's into space, where Don Bess will come running around and get the throw back in. Single to Carter. He moves on to 76. Lamb is 10.
I'm trying to work out what Don Bess has done to his left hand, because it's pretty heavily.
It really is heavily strapped, isn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, to the point where he can't open it, can he? Flicked away, 4 runs. Danny Lamb joining the fun.
Good shot. Was that, he took that off stump. It wasn't a half volley on leg stump at all. Really good work.
So score predictor at 278, which would require 70 basically from the last 10, so 7 and over to get there. And we've had 7 off this over so far. Make that 8 as they come through quickly.
This has been a terrific turnaround from Sussex from where they were.
It has, yeah, we see Best there.
Who hasn't done a lot wrong as skipper. These bowlers haven't bowled that badly.
See if we can get any sort of, because it looks to us like he's got it heavily strapped, doesn't it? But I'm not sure what. Yeah.
Just got a small glimpse of it.
Another run there to add to the total. 210 for 5. Yeah, you can see there there's something on that left hand of his, but he's now tucking it
Yes.
in. He knows we're talking about him. We had that at because we are in a commentary box here at Hove, just by the way. But at Arundel, you are out in the open air under a tent, and you could certainly get to hear what players were saying on the boundary rope. In fact, one or two were talking to support staff in sports people's language.
Okay, yes.
Right by our effects mic, which we had to dump
Nice.
just over the boundary rope. So we had to go and tell Finn Hudson-Prentice at one point that you do realise that everything you say is being picked up by that thing.
It is the joy of an out ground, yes.
So the players' pavilion there, Sussex staff, and you can see Jack Carson ready and waiting if and when called upon.
Quarter to 2. We've still got 9 overs left. Oh, terrific shot that, because I don't think he got it with the full amount of the bat, and it's gone for 6. It's almost off the toe. He almost toe-ended that for 6. Terrific timing from Carter. Oh, hand came off. Still mowed it for 6.
50 partnership between these two off just 44 balls, 53 runs. And a little under half an hour.
Well, no one's treated Milnes with that little respect so far in his now 8th over. Short, nearly gets the edge.
And some game playing going on, I think, there.
Yeah, the bowler was half interested because the wicket-keeper had thrown the ball up in the air, but the wicket-keeper was just throwing the ball up in the air in a slightly I-caught-it manner.
Yeah, Duke has kind of done Milnes there, I think. Because Milnes wasn't interested until Duke did that.
Yeah. Again, banging it in short of a length. Nicely turned away by Carter, who moves to 84 from 73.
There's an element of the wicket-keeper as well doing the sort of same work that they might do for one down the leg side, where if he says he might have hit that, therefore it's closer to the bat than the square leg umpire might think. Who is fielding, the square leg umpire is sticking around at point at the moment, but you know, and sort of trying to prevent an overhead wide maybe from being called. They do that, the wicket keepers, don't they? Try to con the umpires to that it's hit something, therefore it can't be a wide. I've heard something, therefore
it cannot be a wide. Yes, you always appeal.
And it never works.
It was good to see the drop and go on the leg side there, because there is so much room for that drop and go. Everyone back on the leg side.
Yeah, he's very much bowling to an offside field, isn't he? It's going to be short and wide outside, off stump you'd feel. So mixing his lengths up, full, short. Keeping Carter, particularly Carter, because he does occasionally like to give himself room. He's trying to avoid that.
Be interested to see whether they take Milnes out of the attack after this, leaving a couple of overs for the death.
Slower one there.
It was clever slower ball. Well bowled. 219 though for 5.
9 from the over, so they take that as a got some replacement bats coming out for Carter. Has he broken one?
Did sound, that last shot did sound, even the fact that it was a slower ball, it didn't sound entirely as it should.
Well, he's got himself a new blade. He's made 85 with the old one, so can't have been too bad. His partnership worth 56 off 49. Blue skies above the First Central County ground at Hove. Sun out. Hill bowling. And Carter getting to 86.
Yes. So far, relatively chanceless. Just been really good batting.
And then some invention from Danny Lamb brings a boundary. And this is what will have to happen in the closing stages when there are gaps. You have to find them, and a little bit of a lap sweep.
Brave, it was a full toss, but he took it off middle stump pretty much.
Full up from Hill, dugouts, but still a single because everybody, a lot of fielders are out on the rope at the moment, as you might imagine.
Yeah, I think the last delivery he was attempting the Yorker, wasn't he, that he didn't get right and was reverse clipped for 4, but that was a much better ball.
Trying to be aggressive, Carter. Again, doesn't quite connect with it, so only a single.
Good response from the bowler. Saw him coming, fired it in at the toes.
Sussex will always take 8 off the first 4 balls of an over if they're offered it. Oh, wonderful. That is a wonderful shot again from Danny Lamb. Invention, bravery, lofted it over Cliff's head.
That must so irritate you as a bowler. Brilliantly played, but you haven't bowled that bad a delivery.
And it's a shot you wouldn't have seen 10 years ago.
No, absolutely right.
It is a shot of the 2020s, if you in both senses of the word. Now there's a bit of a conflab between Milnes and Hill. Milnes has given Hill some advice. Now Don Best, the captain, is going to get involved. Everybody's getting involved.
He's a handy man to have coming in, isn't he, Danny Lamb? Just looking at his numbers, he averages over 30, he's got 350s, and his strike rate's 118 in list A.
Well, he doesn't die wondering, Danny Lamb.
No, I can see that.
Digs that one out, get himself a single, holds on to the strike, so 12 off that over. See plenty of fans in on a bank holiday Sunday, the final home game for Sussex. They've got one more in this competition away from home at Edgbaston on Tuesday, facing Warwickshire. Again, that will be a must-win game as well, and even then, as we were discussing earlier, possibly not even making it through if they get 5 wins, but we'll see what happens. We've got to win this one first, and they're in still a perilous position, really, given just the pressure that the Yorkshire batters' previous scores would put you under. But 231 for 5 is a score that they might have expected to have reached at 50 overs if they were lucky.
The early stages, absolutely.
But they've got 7 overs to spare now, in which they can add not quite bonus runs, because they do need to try and get up towards 300 if they can manage it somehow. 10 and over from here would get them up towards that figure,
which is pretty much what they've been pottering along at for the last. They've scored, what have they got, 30 off the last 3.
What were they after 33?
After 33, 155 for 4.
Right, so that's 76 off the last 10. So 7.5. Again, that would put them up towards 280.
Cliff into the attack. That swung away. Very good stop. Very good stop. Keeps them down to 2. Excellent fielding. Crowd were all ready to celebrate the 4 runs.
He's furious with himself.
It's just been beaten to within an inch of its life, that bat, after missing out on that shot. So he misses it, and then look at that.
I think, is he furious because he realises he shouldn't have played that shot to that ball? It's coming into him, isn't it?
No, I think it's the fact he missed it. Oh, damn that. I wouldn't like to be a bat in the Lamb household. Good slower ball. And it's just cuffed out rather into the offside, and they trot through for single, but no real timing.
It is a handy knock, isn't it? 29 off 30 when you're coming in at number 7.
And your team's still in a spot of bother.
You want to try and get towards 50 if you can.
Add to his 3 currently in his List A career. one this season. Oh, has he got enough of it? He has. He has, going for a long area as well. That's one of the, probably the longest boundary in the ground. And he has mown that. He's stepped outside leg. He's pulled it from outside leg to cow corner for a magnificent 6. Still not quite sure how he played that. It was brilliant.
Brutal hitting from Ollie Carter. The Eastbourne-born wicket-keeper batsman is 7 away from a maiden list day century.
93 off 77. What was his first 50? Came off 55, so he's rather sped up. Oh, and that goes like a...
That's again a well-hit shot for 1.
Beautifully controlled though. If you want to watch how to play the pull shot, rolled his wrists, ball into the ground, never gave a chance. Superb stuff.
The irony is, of course, it's always the way with cricket that if you miss-hit that and it falls into that vacant mid-wicket area, you could probably got time to run too.
Let's go for the aesthetics. Slower ball. Clothed a little, but it doesn't really matter because it brings up the 11th run of the over.
This will be a little bit frustrating for Yorkshire now, I feel. I think they're probably a little bit annoyed that they've allowed Sussex to get into... They're not allowed them, obviously, but
yes,
that Sussex have got themselves into this position. Yorkshire will still feel, rather like Sussex did on Thursday, although they end up losing, that they've got the power to overhaul whatever Sussex set them. But from here, from 24 for 3s, you can see on your screen, 242 for 5.
24 for 3, sorry.
A bowling change and return to the CA, Matt Milnes.
So Milnes, yeah, you did say that he'd be held back for a couple towards the end.
But even so, there's 6 overs to go. He's only got 2 left now.
So he's going to bowl the 45th and probably the 47th.
7th. So the 49th will fall to somebody else. No, it's interesting times at the moment. With these two going so well.
Yeah,
As we were
partnership is 79, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, you and I were talking about when do they attack. They started actually attacking in the 27th over and haven't stopped since, really.
Not a run there.
No, very nearly a drop and run, but good work from the keeper, Duke.
Danny Lamb was keen. I think Danny Lamb's keen on a run whenever he hits the ball.
Yes, quite. There we are, they've got the bowling figures now in front. Milnes 3 for 30 in his 9th. So Cliff's got 2 left, Hill's got 2 left, Revis 2. I don't think we'll see the spinners again.
No.
So they do have enough seamers to cope.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that was a full toss that I don't know quite how managed to get out to square leg. Let's just see how that happened.
Well, he's miles over on the leg on the offside.
Yeah, trying to ramp it and it goes out square. Extraordinary. Anyway, they take 1.
Yeah, the spinners combined 12 overs, no maiden, 1 for 89.
Yes.
So maybe a lesson in that for John Simpson later on.
I was thinking that the spinners really didn't look dangerous. I know Best did eventually get a wicket. Oh, and that's
out.
Disappointing.
And that's the end of Ollie Carter. A dazzling innings from Ollie Carter comes to an abrupt halt on 94. But he's batted superbly. He'll be disappointed to fall 6 short of a century, which would have been his first in list A cricket, but he's got his highest score and he's got his team into a position where they might be able to post a competitive total. He'll be disappointed to have not seen this through to the end. Sussex still have some work to do if they're to bat through their 50 overs. But an excellent innings, which is getting a rapturous ovation.
And thoroughly deserved. Superb. Rescuing his side when they're in all sorts of bother.
Incoming batter for the Sussex Sharks, wearing number 16. Please welcome Jack Carson.
So Jack Carson then to the crease, and as I mentioned, he's done some good work with the bat. 50 not outs against Kent, 73 against Middlesex, 28 not out against Lancashire, again helping the team home. That Kent innings, of course, he hit the winning runs. And 35 against Somerset. Didn't need to bat against Northampton in that run chase. So he's, apart from the 4 against Durham, he's contributed in many ways with the bat, Jack Carson.
Well, it'd be handy if he could do so again. But that really was a top innings. I was just looking at his 50 was off 55 balls, so he scored 44 off the next 24. So
well, Carson isn't going to contribute anything more than a first ball duck.
And Milnes has a fifer and is now on a hat-trick for the second time in the game.
Spooned up in the air, Don Best takes the catch. Carson following his county championship duck at Scarborough with a duck in this one-day cup match. Right down the throat of Don Best. Yorkshire hitting back late on. 5 wickets now for Milnes. I think for the second time in this day cricket. I will double check that.
Right. Let's have a look. Yes, 5 for 79. Were his best figures before this. So these will be his new best figures, because I don't think he's going to concede
48 runs
in the next over and a half.
Sussex would be in a strong position then if they did that. Archie Lenham, spinner replaces spinner. And Lenham again contributed well with a bat against Kent.
Oh yeah. Isn't that the 45 not out?
Yes. But this for a potential hat-trick. Milnes on a hat-trick. He likes that! He's got the hat-trick!
What a hat-trick delivery. You haven't got to slip in. Don Bess, can't believe it. Well, what a change round. 6 for 31, including a hat-trick. And he had 2 and 2 balls earlier in the innings as well. Remarkable from Milnes. What a performance. So that's new best figures for him in the competition. Ooh.
And it's the second Yorkshire bowler in the space of 3 years, or 2 years, to take a hat-trick in a one-day cup match. Matt Revis did so against Kent.
I'm pleased he's got his hat-trick, but I'm not sure that was hitting leg stump.
Grazing it, I would say. But
yes,
he's bowled superbly. He's bowled superbly.
He has.
Sussex Sharks, wearing number 5. Please welcome Henry Broken.
And there he is, running into screen.
And Meyer would do superb. Well, this has rather changed the match as what were we talking about? 270, 280. Lamb's still there, but it's going to be interesting times now for Sussex for the final 5 overs, with just the 2 wickets now in hand.
If you're looking for omens, Sussex fans, Matt Revis took a hat-trick against Kent a couple of years ago, but they lost the match.
Ah.
Milnes, can he take 4 in 4? Crocombe denies him. Well, what an over, what a performance from Matt Milnes so far. 6 for 31, without question. His best bowling figures in this format. He's got himself a hat-trick.
Brilliant, brilliant. And he only conceded a single in the over as on top of all of that.
Outstanding, outstanding stuff.
Well, we wondered why he was brought back at that point rather than being saved for maybe the final 2 overs. What do we know? Well done, Don Bess. But particularly, that is brilliant from Matt Milnes.
Took 7 wickets in the match in the county championship against Sussex at Scarborough. That innings victory for Yorkshire.
Also, well done to the Sussex fans who've actually applauded him very, very sportingly.
Oh, we're a nice bunch round here.
I can see.
So yes, Sussex now just looking to try and survive through to those 50 overs. I did say they'd have a lot of work on when Ollie Carter fell. Well,
yes.
Jack Carson and Archie Lenham departing. Did say it wouldn't be a day for spinners. I didn't realise that would include with the bat as well.
No, you're absolutely right. Yes, they haven't.
So
Henry Crocombe.
this has just changed the tenor of the innings. Crocombe can hit a long ball, as they say.
Well, really, what he's got to do is stay there, hasn't he? He's got a high score this season of 15, but yeah, 47, strike rate of just under 90. Average is over 19, so yeah, no mug. Oof.
He'll go through.
Yes, that was a very half-hearted look at the umpire from the bowler there. It's the full toss has just turned around the corner. It's been given as a single anyway. Lamb now, 32 from 34, likes to attack.
Well, he's got to from here, hasn't he? 8 down.
But if he gets out now, and there's 4 overs and 3 balls left. And he doesn't take on the slow bouncer, instead he just turns it round the corner for a single.
Yeah, there's 2 men out for that shot. That ball is a deliberate one to try and bring those 2 into play. There's now that going to move that man for Crocombe. They're going to move him to mid-on. 1 back on the hook.
Yeah.
There is a fine leg in place as well.
Okay, so they've got 2 back for the short delivery.
That is absolutely fine. Oh, no, it is a wide, says the square leg umpire. I didn't see his movement as much.
Decently played to mid-on, and they go through for a single, but it's all slowed down a little bit, but that wide will have helped. Booming. I'm just wondering, as it was down the leg side as well, whether it was in fact given for leg side rather than height, I don't know.
Yeah, I certainly think the square leg umpire, although I'm referring to him as that, but he's standing at point.
Ooh. Look at this.
Yeah, our lunch has been delivered. Freshly made and on plates and everything.
Ooh, perfect. That's cut away nicely, but there is the man out on the cover boundary.
End of the 46th, 4 overs to go, 2:49 for 8, and I will come back to the talking point we've said throughout this innings, is that Sussex a couple of hours ago would have taken this,
yes,
but 10 minutes ago wouldn't have done.
No.
And I wonder whether they feel happy or not.
Yeah, I'm going to guess not.
Me too.
And you can just see that one man has rather dominated proceedings with the ball.
6 of 31 for Matt Milnes.
And Carter and Simpson, those two excellent innings.
George Hill.
So they are going to keep Milnes back for one more in case they need him.
Yeah, so whether he'll bowl, if he bowls from, yeah, I don't know which button he'll bowl from and which over he'll take. But of course, Yorkshire only need to take a couple more wickets to end this here and now, as Hill will look to try and do that. Ooh, rather ugly swipe from Lamb, who is trying to send everything he can towards either Worthing or Eastbourne.
It's a good slower ball, and he was having to fetch it from a long way outside off stump. Because there is space out on the leg side, you can see why that's where they would be hoping to send the ball.
That is massive. That's over the hospitality stand. That would be in a Eastbourne direction. And yeah, well done that man. Fine. It's got, and that's taken Sussex past 250.
And the umpire just checking the ball after it had clattered around for a bit.
Yeah, we had a ball that was under the covers and at one stage, and nobody could find it for ages. And in the end, of course, the umpire goes, "I want to have a look at that." And studied it for a while. Now that's hit something, and that will run down towards the boundary. These are valuable runs for the Sharks in this over. 6 and a 4. A 4 of some form. It's come off the bat, I think.
It's quite lucky, because if it hadn't come off the bat, it would have been 5 wides.
Yeah, that's the irony, isn't it? That Sussex have probably been better off leaving that.
Leaving that, yeah, taking the 5 wides, extra ball. Oh. You don't think like that, though, do you? Not
No.
when you're batting.
Good ball, but squeezed out. Good shot. They'll get the single. Oh, they thought about running, but no. So 11 from the first 4 balls. Another boundary here would make it interesting.
Yep.
3 overs left, and they can add, yeah, get up towards 280 maybe.
Yeah, which is eminent. If a run a ball from here will get you to 279.
True. Hammered down the ground, but there is a man down there, Don Bess.
This game has swung, hasn't it? Every so often it seems as soon as one team is in the ascendancy, the other one just comes roaring back.
It's been an odd ebb and flow to it. Full toss. Not got hold of, just a single. So 13 off the over. Sussex will be happy with that, although Yorkshire will be happy that it was only 13 after it was 10 from the first 3. 262 for 8, 3 overs left.
The other good thing was the single off the last over means that Lamb's on strike as well.
So if you imagine 8 and over, as you see the self-serve bar there, imagine 8 and over possibly, gets you to 286. That's something defendable, you would imagine on this pitch, but as I say, the Yorkshire totals have been very formidable, as now crisps are being delivered as well now.
Salt and vinegar.
Revis from the Cromwell Road end.
That's just helped him to the leg side. He trot through for 1. Creeping closer to a possible half-century Lamb, 47 off 42. A score of 74 this season, that was against Durham. Oof, and this has gone a long way up in the air. Has it carried? It has. I thought it might have just bounced in front of the rope, but it's gone for 6. Well played, Crocombe. That's handy.
Yeah, and also that's the longest part of the ground, isn't it? Really.
Yes, that's the second 6 we've seen. Just have the legs to get over the boundary rope in that corner.
Short one, no, says the square leg umpire.
Oh, it's down the leg side though.
Maybe from our angle it's a bit deceptive.
Yes,
possibly.
maybe it came down there afterwards.
So I'm using
Just having a little look at it again.
using the square leg umpire advisedly, because he is at point.
No, fair play.
Oh,
Quite right. So it's easy to get into that I'll run on anything
yes,
stage at this point of the match.
it is. That one went straight to live.
You've still got 2 overs left. You've taken 7 from the over already.
I'll repeat what I said before. Another boundary in this over would aid matters.
Wouldn't it? Once again, it's a good bouncer. Follows him. Doesn't want to take on the short ball, does he, Crocombe?
I presume now, though, that will be the last short ball in this over.
It's the 5th of the it's the 5th ball of the over, so
He knows this will be fuller.
yep.
Wonder whether he might hide it out wide. Yep, tried to.
After a very good start to that over for Sussex, it was a very good fight back indeed by Revis with 4 dot balls, 7 from the over, 269 for 8, and with 2 overs remaining.
So don't forget that you can visit the beer festival during the half an hour that we'll have between innings, of course.
I have actually cheated and looked up the first answer on the quiz.
Oh
as
yes.
well, which I can't give out, obviously, because people are doing it. But it was an intrigue, yes.
It's certainly question worthy.
Yes, I'll tell you at the lunch interval. We'll discuss whether to address the nation with it later.
The world, indeed.
In the world, indeed, not just the nation.
Via the miracle of internet streaming. As Milnes is going to finish up from the C end. 6 for 31, including a hat-trick. Slapped away through the fielder in the ring and for 4. And Danny Lamb moves to 50. He was on 47, and that takes him to 50. 5 boundaries, 1-6.
Our century for Danny Lamb of 43 balls, including 5 fours and 1-6.
Very good 50.
It's his 4th in List A cricket, as you mentioned earlier. And that's been squirted away. That will be at least a couple. Yes, just a couple. Again, another good start to an over for Sussex. They've been sort of top-loading their their overs, which is always good if you can get a boundary off the first couple of balls of an over and try and build it from there. But of course, as you said, Yorkshire hit back in that last over with a few dots. What has Milnes got up his sleeve? 6 to 37. Lamb on strike. Top edge. Where's that going to go? Should be caught. Is caught. Danny Lamb's fun and games come to an end. Milnes has a 7th in the innings.
Ridiculous.
And Sussex are 9 down. 275 for 9. Have they done enough? Well, obviously, the bowlers will fancy themselves to defend anything, but this Yorkshire batting lineup has certainly put some big scores together.
That's still a top innings. I know he hasn't been able to see the side home, but to have kept the run rate going just when his team needed to at the end there. And they managed to add another, is it 32 in pretty brisk time, Ian Crocombe.
So yeah, but 374 Yorkshire made against Northamptonshire. 354 they made against Durham. That was batting first. Batting second, they've actually had not that big a totals to chase, particularly against Middlesex. But they overhauled 294 against Lancashire at York. They'll come through, they'll run on that. Absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, to be honest, what have we got? 9 balls left. If we get 9 singles, that would be perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, take 285, and
yeah,
that would be.
It's a total that asks questions, isn't it?
It is, yeah. As I say, 294 Lancashire made. Yorkshire got that with 3 overs to spare. 7 wickets in hand as well. That's a good ball. That's a really good ball. It's going to all be about that if Sussex can take early wickets, because that top order is stacked.
It's the only match they've lost. They were dismissed for 247.
Yes, Somerset beat them in the final over. I think they hit the winning shot was a 6 with the first ball of the last over. Bunted down the ground only to mid-off, single. End of another successful over for Milnes. He finishes with the outstanding figures of 10 overs, 7 for 38, and it includes a hat-trick, the second hat-trick for a Yorkshire bowler in List A cricket in the last 3 years. What a performance from him.
Absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Just to repeat the message that the area behind the
it's the economy rate as well. He's bowled so well this season. Coming into this, he was only conceding 4.5. He's conceded even less than that over in this match.
4 for 29 he took against Middlesex.
Yeah.
He's having quite the tournament. I think if you're picking a team of the group stage, he's got to be in contention, isn't he?
Yes, he'd feel quite hard done by if he got left out, that's for sure. Final over, and that's slapped up to mid-on. There is only one. Decent throw. Decent throw.
It's all about what Sussex can scramble now. Can they see it through without losing their final wicket?
So he'll 0 for 59 after 1 ball of his 10th and final over. Current run rate 5.65, big turnaround from early on. Again, it's a good full-length delivery. Bowled that ball well, Hill today.
Yeah, his figures will feel a little tough on him, I think. None for 60 thus far.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty tidily. Not always dangerously, but he really has made batters work for their runs. Slap straight to cover and they decide we'll take a single whatever.
Sensible as well not to shy at the stumps, because obviously there's no fielders running into backup because they're so far away.
Yes, if he'd missed there was a second, so he did exactly the right thing, Adam Lyth.
That was the Jofra Archer thing again in the super over, where he fielded off his own bowling, and Jonathan Agnew in the Test match special box suddenly got panicked. Don't throw it, don't throw it.
Short, pulled. It's well aimed. They should get two. They do get two. Decent shot that from Hunt. That was a decent shot from the number 11.
Yes, he hit the winning runs against Lancashire. He came in that run chase against Lancashire and plonked. Can't remember which bowler it was now, over his head for 4.
Slower ball, well picked up. We'll take another one.
It's been difficult for Sean Hunt. He took 9 wickets in the match against Somerset in the Championship in April, first match after promotion, and then in that managed to get a shoulder injury, which has kept him out for the last 4 months. It's only in this tournament that he's come back into the fray. Was expensive on his return against Lancashire, but hit the winning runs there and it was excellent with the ball against Somerset.
That's dug out again. It's well bowled, decent final over, but they took 7 from it. They get the score up to 284 for 9. First 25 overs, 97 for 4. So they've added 187 in the second 25 overs. Despite the tumble of wickets. Yeah, so look at that. There we go.
It's all about, sorry, so I was going to say it's all about that middle order for Sussex. That engine room, John Simpson 65 off 78, Danny Lamb 53 off 45, but the star turn, Ollie Carter with his list A high score of 94 from 79, a brutal innings at times, and that's helped Sussex recover after the loss of early wickets.
Yeah, and there we are. We were talking about the how the run rate went up, and we look at the Manhattan for that second 25 overs, and apart from the hat-trick in the 45th over, it's largely all about Sussex scoring very well indeed. Now, we mentioned that hat-trick. Milnes, 7 for 37. What figures?
Just astonishing bowling.
10 overs and 7 wickets.
And he's just getting his props on the scoreboard and over the tannoy as well. There you can see the worm and the impact that he had
Yes,
in over 5 and over 45. So yeah, he's done the damage at the top end and in the latter stages as well.
7 of the 9 wickets to fall.
There's the partnerships.
Again, the middle section, isn't it?
It is, and the end, Danny Lamb and Henry Crocombe putting on 32, and actually the 41 runs that those last 2 wickets have put on, they could in the end prove, possibly prove vital, but and the run rate does. We talked about it flatlining, didn't we? After about sort of 15 overs or so, it climbs, as you rightly said, from about 25 overs onwards to a rate which has given Sussex something to defend, but it's going to be very difficult against a Yorkshire team that contains a lot of talent, and there's plenty of batting in there. So I'll have to see how Sussex can fare, and of course from a Yorkshire perspective whether they can knock off that's 285 that they'll need, and we'll rejoin you in a little under half an hour's time.
Just to repeat, we welcome volunteers from 45 different cricket clubs from across the country today, with nearly 700 tickets given to those volunteers as a small gesture and a thank you from Sussex Cricket Foundation and Sussex Cricket for all that you do for the game in Sussex. Good afternoon everyone, we really hope you're enjoying your day with us today. Just a quick health and safety reminder from all of us here at Sussex Cricket. With today's warm weather, please remember to stay hydrated and apply sun protection and seek shade where possible. If you're seated for long periods, we also recommend standing, stretching or moving regularly to support circulation and help prevent issues such as DVT or blood pressure discomfort. Your well-being matters to us, so please stay safe, stay comfortable and enjoy the game. A quick shout out to Isaac Hewitt, who is celebrating his 18th birthday today. Congratulations, Isaac. The message you see here from your dad Neil, and no doubt all your colleagues at Broadwater Cricket Club wishing you the same. So I hope you're enjoying your day this Isaac, and welcome again to the first Central County Ground here at home. Match umpires Conor McGarry and Siri Shenigan. Just a reminder that in power play one with no more than two fielders are permitted outside the fielding restriction area.
Well, hello and welcome back to the first Central County Ground here at Hove for this Metro Bank One Day Cup match between Sussex and Yorkshire, and the Sussex Sharks setting Yorkshire 285 to win in 50 overs. Sussex have to win this match if they are to retain any hope of qualifying for the latter stages of this tournament. So Sussex with their huddle just as they enter the rope.
Please welcome our Sussex Sharks taking the field led by Captain John Simpson.
As you hear there, John Simpson, the wicket keeper and captain, leads them out to rapturous ovation from a crowd that is steadily, well, say steadily building. It's been building throughout the morning. I've been round the ground, and there's quite a lot of atmosphere. There's a decent sun actually out on the. I went round towards by the City Point bar, and there's quite a bit of sun on the people that are basically down by the ice cream van and all that lot round there.
The queue for the ice cream van, as I did think I might pop out and have a quick ice cream, but no chance.
Because we got one this side of the ground, and there's one the other side of the ground.
It was this side of the ground. Oh yeah, the queue looks much shorter on the other side. I would never have got there in time.
Yes, joining me, Guy Swindles. Guy, the voice of Guy Swindles, no less. Yes, 284. Enough or not?
Against 6 teams in this division, you'd probably say that's going to be, might well be enough. Against Yorkshire, who have so far been the best team, you'd have probably thought 300, so they might be 15, 20 runs shy, but if they can, as Yorkshire did, take early wickets, particularly those of Lythe and Imam Haq, who's averaging 100 in this competition, then things could be a little easier.
Indeed, and Sean Hunt will open the bowling. And Adam Lythe will take the strike for Yorkshire. And you can see there the win predictor at 45%, which suggests, although that is just mathematical algorithm stuff, it doesn't take into account who Yorkshire are and their batters, for example, and their performance in this year's competition, it does suggest that this game is in the balance. Sussex have to take early wickets, you would feel, as Sean Hunt comes in to bowl, and he strays on the hips already of Adam Lythe, and Yorkshire are going to get a leg bye to start off with. Early wickets are the order of the day. Even keeping it tight is not enough.
Because we've seen from the way Simpson, Carter and Lamb went about their business, if you get in, you can start to score.
And also, you know, don't take away the factor of the ball getting older as well.
Yeah.
And the runs being easier to come by. So if they can get the ball moving around, there are 2 slips in place for that very purpose. Hands on knees, the pair of them. Oh, now that's hit Imam, and that's hurt him. That's hurt him, and he's in a great deal of discomfort there.
He just dropped the bat immediately, didn't he? That stung. Was it the...
It's his left hand he's shaken off. He's dumped his glove on the floor.
Elbow or hand, do we think?
I don't know. He's asking for the physio to come out. The square leg umpire is showing some concern. Sore. It might just be a bit of a shock to the system.
Yes.
His elbow. Oh, that's really uncomfortable for him.
Has it hit his funny bone?
Yeah, it might have come up in a bit of a lump as well, you know. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, but tip of the elbow. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Let's have a look on side on.
Can't really quite.
Well, either way, it hurts. So a brief pause while Imam gets himself
Yes.
straightened out a bit.
And you do feel if Yorkshire are to, they won't want to lose Imam ul Haq quite this early, because he's been scoring runs for fun in this competition.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
407 runs at 102.
Mad.
200s already and 250s.
159 against Northamptonshire, 117 against Lancs.
Yeah.
He's moving it all right now.
Yeah, well, if it is now I think it's his. No, it is. It's the funny bone, and if you get hit on the edge of the, it will be all right in a minute, but it hurts like absolute. Nothing very funny about the funny bone. I don't know quite why it's called that.
No. Talking about Inzamam earlier, weren't we? And
yes, his uncle.
He's a better runner than his uncle.
He's pulled off a blinding stop in the field, didn't he?
He did. Now he's just having a check to see whether that hurts. Just getting the bat up. Because that's the important thing, isn't it, about the elbow? It's the flex for a batter.
Exactly. He looks as if it's settling down a little.
Yeah, he's nodding. He's showing good signs. He doesn't look worried. He's got his helmet back on.
So I knew he had a good test record, but I checked out his ODI record, and he scored 3,000 plus runs at 47 in his international
900s
at this format. So this does seem to be his format. So really good signing from Yorkshire.
Yep, he's had about 7.5 years of ODI cricket behind him. He made his T20 debut in early December 2012 when he hadn't turned 17.
Wow.
And that is partly why.
I think his elbow's okay.
I mean, that is a fantastic shot. Hunt dropping short and Imam onto that like a flash.
Yeah, that is. It was just how quickly he spotted the length here, isn't it?
And it's almost like it was a fitness test for him. I mean, he's still sort of shaking off that elbow, but yeah. I suppose in a way Hunt thought, well, I'm going to give him something that's going to require,
yes,
you know, that elbow. And unfortunately for Hunt,
yes,
it was in fine working order.
Yes, it's a pretty experienced opening pair for Yorkshire with these two. It's going to be close to away. No?
I noticed that there were, I read about changes to the, or proposed changes to the wide parameters in one-day cricket that are coming up in October, all to do with batters moving around, and umpires will have to assess where the batter's feet are or at the point of delivery or something like that when it's to do with down the leg side. So there may well be fewer leg side wides in one-day cricket.
Right, okay.
In future. There's that big deck chair at the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Do you have to get there early to get to the big deck chair?
Well, it's certainly changed hands, hasn't it? In the there's two people in it. You could fit a third in there, couldn't you?
Easily.
Wearing number 33, Finn Hudson.
You'd have to all like each other, but you couldn't.
You'd certainly have to know each other, put it that way.
Yes.
If you didn't, you'd know each other by the end of it. Finn Hudson Prentice from the aforementioned Cromwell Road end, which we should rename the giant deck chair end.
It's got really nice areas to watch from. I've had a little wander around at the break. It's good.
Did you get stopped for your autograph at all, or?
Funnily enough, no.
Ah.
I think the only time I've been stopped for an autograph was outside Edgbaston once, and the guy didn't know who I was. He assumed I was an umpire, but because I was coming out, he wanted my autograph anyway.
I remember getting an autograph as a kid from an umpire. I think it was David Shepherd.
Well, that's a good one, because he was famous.
Well, that's what I wanted, because I'd seen him on the telly.
Yeah, on one
hopping
leg.
around, yeah. Yeah, I suppose when I was growing up, it was David Shepherd, Dickie Bird. I think they were the only two that you could. Oh, Mervyn Kitchen, I suppose, would have been another one.
Remembered, yes. Yeah, it was wide. It was there to be hit, but it was on the up, and that, I think, is what they were getting slightly excited about. So,
yeah, shape away, wasn't there, which sort of induced off the edge of the, not quite the edge of the bat, but you know what I mean, the edge of the face of the bat.
Exactly, which is why it went through the air past point, but it was really well placed. So
he was never worried, was he?
No. That does not have the width and is played very smartly.
Adam Lyth sharing a shirt number with John Simpson, sharing an age as well, 37, the pair of them. They've seen some cricket between them, haven't they?
Just. That was interesting. There was I think it was Kent against Middlesex the other day. And the two Kent opening batters were 19 and 18. And Toby Rowland-Jones, who was 37, was bowling to them. Oh, and that does squirt off a thickish inside edge. This unfortunate misfield means they'll get one.
They almost wanted two, but there were some firm shouts from Adam Lyth of no. Yeah, I was there at Lord's the day that Toby Rowland-Jones took a hat-trick to win the county championship.
Oh, wow.
Against Somerset. Sorry, no, Somerset were the other two, against Yorkshire, of course. And yeah, Somerset were the sort of the team that, the third wheel, if you like. Middlesex and Yorkshire sort of put Somerset out of the picture by contriving a declaration and basically making the championship fight between those two on the last day. I say control, it was all fair within the rules and everything else, but they said, go on then, you can, Middlesex. I think the Middlesex captain at the time was James Franklin. I don't know who the Yorkshire captain would have been.
Would it have been
Might have been Adam Lyth.
Might have been Adam Lyth.
And when Lyth came to talk to Franklin, or was it the way around? I can't remember now. One of them was in the loo at the time. That's what I remember. When he was being asked about, it must have been Franklin, because that's a well-known interview. But yeah, he said when they came to talk to me about the possibility of setting up a run chase, he said I was in the loo at the time. I nearly missed it. Nearly missed the whole conversation. End of the second 10 without loss. But, yeah, they set them Middlesex with Yorkshire with some generous bowling, which I think included Adam Lyth bowling himself.
Right, which he can do.
That set the I mean, he chose not. I mean, if you follow me, he chose not to.
Yes,
on that
I
occasion.
understand. Yes, not his.
Yes, not his finest work. 2016, wasn't it? I think.
That rings a bell.
And yeah, they set them, I think 240 off of 60, something like that, was it? Something
which is eminently gettable.
Or 240 off of 40, was it? I can't remember now. 240 off of 40 rings more of a bell. But yeah, Adam Lyth bowled in the declaration bowling, or including the declaration bowling, whether it was entire period, I don't know, but he bowled 7.5 overs, 1 for 77.
Excellent.
And Alex Lees, 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 51.
He got 2.
Lees bowled John Simpson, who had made 31 off 10. And James Franklin made 30 off 14. And in the end, yeah, they set Yorkshire 240 off of I think 40. So I think it was 6 and over they were asking,
which is fair.
And they didn't quite get close enough, and Toby Rowland-Jones finished it with a hat-trick, I believe, anyway.
That's well bowled.
It was a hat-trick spread over 2 overs. So he got Azim Rafiq at the end of the 34th over. There was another wicket in the middle of that Stephen Finn took, and then Rowland-Jones returned to have Andy Hodd and Ryan side bottom out.
Sort of bad. Finn and Rowland-Jones. It's quite a handy opening bowling partnership.
And Tim Murtagh as well.
Of course.
So that's how you win titles, and of course then they got relegated.
But they won the title.
So yeah, so the Middlesex team included John Simpson, of course, Nick Gubbins, Sam Robson, Nick Compton, David Milan, Stephen Eskenazi, who's off on his travels now. Was he signed for Leicestershire, I think?
Has he?
I think so.
Oh, I missed that.
Simpson, Franklin, Rowland-Jones, Ollie Rayner, who we were discussing off air actually at the break, a former Sussex man. Stephen Finn, who then later became a Sussex player.
Yes.
And Tim Murtagh, who I rate as one of the icons of county championship cricket in the last sort of 20 years.
Oh, and I was at his final match, which Middlesex lost and got relegated, and he took 8 wickets, including a 6 for him, at the age of 41 or whatever it was when he retired.
Let's bring it back to Sussex.
Very good over.
Yeah, very good from Sean Hunt, just the 1 run from it.
Had Lythe in trouble as well on occasion. Oh yes, he has. He's gone to Leicestershire on loan to finish the Middlesex talk.
And I think that's with a view to joining permanently next season.
Quite possibly.
Because that's what they tend to do at this time of year, isn't it? They tend to have loan deals because coaches decide and directors of cricket decide that if someone is going to go next year, you might as well get them out of the building now rather than have them skulking around in the background.
Yes. Middlesex didn't know quite. Yes, anyway. Moving on, that's well bowled. Let's concentrate on Sussex.
And of course, Sussex didn't, they had their title-winning era in the 2000s, and then, of course, suffered relegation themselves. So, the glory days can be fleeting. So enjoy them while they last. Unless you're Surrey, of course, in which case you just win championship after championship. But
what a ball! Was
him.
there an edge? Yes, there was. What a ball! And that's the end of Adam Lythe. Well bowled, Hudson Prentice. And that's exactly what Sussex needed. The early wicket. 11 for 1.
yeah, important that, and that is a cracker. That
play.
is a cracker. And it's quite a healthy edge as well, isn't it, when you watch it?
Yes, there's none of those shall I, shan't I give him out. It was he just feathered it through. Well bowled.
Vital early wicket, we did say that. Sussex need that. 11 for 1.
Yeah. And Hudson Prentice, just what was required.
So Adam Lythe made 37 against Durham, 39 against Middlesex.
23, James Wharton.
Yeah, so 6 runs from 12 balls.
But, the rest of the tournament's not been really his either. 13, 5.
No, it hasn't.
3 and 6. So, it's been, it's a good early wicket, don't get me wrong, because he's obviously an experienced quality player, but at the same time, there's others that will need to be removed early as well here.
That's 109 runs in 7 matches.
Yeah.
So yeah. But as you mentioned, this has happened in previous games that Adam Lyth might have gone a little bit early, and
Yorkshire have still done the business.
Charged on.
But they're never a bad thing to see an Ashes winning opener out the way early.
Very true.
2015, of course, Adam Lyth, part of that team.
And that's into the thigh of the fielder. And Wharton immediately looking to clip away into the leg side. He's played 6 matches, 211 runs at 42, a couple of 50s, high score of 84 against Durham last time out.
Yep, just 2 days ago, so he'll be in the mood. He came off the back of Norton 3 against Middlesex Somerset, so it's funny, isn't it, how there's going to be a run, is there? Yes.
Eventually.
Oh, that's deflected off the stumps. They're going to take another run.
That's unnecessary, really. They were always going to make that single.
I must admit, I think, in the interests of attacking fielding, that I would rule a dead ball once the throwers hit the stumps.
Okay.
Would not allow a overthrow from it, because people are backing up for the throw. They're not backing up for a deflection.
Okay. And so you shouldn't be punished for hitting the stumps.
It would encourage throws at the stumps. That's what people want to see. They want to see.
Yes. As we had an example. So that's played nicely by Wharton down to fine leg. We had an example when Adam Lyth didn't try and hit the stumps because there was no one backing up.
But even when there are people backing up, as I say, a deflection can take it.
Absolutely. So
anywhere.
I'm just saying, if you hit the stumps, then you'll be more inclined to go for it if you know that there is no
penalty for whatever. Yeah.
Yes. 3 runs so far from this over and the big wicket of Adam Lyth.
In the same way, you could argue that Ben Stokes, even though he wasn't going to run in the World Cup final, you could argue even if it goes for four, maybe it should not have been allowed. It should have been a dead ball, perhaps.
That's well bowled. And it's a very good over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Decent figures of 1 for 8 at the end of his 2 overs. And the score 14 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, good tidy start from Sussex. They'll need more of that.
They will need more than that, more of that. Particularly if they can, yes, if they could leave Yorkshire where they were, 24 for 3, put the pressure back on.
So the big score 354 for 7 against Durham a couple of days ago. That was led by Finlay Bean in the middle order with 102 off of 57. And Wharton made 84, as I mentioned. But Adam Lyth did contribute 37 and Imam 22. So again, it shows even if though you get those two.
Yeah, good point.
There's more to come. The leg bye through there at the start of this over from Sean Hunt. There's that little atmosphere around the ground now, isn't there? If that's just bubbling under, where people are starting to file back from bars and
yes,
and just chatting away, and the chatter gets a little bit louder when everybody's had a few, and not everybody's found their seats again yet. Oh,
I think we might still be queuing for ice creams.
Yes, I'll say it's a lovely day out there.
Beautiful delivery.
We are. This is going to sound like a complaint, but or a boast, but it really isn't. We are in an air-conditioned commentary box, but if you see that ball from Hunt, that's brilliant. But actually, it's one of those days where you'd rather be out.
Yes.
Out there.
Yeah, there are times in April when you're quite relieved to be in the commentary box.
And again beats the bat. Sean Hunt looking to try to get back to his April best. genuine push. He practices the shot or rehearses the shot in his mind, Imam. He knows he perhaps wasn't quite on the right line of it, went chasing it a little bit.
Sean Hunt can't do much more than he's doing at the moment. That's two absolute jaffers, but he hasn't been able to find the edge.
Quite expensive on his return, understandably, a little bit ring rusty against Lancashire, but he was so much better against Somerset.
Strayed ever so slightly on that one. Quite careful with the walk, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's got to obviously still manage the shoulder and everything else. He doesn't do anything rushed, does Sean. It's a lovely shot, lovely timing on that. That will run away for 4 for Wharton. And pops over the advertising hoardings. And, well fielded by the man in the blue cap. Just had enough on it to flick off the rope on the top of that hoarding. It's good stuff from Sean Hunt, that, despite the boundary. 6 runs, but a couple of few jaffers in there. Didn't take a wicket, but Sussex are keeping these Yorkshire batters honest at least. They know they're in a game, Yorkshire. 20 for 1 at the end of the 5th.
Yeah, nicely set at the moment. The ball is doing a bit, or certainly the bowlers are doing a bit. Could do with some luck as well, you feel, at the moment, just to make the breakthrough. Build on that wicket of live. On the money from Hudson Prentice, but comfortably played by Orhack. Still 2 slips in. It's a glorious day. See from the shadows of the players just how bright the sun is today. That can't quite time that, and that goes up to mid-on. Hudson Prentice. Oh, and that would have been interesting. I think he'd have gone backing up. If that ball had hit, he was at. Wharton was out. Yeah. Tight, but it would have, I think, just been short of his ground. I like the Billy Whiz effects on the full driven 4, just over pitching slightly, so quickly onto it, Imam Mulhaq. Showing just how dangerous he is. You don't have to be off by a lot, and that was purely a bit of width. Better delivery. Still looking to attack though. Imam Mulhaq just coming down the Wicket a little. One slip is disappearing. John Simpson just eventually getting his message through that he wanted the slip a little closer to him. Straight drive, lovely, that'll be 4. Just over pitching a little, but not much, and Imam Ul-Haq just comes down the wicket, leans into it, pings it away for 4 more. So it wasn't that bad an over, but one a little bit of width, one slightly over pitched, and there's 8 runs from it, 28 for 1.
Yeah, and that is the problem, isn't it? If you stray ever so slightly, then you just get the radar wrong, and there's a couple of boundaries, which really does impact on an over. Be nice on that view. I don't know if it's possible to zoom out, because there's quite a lot of people around that region that are packing out that area. You're going to see more from Sean Hunt. 2 slips in place. Good fielding in there from Carter. Very important that Sussex not only get their lines and lengths right, but they're also sharp in the field. So they have been through most of the tournament, actually, to be fair. That's pierced the inner field, won't go to the boundary. They'll pick up 2. Danny Lamb, always eager in the field, picks up there. And you'll notice as well, and I've mentioned this the other day, that John Simpson, obviously being the captain and wicket-keeper, he can't be advising his bowlers on a regular basis. So Jack Carson, who captained the team in John Simpson's absence in the first match, does some duties from mid-on here with Sean Hunt.
It's not a bad idea to have a small management committee.
You'll see Carson occasionally have words with the bowlers. He's doing that now with Sean Hunt, just keeping him informed of the plan whilst also shining the ball. How much you can get on these white Kookaburra balls, I'm not entirely sure. Of course, a ball from each end still at the moment. Again, Carson gets it, does some work to it.
He's bowled really well so far, Sean Hunt. That was a lot of luck.
That's lovely. That is the shot of the innings so far. Might even be one of the shots of the match, that.
Absolutely right. It was timed to perfection. I apologise to Sean Hunt. I caused him. I definitely jinxed him. But that was some shot. It was on the up. It went like a bullet to the boundary. And this is the difference possibly between the two sides at the moment. A few more boundaries early on for Yorkshire.
End of the 7th. Yorkshire 34 for 1. What was Sussex at the end of the 7th?
29 for 3.
So Yorkshire ahead of the game for the moment. But very early days, of course.
Yes, they need to find themselves a Mr. Milnes from somewhere. Sussex.
But yep, if you weren't with us earlier, if you are just joining the stream, Maybe you've just got out from a Sunday roast or something with the family. Matt Milnes took a hat-trick earlier. He was on one first of all in the morning and then completed it later on in the afternoon, a second time round. Took 7 wickets in the innings.
For just 38.
38 runs. Oh, tight one. Wrong end, I fancy, but maybe the less riskier end. Yeah, and ran through. It was well home.
Yeah.
Ran through at 2 junctures really, the Sussex top order and then the Sussex lower order. But the bit in the middle was all right for Sussex.
Bit was excellent in the middle. Brilliant from 5, 6 and 7.
John Simpson, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, all with half centuries. Danny Lamb get his?
He did.
Yes.
53, I think. No, it's just a shame that Ollie Carter couldn't get to the 3 figures, wasn't it? He made 94. Excellent runs. Almost the first chance he gave, that was it.
Past 3 on a bank holiday Sunday afternoon. What a beautiful time and place to watch cricket.
And that has been the nice thing about this One-Day Cup. The crowds have been pretty decent. I think people do like a day's cricket. I'm not knocking the shortened version that's also amazingly popular at the moment, but this competition was rather sidelined, but people are turning up to watch it. They like this kind of cricket, and it's also nice to see the young players coming through as well.
Yeah, in a sense, if the other competition didn't exist, but there might need a rule to kind of force some development cricketers into a one-day tournament like this, because although we want to see the stars, we want to see, we want to see county teams basically reflective of their normal makeup. But at the same time, coaches will want to manage their workload. Certainly, England players would probably not be involved. Why not say why not limit? Say you can't have any overseas players or something like that, and just say right, most of your senior players, no overseas, no England Test players, and just let's see who's got the best development coming through as well. And that's without Chris Packett sponsoring kits and things like that. You wouldn't need to have all that. You could put all that into the T20 Blast. I always said that, but they didn't from the beginning, and they decided. I mean, I understand the idea is it's an investment vehicle. I get that, and it is very popular. And it's done a lot of help for the women's game. So there is an element of what do you do about that. I'm on my high horse now, and it is very popular with certain sections of people. But the problem is, so it's getting people to the cricket that wouldn't normally go. But then are they going to want to watch Test cricket? And Test cricket in this country is still very popular, with or without the 100. I mentioned it now. Shouldn't have done that. End of the 8th over, 38 for 1.
You're on the stream.
I just think
you're in a safe place.
I just think that the T20 Blast could have been the one where they, not necessarily obviously franchised it, but certainly put the money in, put the all the razzmatazz into it, and just maybe with some more creative rules around field settings, around maybe even around. I know it sounds stupid, but maybe even around shot selection and stuff like that. It's just, make the T20 more like the 100 is. Ooh, good leave.
Another good leave. Yeah. Yes. I hear what you're saying. I think the trouble was the original idea, wasn't it, was to have a new T20 with not counties.
Yes, and the city idea, I know Warwickshire tried it with Birmingham Bears, etc. You know, if it's difficult because all 18 counties want to be involved, and that's a lovely shot. Wharton is into his stride here, and this is very dangerous potentially for Sussex because he's coming off the back of a good score and he's looking in fine touch.
That's the second absolutely sumptuous four.
I mean, there will be batting coaches who will drool over that. Look at that high elbow. It's just perfect.
Yeah.
Hold the pose. Coaching manual stuff, that. And not every cricketer, of course, not every batter plays like the coaching manual.
No, exactly.
Even those who play traditional shots end up with their body position their head in strange places, their feet in strange places, their elbow in strange places.
But at the moment, Mr. Wharton has everything in the right order.
He really does.
Well bowled.
But T20 nights are fantastic. The T20 Blast has brought some money in.
Exactly for counties.
Yeah. But clearly
who need it.
And obviously the selling of the 100 franchises has funneled some money through. And clearly for counties like Sussex, of which we are speaking for largely, that money is going to come in very handy. So we can't knock that for certain. I'm speaking personally, not on behalf of the club.
No, I think I don't have a go at the competition anymore. I remember I was talking to a coach who was connected to the Notts side, and he said it was early on, and I was saying, and he said, no, you've got to go there. You've got to see who's turning up. You've got to see who's coming and watching cricket. And I was speaking to a neighbour the other day, and he says, have you been watching the 100? It's fantastic.
And that's fine if it then pushes people through to the counties.
And that's the bit that hasn't happened as yet. Yeah.
But you watch this now. How many people are saying? Because Hove is different, obviously. You've got to get on a train for you've got to go to either the Utilita or the Oval for your nearest 100 action. But and you could argue those counties don't necessarily need more people through the gate, but maybe this competition now is getting fans through partly because of what they see on the telly, possibly.
Quite possibly, and I think also there is just the fact that people here are largely cricket lovers, and there's a whole day.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem most people have with it is it's sort of and I can use this word correct in its correct definition, the bastardisation of I'm getting some spin in the last over of the power play with Jack Carson. Wasn't the spinner's track when Yorkshire are bowling, so it'll be interesting to see how Carson goes.
Yes, particularly this early on, because I think, when did we see the first over of spin? 20th over and that was only 2, and then we didn't see them again until about the 30th. Yeah,
that was Don Best bringing himself on, wasn't it? So, so maybe there's an element of, with a newish ball, because that ball will only, of course, be 4 overs old. Get it to grip, get it to turn.
Well, let's see if Jack Carson can do so. Final ball of the final over of the power play.
Oh, maybe a little bit.
There is a bit. Hack had just really played that with softish hands, because that wasn't where he was aiming. And just a little bit of width on that occasion, so they will be able to take an easy single.
Big scorers of the day are in the other group, Group A. Derbyshire have made 339 for 5 against Hampshire. Who in reply are 61 for 2 after 10 overs. So
going for it.
Worcestershire have also gone past the 300 mark, 328 against Leicestershire. Leicestershire in reply 50 for 4.
Ah. Let's see what the Wasp is for that match.
Yes.
Oh, and again this turn.
It's only gripping in the pitch, isn't it? Because
It is.
they're struggling to get it away. All of the scores, all of the top 4 scores in the first innings, I think are all in the other group. I think Sussex have the... Oh no, beg your pardon, Durham made 300 for 8 in this group against Warwickshire. Warwickshire is 66 for 2. That could end up being, after the 11, that could end up being a close one.
Indeed. Oh, that's beautifully swept. Oh, what a perfect shot that is. Absolutely superb placement.
Wharton's looking, from a Sussex perspective, ominous, isn't he?
He really is. And yes, the sooner I'd like to see the back of him, the better, because he's scoring it better than a runner ball by just playing very sensibly than every so often playing a glorious shot for 4.
And the idea that Imam Al-Haq is the junior partner in this is concerning as well.
Oh, well,
genuine edge
again.
probably.
I think it was. He's going to get 4 more for it, which you always feel for the bowler on those occasions. But Hunt was too square to get round and stop that.
Slip in
Suddenly-
place would have snaffled that up, but then again, if there had been a slip, maybe he doesn't play the shot.
Correct. It's interesting, in an over that we've seen turn, and he's bowled beautifully. He's 9 already from it. And that is just padded away. So 51 for 1 at the end of 10. And Sussex were 42 for 3.
Yorkshire remaining ahead of the game then on that front. In what is a must-win game for Sussex, don't forget they have to win this one and the one at Warwickshire on Tuesday if they are to have any hope of qualifying for the knockout stages. They'll probably need other results to go their way. So on that note, Durham versus Warwickshire, I think they probably want Durham to win that, because that will bring both those teams onto 16 points, and if Sussex win here they'll be on 16, whereas for Warwickshire win, Warwickshire go to 20 and Sussex can only get 20.
Yes,
so
exactly what you just said.
So yeah, they want Durham to win there. Durham 300 for 8, Warwickshire 66 for 2. Kent, Somerset, obviously you want Kent to win there. Kent 269 for 9, Somerset 79 for 1 in the 16th.
It's interestingly poised.
And the other match is of course Northampton against Middlesex, and likewise we want Northamptonshire to win there, but that's not going Sussex's way, let's put it that way. Northampton bowled out for 189, Middlesex already on 127 for 3. They need 63 from 28 overs.
Okay, they've got half a chance.
I'd back myself to get 63 from 28 overs, maybe not. And so a Middlesex win puts them on 20. Yorkshire have already got 20. And Sussex can only get 20 with a poorer net run rate than both. Well, no, not Middlesex necessarily. So Middlesex, that net run rate might come into play, although Middlesex, of course, are improving that rapidly today. So that match may put another dent in to Sussex's hopes. But
where is that? I've forgotten how Somerset playing today? Or?
Somerset are against Kent. So
that's right.
Kent 269 for 9, Somerset 81 for 1.
But in the
after 16 overs. So that's for about 5 and over. When they need just over 5 and over. So you would argue they're on top there. So it is tricky. It is looking tricky.
But it's going to be.
I think Sussex need a lot of Blofeldism.
Yeah,
we're back with the stream. I think yes, we are.
There are worse people to emulate.
There are, my dear old thing. As Hunt comes in and Wow. I think it's fair to say he didn't want to. I think it's fair to say he didn't want to run there.
No, there are no's and no's, and that was it.
We've gone again. Oh no, we're back again. So yes, end of that over. 55 for 1. 55 for 1 Yorkshire at the end of the 11th. So they've gone at 5s. Even I can work that one out.
No, Hunt though is bowling very well because he's going at 4s.
I thought briefly then we had the stream on and that we'd frozen again. It's just that, but it wasn't. It's just that Tom Haynes was standing incredibly still. I then saw other people moving. And I'm like, hang on a minute.
Like one of those statues painted silver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any minute now he's going to sort of start doing robot moves.
Yeah, quite. We're going to see some more spin from Jack Carson. Bowled pretty well in the first over, and again gets turn.
Just see him watching it, can't you, Wharton? Just leaving that just to see how much turn there is.
That's just clipped away. Off leg stump for a single. And these two at the moment pretty content to build. The required run rate is nearly up to a runner ball. Nothing particularly for Yorkshire to worry about quite yet. Another couple of wickets would be interesting. That's driven very nicely placed by Ulhack. There's definitely 2 there. They managed to make it very difficult to get. Made it harder than it should have been for the 2, with some slightly dubious calling, but they still made it in plenty of time.
Sam Robson has made 67 for Middlesex in 70 balls. They're going along at about a run a ball, Middlesex, and that I wouldn't be surprised if there is an element of Middlesex saying, right, well, we've already bowled Northamptonshire out for 189 inside 39 overs. If we can knock these off quick, then we improve our chances.
That's punched nicely out into the covers for a walking single for these 2.
And this is why I mentioned it earlier, that when I punched all the data into AI, it gave me a 1 in 4 chance of Sussex qualifying even with the remaining fixtures and winning both matches, and the tie being, you know, out of the game, if you like, because yeah, it's the fixtures that where people playing each other. That's the problem.
Yep. 59 for 1, 4 from that over.
So a reminder of the remaining fixtures on Tuesday. Kent play Yorkshire. Lancashire play Middlesex. Somerset face Northamptonshire. And obviously Sussex go to Warwickshire. So that paints a clear picture. Sussex need to win, obviously. And then you want Northampton to beat Somerset. You want Lancashire to beat Middlesex and Kent to beat Yorkshire. Although I think Yorkshire, over the chances of overhauling Yorkshire, even if they lose these 2 matches, I think is slim anyway. So because of net run rate, so you could almost let that one slide. But to get a second, to try and get it, Sussex need to get ahead of Somerset, Warwickshire, and Middlesex. That's the key thing, and the fact they're not playing each other really helps.
Yes.
But it's today that's the problem.
Today is the big problem.
Henry Crocombe into the attack from the C end. I'll go back to ends actually, because I think that there should be colloquial names for each end as well. I think, like we said, that could be the Cromwell Road end, could be the massive deck chair end.
Yes.
Things that ends are known for. That would be quite a good.
So what would this be? The media centre end?
Oh, the Wittering on end.
Yes. The West Wittering end.
The West Wittering end, which yeah, yeah, it would need to be some sort of There is the giant deck chair, which I think has got more different tenants in it this time.
Oh, have we changed? Yeah, they are. I think. Do they come and move you out and say that you've had long enough?
I think it becomes uncomfortable after a period. Possibly.
But it's one of those things you have to do.
Yes.
Yes, if you're at that end of the ground, you have to sit in the giant deck chair. Oh, well bowled.
Very well bowled. It's a bit of an indeterminate shot from Walton, really. I think if he'd have nicked that and got out, he'd have been disappointed.
Yeah, because it didn't do a huge amount of it.
It left him a little bit, but it's more the shot. It's more the did you need to play at it?
Play at that push shot, but it's decent length and line. Just sort of getting into his head a bit.
Well, they're keeping things tight, Sussex. Certainly Crocombe is in this over.
10 wickets already in the competition, so he's...
Yep. He's a very fine young bowler, is Henry Crocombe. From Eastbourne. A lot of young local talent in this Sussex team. Ooh. Plus, of course, a couple of stray Lancastrians. That Sussex every team needs.
Except Yorkshire.
Which, yes.
I think most teams have, now I think about it, nearly every team has stray Lancastrians.
They get about, don't they, the diaspora. 50 partnership between these two. Solid in behind that. Good over though from Henry Crocombe, just the 2 runs from it, but one of those brought up the 50 partnership between Wharton and Imam Al-Haq.
Yeah, that's 11 for 1, isn't it?
Yep, after the early loss of Adam Lyth.
Mm, 49 for 3 at a similar stage, Sussex. But we know we can only... I'm not going to do much comparison, really makes any sense till about 30th over mark.
Yeah, especially where Sussex started to accelerate as well.
Correct.
Around that point.
Exactly.
After drinks. Be interesting to see where Yorkshire are at the intervals. We've seen more from Jack Carson.
2 for 13 so far, and that's just played very easily by Wharton up for a single. No more seagull wars over bananas as we had this morning.
No, I heard tell of a similar incident happening at on the polar opposite side of the ground. Yeah.
That's given air and is absolutely pulverised back over his head for 6. You feel for a spinner. You try to just give it a little loop. Just try and do something to deceive the batter.
And he will do that. He will do that. Jack, he does like to fly it. He's not going to, he's not going to just be defensive and
The trouble is again, it's such a good player of spin and someone who's brought up attacking spinners. Imam Al-Haq, Pakistan.
That's true, but I guess you still got to back your skills, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. And that was just a single. It's 8 from the over at the moment. That's a good delivery, and Wharton just tumbles over playing that defensively up.
It's important for Sussex that Carson gets out of this over relatively unscathed.
Shoveled round the corner and they go through for a single. Nice throw in. Carson, 6 has rather ravaged his figures in this over, but been tidy apart from that. It's cut back with a point. It's well fielded. They can still trot through for 2 though. So in the end, 11 off the over. And they're just beginning to look a little too comfortable for Sussex supporters at the moment, these 2 Yorkshire batters. 61 they've put on so far.
Do love that 90s Sussex shirt there. The old AXA Equity and Law League shirt, I think. Henry Crocombe. Oh, beats the edge. And it's what you were saying actually. Talk about needing a little bit of luck. Because I mean that's not missed by much.
That is a beauty.
Because if Finn Hudson-Prentice hadn't induced an edge earlier, Sussex would be wicketless and feel like they didn't deserve to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've probably deserved to take at least 2 wickets probably with the way they've bowled. But they've also obviously had balls that have been hit as well for 4s that have been a little bit loose, but the wind predictor says 61% for Yorkshire. I wouldn't argue with that.
No, I think that's pretty good odds.
Technically that means if this match was to be played out 10 times from here, Yorkshire will win on 6 occasions. Sussex are hoping it's one of the other 4. Good half stop from Carson. They're going to come back for a second and they're home.
Yeah, it's the old 2-wicket thing. 2 wickets now would make life interesting.
It really would, and you know, obviously Yorkshire's batting lineup is formidable in this, certainly in this competition, and Finley Bean obviously coming in off the back of 102 not out. Again, that's wide of Carson, and again it's no, there's only a single this time.
Excellent fielding from Carson. The sliding stop, and you got the throw in so quickly. That was the secret there.
Wickets are the order of the day for Sussex, really.
Yep.
They won't, if Yorkshire bat through their 50 overs, they win. That's essentially is the likelihood anyway. Even though they are behind the run rate required, it's the fact that they will be able to go through the gears late on, you feel. Crocombe, a strike bowler for certain, needs to find something. They're well set, these 2. Wharton 37 from 41, Imam Ul Haq 30 from 36.
So I haven't even really noticed Imam Ul Haq, a couple of lovely shots, but suddenly I've had to double check that really he's reached 30 already, but he has,
and almost a run a ball as well.
Yeah.
Not for me, Clive, as the old Andy Townsend saying goes.
Yeah, that seemed to be sliding down, didn't it? Yeah. Nicely bowled though.
Even Crocombe wasn't that convinced.
He wasn't convinced at all, was he? It's the end of the over. It was a good over there. It's just the 4 from it.
That's how it looks at the end of the 15th. Early wicket for Finn Hudson-Prentice, removing Adam Lyth, but Imam Ul Haq and Wharton, who I'm trying to avoid calling Adam Wharton. That's, but
yes, he's not on his way to Real Madrid,
no,
is he?
James Wharton going on nicely. There's the worm showing that they are ahead of where Sussex were. But Sussex really picked up, didn't they, after 25 up 30 overs.
How close was that?
Let's have a look. I think he's made his ground.
Tight though.
The danger is that in these middle overs that Yorkshire just milk Jack Carson and it just becomes relatively trouble-free for them.
No, you're absolutely right. If they can potter along at 4-5 and over for a bit, they're just about keeping up with the run rate. Plenty of wickets in hand. Now, as we mentioned, or as you mentioned earlier, Sussex need wickets.
Good fielding, but good running as well.
It was spotted that the single was there.
If you're a Brighton and Hove Albion fan and you're going to catch up with your team's game later, then shut off your ears or turn your volume down.
Nicely flicked in to the onside, another single.
Brighton beaten today at Everton in their first game in their new stadium, 2-0. And if you're of a fantasy Premier League persuasion, I can tell you that Illiman and Jai scored for Everton, as did James Garner, sorry.
Star of the Rockford Files.
Yes, or add a letter and you get a West Indian bowler.
Yes, true.
It's all very confusing. There's too many people with the same surname, that's the problem. I'm not sure Rayburn and Swindles have too many problems on that line.
No,
but,
no. There aren't many of us around.
Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest drew 1-1. Ismail Assar for Crystal Palace and Callum Hudson-Odoi for Forest.
Though Harry Swindles, who did play until he retired injured for Leicestershire, his dad's name is Guy Swindles.
Nice.
It's the only one I've ever found anywhere on the planet.
Oh, nice. Two of you.
There are two of us, yeah.
Crocombe continues.
Both connected to cricket.
That is weird. That is weird. I think I have a namesake who is a runner or an athlete of some form in Scotland.
Oh, that's cool.
At club / county / junior national level type thing. But
do you ever claim it's you?
no, I don't. I think it would. I fear they might ask me to. I don't know.
Run.
Yeah, run, which is not my forte. Did the triple jump at school. That was all right.
Okay. No, you wouldn't guess it looking at me. I could run once.
It was just the once, was it?
I tried it once.
Yeah, did like it. Yeah, you got to try everything once.
Except Morris dancing and something else.
Well, quite.
Who said once. Singles flowing at the moment.
They are mounting up, aren't they? And as you quite rightly pointed out, Guy, that you haven't seen many deliveries beat the bat since Sean Hunt posed a lot of questions. That's been marmalised. Imam is quick onto that.
Really is, isn't he?
I mean, it's right in front of the Cricket Museum there, look, with all their artefacts.
That's the second one someone's tried to bang into Imam ul Haq, and he has just been brutal with it.
And it's just not got up, has it? That's the problem. As I said, with this pitch, you really need to work yourself. You need to break your back doing it. Because that just sat up. And Imam was like, right, I'm having this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That one though, fielded in the covers, 85 for 1, last ball of the 17th. And Imam will keep the strike. So 17 overs have passed. Yorkshire at 86 for 1. Wharton 40, Imam 37.
Yeah, moving along worryingly comfortably as far as Sussex are concerned at the moment, these two. And it's where John Simpson turns. Who does he feel might be able to make a bit of a breakthrough? I think he's thinking about a change at the moment, is he? No, it will be Jack Carson to continue. Just a look there at the Yorkshire bench, who look pretty relaxed about life. Just clipped up for what they made look a very easy single to mid-on. And then Mulhack moves to 37, 38. Don't think Imam Mulhack thought there was a run there. Very gently and quietly just pointed that out.
I had my headphones off at that point, and even I could hear it through the headphones.
So he leans into it, plays it up to mid-on. Persevering with a slip. Carson was finding a bit of turn early on, but at the moment these two seem to be able to negate that. Let's play defensively back to the bowler. It's well fielded, but there's very good running. They spot that there's no one anywhere near Carson. And Carson wasn't quite sure where the ball was after he'd plunged to his left to stop it. So they trot through for yet another single, 3 so far from this over. Wharton makes it 4. And he has now moved on to 42 from 49. Imam Mulhack 39 for 47. 4 off the over, 90 for 1 after 18.
There's the self-serve bar.
It's handy, isn't it? It's a bit like AI though, isn't it? You worry for the bar staff who have lost their jobs.
They'll soon have to fill it up again though, that's the thing. Oh, I was about to say Henry Crocombe, but he's just paused for a moment. Now he's back to his mark. Oh, that's a good ball.
So a couple of times Crocombe's done that from almost nowhere. He's suddenly got a ball to pass the outside edge.
Jagged back, kept a little low.
Just had him pushing, didn't he, again? Second time he's got Wharton playing that shot.
Tell you what, if the pitch, which as I say is the third match this pitch has been played on, starts to misbehave, then it might play into Sussex's hands. Crocombe on his mark again.
Well bowled.
He's going to come through for a single and they'll get there.
Really well run. It's even more annoying for the bowler. You've just got the batter in all sorts of trouble and they've taken a single off him. It's a really good ball.
Imam called it. Wharton just had to go with it.
And Imam was right, there was a run there.
Sussex in desperate need of wickets, 91 for 1. Crocombe round the wicket now. Imam punches that through and races to the boundary. He is looking in very, very good touch.
Yeah, he's re-caught Wharton up, hasn't he? Wharton, who's getting a bit of a lead as far as the scoring is concerned, but they're both now on 43.
Again, ran the first one hard and had a look at the second, but changed their mind, or at least decided against it. Don't forget, there's another match here tomorrow. The women playing Middlesex in their one-day cup match at Hove. Bank holiday Monday. Do come along for that one. I shall be with you for that. See you through that one on the stream. Oops, I thought someone was going to go to the self-serve bar then. I've seen the self-serve bar a lot of times during this tournament. I've seen people drinking. I've not seen anybody actually get something out of it yet.
Really?
Oh, it missed. Yes, no, he's walked past as well.
A change of bowler and the Cromwell Road end, wearing number 41,
Archie Lenham coming on from the Cromwell Road end.
See if he can make the breakthrough, Archie Lenham. Day didn't start terribly well with the first ball duck.
Middlesex need 8 from 20 overs to beat Northamptonshire.
They might just stagger over that particular line.
It's like yesterday I saw a tweet from the official Coventry City account which described a substitution as they're making a double change as we look to hold on to our 7-1 lead.
He must have known.
Which I thought was quite cheeky.
It was quite cheeky. Stepping away, tries to cut that and doesn't really time it.
Kent 269 for 9, Somerset in reply 134 for 1 at the halfway stage.
You have to say they're favourites, wouldn't you? That's driven out to mid-on. There is no run. And who is the last team?
Durham and Warwickshire. Yeah. Durham 300 for 8, Warwickshire 100 for 3 in the 20th.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Lenham.
That might be the only result that goes Sussex's way. Is probably the one that... Well, no, they do need Warwickshire. They need Durham to beat Warwickshire, so...
Yeah. Take it.
Middlesex are going to win, so they'll be on 20 points. Yorkshire will be on 20 points whatever happens here, or at least even if they lose here, sorry. Sussex have to win, so obviously they would be on 16 if they win. Middlesex would be on 20. So it's Somerset and Warwickshire they want to try and hold back.
Yeah. And it gives that a nice bear, and we can't quite time the drive.
So yes, you want Durham to take wickets and Kent to take wickets. And Sussex to take wickets.
Oof. My word.
And at the moment they're doing
That's not
anything
very
but.
fair. It's gone for 4 somethings. Just watch that
100
again.
for Yorkshire in the 20th over.
Come off the pad, isn't it, I think?
It has. And that is the end of the... Oh no, there's another ball to go. The 100 has come up though for Yorkshire in the 20th over. One more ball. And it's given 4, so it must have come off a bat. Oh, and Simpson. It's a bit unlucky. We saw wides not given earlier, but this is going to be 5 wides. And Lenham's got the full teapot going because, understandably, I think he feels that there was a lot of stepping around going on there.
Yeah,
It's a
he's
harsh wide compared to some of the ones we've seen not given.
it's baffling. That's baffling, I have to say. But
So what was turning out to be, what looked to be a very good over, has now turned out to be quite an expensive one. And at the end of it, 11 runs have been scored, 107 for 1 after 20, at which stage Sussex were 82 for 3.
because obviously I understand that obviously the wide down the leg side in one-day cricket is to prevent you negative bowling because there's a limited number of deliveries. You can't call that negative bowling.
No.
I think that's one of those ones that would be not given under new rules in October, coming in October.
Yeah, no,
That's what they're trying to prevent. Actually, to be fair, that is the sort of example where a batter moves a little bit and
he's
it's
outside
all about
off stump, so
yeah.
yeah. Oh well, Danny Lamb is on.
Let's see what he can do. I've just realised the packet of Oreos is open.
Sorry, I've been tucking in while you've been, when you snuck out at lunchtime to see your pal. I made close friends with the Oreo packet.
Well, fair enough. So, fielder's in the deep backward square leg, deep extra cover. There's a long on as well for Lamb here, with Simpson up to the stumps.
He's bowled pretty well in the competition so far, hasn't he, Danny Lamb?
Deep
Eight
mid
wickets.
wicket as well, by the way, which I didn't spot.
Ah,
Largely because I think he was sat on the advertising boarding. It's hard not to spot Sussex fielders in this colour. Good fielding off his own bowling. Wharton edging closer to a half century, another half century.
yes.
He's looked in incredibly good touch.
So his 3rd this season if he gets there.
It's going to take him to 49. And Imam likewise is close to a half century as well. 45 from 52 for him.
Yes, they're building an excellent base. They're closing in on 100 partnership as well.
Yeah, what was it, 11 when the first wicket went
Yeah.
down? Yep, so they're 98 this stand thus far. Win predictor now at 78% in Yorkshire's favour. There might well be overthrows, and it might well, done well not to concede 5 there, but it's come through for 3, and that will mean that not Adam Wharton, keep doing that, he's the footballer. James Wharton moves to a half century, another half century, 52.
Half century for James Wharton, 61 balls.
After 61, we have lost the stream.
61 balls. The end of the 21st over. Should have only been a couple of runs, 3 runs from it, 5 in the end. And now Wharton has nicked the strike, so Imam-ul-Haq will... It's got more than 42, hasn't it? I thought it was in 46.
Check that.
I'm pretty sure it's on 46. Yes, it's now come up that it's on 46. That's good. Will be Archie Lenham to continue. It's a little bit of turn, but Wharton's able to lean into that turn and flick it away into the deep mid-wicket. Trot through for a single. Have you managed to have an Oreo yet?
I have.
Oh, well done.
I've got most of it stuck in my teeth, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, and that's smashed away. That's going to go all the way for 6. And that's a very nice way to bring up your half century, Imam-ul-Haq. And he moves in on to 50 now from 54 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, an outstanding innings so far from Imam-ul-Haq, played with a lot of control. And given that he was whacked on the elbow with his from his first delivery, the fact that he's gone on to make 52 from 54, make that 53 from 55,
yeah,
is an excellent contribution to what has been a superb partnership, which has passed 100, and they are looking to add further to that.
That's driven sweetly. And they trot through for an easy single. It's looking increasingly easy at the moment. Desperate for a wicket from somewhere. It's nicely guided for 1. Imam-ul-Haq wants 2 and will get them because there's a misfield. Finn Hudson-Prentice will be a bit miffed with himself there, and this is another 11 runs from this over from Archie Lenham so far. That's driven, and we'll make that 12 off the over in its entirety. 124 for 1 after 22.
Yeah, 160 needed to win.
Just to put that in perspective, Sussex didn't get to their 124 until the 30th over.
Yes, they're 8 overs ahead of the game.
Archie Lenham, who hasn't bowled badly, has somehow gone for 23 in his 2 overs.
It's going to be a single down the ground. Henry Crocombe does the fielding. Lamb dropping that short, but there's a man out there. Archie Lenham with the throw.
Yes, he was taking out a little frustration with that throw in from the boundary route. But as we said earlier, in the Yorkshire innings, this doesn't appear to be a spinner's wicket very much. And that was where Middlesex got going against the spinners. Sussex got going against the spinners.
Simple single again through the covers.
Oh,
Let's hit it.
let's hit him on the helmet.
Yeah.
We're actually going to have a helmet review
For the non-striker.
for the non-striker. And Simpson comes down and apologises. Will we have to stop?
Yes, he's called him on.
Yeah, we have to. That's one of the bizarrest things I've seen.
It's his shot as well. And he's just trotted through. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Throw it back to the bowler.
And Simpson immediately. I mean, it was a loopy one, wasn't it? It wasn't exactly.
But he wasn't looking for Imam ul Haq.
So he'll come through to the right of your screen here. Absolutely, yep, that's fine.
Right.
Oh.
Bonk.
Oh, so we can pause it when the bloke gets hit on the head, but we can't for LBWs. Okay, I understand.
You need comedy value. I only say that because Imam ul Haq is, I'm sure, is absolutely fine despite
Yes.
the ball landing on his helmet.
Yeah, they've got to
It was
have
from a gentle underarm rather than a
90 mile an hour Jofra
Jofra
Archer
Archer.
delivery. Yeah, but the physio has been busy with Imam this
yes, he has.
this match.
Yeah. Do you know what day of the week it is?
Yep.
Did you have for
Numbers
breakfast?
backwards,
Yeah.
or months of the year backwards, or something. There was somebody went through. Was it Stuart Broad? Maybe went through the concussion protocols once, and somebody, Mel Jones or someone, went, "I can't do that normally." It's just some of it's quite
Quite hard.
involved.
Yeah. This is quite a lengthy conversation for an underarm throw.
Umpire also coming over to get into position. Unless he wants to check the condition of the ball after it's hit the concussion check for the ball.
Okay, we're still carrying on with concussion protocols.
I mean, maybe it's down to the fact that it has come down on the
Yes.
top of his head and maybe rattled the helmet a little bit, and that he is a little bit unsure. He's a little bit dazed.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, we're going to
going
take
on.
drinks. That's the
That's
word on the
probably-
street.
Which kind of makes sense.
And it's a good thing because Sussex players are now running up towards the pavilion anyway. So it's a rare example, I think, Guy, of cricket doing the sensible thing.
Yes, here we are. We're having a break. Why don't we
Take an early
take
drink.
an early drinks?
So yes, we'll pause for a moment as well, I think, and take a drink ourselves and leave you with the
Leave you with the
graphics.
Just a quick reminder that the Sussex women are playing here tomorrow. The game starts at 10:30 and they're hosting the Middlesex Women's League. So tickets available from the club shop. Should you wish to come back on Bank Holiday Monday to see the Sussex women play against Middlesex women.
So we are about to restart after the early drinks break, and I'm pleased to say that Imam Al-Haq has passed his concussion protocol following the accidental bump on the head via a John Simpson throw, and we're back underway with Danny Lamb. Again, he loves throwing himself around as Danny Lamb.
He didn't have to throw himself that far.
No, but
yeah,
you know, he doesn't want to necessarily have to. Well, some don't necessarily want to have to throw themselves on the ground at all, fast bowlers, but he does. That's beaten him this time though, and that'll be a single. Which will take Wharton to 56. Tall man, Wharton. I'm not quite sure how tall he is.
they're just showing it again. I think that might be shown periodically.
It'll end up on a highlights reel somewhere at the end of the season.
There's a tidy-ish over, 5 runs from it. At 129 for 1 after 23. Now, who will bowl this over? Archie Lenham's been a bit expensive, so I think he's coming off.
Middlesex have won, by the way, by 4 wickets.
Yeah, they've got quite Middlesex here now.
Yeah. Sean Hunt is going to return from the Cromwell Road end. Yes, they won by 4 wickets with 105 balls to spare.
Yeah, that's the big bit, isn't it, for their net run rate?
Yeah. So they are moving on to 20 points.
Hunt is in. And that's a thickish outside edge, played perfectly safely.
They join Yorkshire on 20 points, moving into second in the table temporarily, at least you'd think. And Sussex obviously have 12, so they need to win both games to get to 20. And with their inferior net run rate, then I think if one of the other matches goes against them, that wasn't far away.
That wasn't far away. I don't know why they even went for that run. They didn't have to.
No.
It was a late call from Imam Al-Haq, who was going to the danger end himself, so fair play, but he stuttered. Then he ran and swerved.
Yeah, it's got the long way round.
He'd have been out by a mile. A crazy run.
I don't think he's sure he needed to go that far. Well, he also had to avoid the danger area and Sean Hunt, but I'm not entirely sure he needed to go that far.
No.
He didn't bother putting his bat in, did he? Because he knew he was a goner. Didn't give her out the dive or anything.
That is a straightforward thing.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I may be wrong because I can't work out the net run rate, obviously off the top of my head, but I think if one of the other matches goes against Sussex and finishes before this one, then I think we might be able to declare in the it probably in the sense that American news networks declare elections.
Right.
I think we might be able to go early.
Oh, okay.
And say it's looking highly unlikely.
Would be a shame. So let's flick down to fine leg. Another comfortable single is taken. 3 so 2 comfortable singles and 1 very uncomfortable single so far this over.
The quarterfinals, incidentally, on Thursday of next week. Or this week. No, where are they? Sunday, yeah.
Sunday,
this coming week, Thursday. It's a quick turnaround.
Oh,
this time it goes over the stumps, I think.
that did. It just bounced in front of the stumps and up and over them. And there's a rather disbelieving grin on the face of Hunt after that one. Would he have been out again? No, he was in.
I mean, I'll give Yorkshire that. They are running for everything.
Yes, but why?
That's a fair question. It's a fair question that I don't know the answer to. There's only 2 people who know the answer to that, and they're out there.
You may have to stop to ask them. Cannons off the pads.
So yes, the 2 quarterfinals on, and yes, that is right, 2 quarterfinals on Thursday, and then semi-finals next Sunday. So by the end of next Sunday, we shall know who will be in the final on September the 20th at Trent Bridge. And I would not put it past Yorkshire being one of them.
No, the way they're looking at the moment, unless Sussex can turn this around in quite seriously dramatic fashion now.
And Gloucestershire have won 6 out of 6 in the other group. Although they have been beaten today by Essex, I've just seen.
Essex lost their first 3 and they've won their next 4, unusually scoring 300 plus while they're doing it. Curtis Campher arrived from Ireland and they just completely changed around. It was weird.
So I've just seen that Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by 130 runs.
Which they've now done. That's 4 massive victories after being absolutely marmalised for their first 3.
Well, Curtis Campher made 5 on this occasion.
Yeah, well, I don't. Ever since he came, scored 123 of 68. They have looked a completely different team.
Matt Critchley made 64. Tom Wesley 92 in a partnership. The top of the order of 103. Simon Harmer 51.
He's scored runs for fun as well in those matches.
Gloucester's best top scorer James Bracey at the top of the order with 37, Miles Hammond 30, the usual Gloucestershire names in there. It's actually that's actually a match full of sort of county championship regulars at some of them as well. So just goes to show when you don't lose that many to the 100, possibly then.
Yeah. Well, that means Essex. I think it's their final game today. So they have finished with 20 points, having lost their first 3. I think they've won 5.
I think they've got 1 more to go.
Oh, they've actually put the result up,
yes,
have they?
Now
so
yes.
Yeah, okay. But they've got a chance of 20 points.
Yeah, they've literally updated that, the BBC, in the last minute, so up to 3rd Essex. Gloucestershire losing their first match after 6 wins. And it's also updated for Middlesex. So Middlesex's net run rate now is in the positive.
Yes.
So Sussex are well behind that. So that's 2 teams then that you would feel, even with Sussex win both their matches, that's 2 teams that would be, you would feel unlikely that they would get ahead of. Oh, I was like to stop rather than a drop catch, but a good stop.
That's a good stop.
So the halfway mark then, 136 for 1, and a reminder that Sussex at the halfway were
97 for 4.
And there is the worm, just to prove the graphical point.
Though this was, well, after the 26th over, that's when
you can see the climb.
Sussex said, right, enough is enough. And the runs really began to flow. Now we need an opposite worm for Yorkshire.
What is the opposite of a worm? Sorry, it's got to the point where I'm being very silly now.
What is the opposite of a worm? A mrow.
A mrow, yes, literally. A reverse worm.
Or an emro. That sounds hipper, doesn't it?
That sounds like a 21st century sort of technology company. I work for Emro.
tinny sound off the bat. So, decent bowling from Hunt. Look at his figures. Just over 4 and over. He's been really tidy. Caused some real problems early on as well. Didn't enjoy the best of luck. It's flicked nicely off his legs. Not sure if it'll go all the way. Yes, it will.
It was a good effort from Henry Crocombe, but in vain.
But it just kept running away from him. One of those. We've had a few today, haven't we, when the fielder thought for a second they might get there and then the ball has just sped up. Wharton moves on, both batters now on 63.
Somerset 185 for 3. They need 85 runs from 18 overs now to beat Kent.
I have to say that's likely.
Lost a couple of wickets in the process though. And Warwickshire 146 for 3 at the end of the 27th. They need 155 from 23 overs to beat Durham.
That's the interesting one, because I think Somerset should score at 4 and over with 7 wickets in hand. Down the wicket this time, Wharton.
All matters little unless Sussex can take 9 wickets here.
True. But it is going to, as far as the table is concerned, it's going to make life interesting, because there'll be...
Oh, for other people.
I know, for other people. For other people. Yes, we don't care about other people.
But I mean, Yorkshire you would fancy, I mean, because we're talking about here a likely Yorkshire win and a likely Sussex defeat, and that would rule Sussex out of contention and probably put Yorkshire as guaranteed, not guaranteed, but virtual semi-finalists. Yeah. So certainly those watching the stream will have their scenarios cut and dry. But I do agree with you, it's Middlesex, Somerset and Warwickshire for the other spots. Because Durham will be out of the picture as well, because they're playing their final game now today.
So yes, the final matches on Tuesday.
So the Tuesday games in this group are Kent against Yorkshire, Lancashire against Middlesex, Somerset against Northants, and Warwickshire against Sussex, of course.
So Somerset would probably be favourites to win their match. Yorkshire would be favourites to win theirs, and it would be down to Middlesex whether they could beat Lancashire.
Which you know, on the balance of the table, you would say that they would.
It's a thickish outside edge. If there had been a slip there, he was in trouble, but there isn't, so he wasn't. Yeah.
In your humble opinion, a Yorkshire-Gloucestershire final, who wins it?
I think it'd be hard pressed. Gloucestershire are good, obviously, but Yorkshire, I think I might have Yorkshire slight favourites.
I think Gloucestershire, with their recent white ball success based on their T20 successes, might be.
But it's going to be, it's the likely final, I'm guessing.
From because of the being seeded straight into the semi-finals, it's but they've got to do the job themselves, haven't they? They can't relax. But just the performances in the group stage, those two have been the dominant forces in both groups. It's been a disappointing one for Glamorgan. No wins, 6 defeats, 1 no result.
Yes, they've won the competition twice in the last, was it 4 or 5 seasons?
But I'm guessing the Welsh Fire may have something to
Yes, it probably
say
does,
about
doesn't it? Yes, because they've got better and better. So a few more of the, every time they improve in this, a few more of them go to the Welsh Fire.
And in this group, Northampton and Lancashire have really struggled.
It's a nice shot for one.
And of course, Sussex's 3 wins thus far have come against the bottom 3, and I don't know if that's anything that Sussex fans are. You know, I think a few have been sort of talking about that, but it's been an improvement on previous years, put it that way, for Sussex in the last couple of years anyway. Very serene progress for Yorkshire at the moment, 146 for 1 at the end of that.
There's something about Danny Lamb though, isn't it? Although he must be able to see the scoreboard the same as excuse me.
Oh.
Oreo stuck in the back of the throat.
Oh dear, that's okay. I shall make sure that I'm taking over from here.
We're back. But no, I've just been impressed by Danny Lamb. He can see the scoreboard and he's still giving everything with every delivery and was really tidy in that last over. Carson back. Five overs for 32 so far. I've said spinner's been a little more expensive. He did get the ball to turn quite sharply when he came on with the newish ball. The 10th over. It's tucked away pretty comfortably for a single. That's a beautiful shot. That is a stunning shot. He used his feet and then just placed the ball to absolute perfection. Look at this. There were players out, there were fielders out there for that shot and he bisected both of them. Top shot. This time the single is timed right, and these have been the really, since those early beating the outside edge, it's been run-outs that have been the nearest we've seen to wickets really. A couple of chances to run that if the stumps had been hit, the run-out would have been achieved. Leans over a little onto the offside, but flicks the ball nicely out into the leg. It just keeps the old scoreboard ticking over. They've got one boundary they need for the over, so they only need singles for the rest of it. Good running. Eight off the over. Partnership now worth 143.
What I find interesting about this
Pretty glum faces.
Yes, is that unlike obviously with television coverage where it gets shown on the big screen, these people don't know that we're watching them. It's
No.
a weird.
Which is quite nice because then you don't get the insane waving.
Yes, That's always funny when like fans look miserable because their team's losing, and then as soon as they spot themselves, they're up on their feet,
and then the camera goes away.
Yeah. Not going Sussex's way, is it, the fortune? That win predictor now up to 93%.
You can't argue against it really either, can you, from this position Yorkshire are currently.
Tom Clark trying to rally the troops from extra cover.
Danny Lamb doesn't know when he's beaten either.
Nope, he's bowled quite nicely as well.
Excellent 53 earlier in the day. Gets the false shot as well.
Just quite a lot of frustration for Sussex. Some double teapots out there. Jack Carson, Finn Hudson Prentice, John Simpson was doing it just now.
You're right.
Archie Lenham does the fielding out there. Imam tucks underneath that one. Don't want to be hit again.
Yeah.
Well,
funny enough, half worth a shout that.
But when it's only you doing it, it's
I know.
It's never going to convince the umpire, is it?
I can kind of see why he was shouting, because the flick was at the ball, he missed it, thudded into the pads, but missing leg, I'm presuming, by quite some way.
Again, wholehearted effort from Danny Lamb.
That's terrific. Here
we go again. There we go, that was him out earlier.
That's just going to keep coming, isn't it? At the end of every over, I'm thinking we're going to see that. 2 off that over, 3 off that over. Well bowled, Danny Lamb. Well, the Worms closing attached, but I think too little too late as far as...
It would be surprising. I mean, Yorkshire are still behind the required run rate, but it would be surprising if they were to bat through and come up short.
Yeah, I'd say they've got a pretty good base to build from for the last 21 overs now.
That's where Imam's done the damage, as we see Jack Carson.
And Imam happy to play defensively. Pops it out. Good fielding off his own bowling. Good to see that the Sussex players are still throwing themselves around. Spanked aerially, but over the cover fielders and bouncing before it gets out to the sweeper. Not quite timed once by Imam ul-Haq, but he moves on to 73. Wasn't happy just to stroke the ball up to mid-on and carry on his own sweet way. 71 from 84 now. He's caught hold of this one. Another fabulous shot, almost inside out. Creams it to the furthest part of the boundary. Can't quite make the 6. Some shot.
Brings up the 150 partnership between these two. They've been brilliant, haven't they, Guy? What have you? I mean, how would you sum up their partnership?
Well, Emma Mulhack has just looked absolutely sublime, and Walton just came into this with such confidence after his big innings last time out, and the very few times they've got themselves into trouble or been beaten, they've just gone about their business in a most professional way. They're scoring at 5.5 and over, and thanks very much, that'll do till we need to accelerate. It's just been a lesson, really.
Obviously, you would imagine they've, paced this for the run chase. If they'd been batting first, what do you reckon they could have gone on to score? I mean, or more to the point, what would Sussex have needed first time round for this to be threatening for them?
320.
Which would be double from here, which makes about sense.
Yes, after the 30 overs. Sussex were 125 for 4, so the small matter of 39 runs behind at this stage.
And when do they get to the 164 mark? Do we know?
Yeah, they got to 164 in the 35th. So actually, this was when they started speeding up.
But they're still 5 overs ahead.
5 overs ahead. They were 9 overs ahead.
Oh well, it's
so there's Sussex dragging it back. But the worry for Sussex is they just look so comfortable.
As does that seagull.
Doesn't he?
I wonder if it's the same one as earlier. Where is he on the ground? He's over there.
I think he's over there.
In front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. There have been obviously some expressive shots at times, and they put bad balls away, but I tell you what, they've milked the singles, haven't they?
Oh, they have. That's the only time they got themselves into trouble. There's been about 3 times when they could have been run out for running for singles that weren't there. But they've looked for singles of every single delivery if possible. All 4.
And that one creamed into the extra cover gap and to the boundary for 4 more for Imam.
Just a little bit of width. Wasn't that much.
No feet movement, but good hands.
This is some innings. Well, he averaged 100 coming into this, didn't he? In this competition. Ooh.
I don't know how that snuck through, but it's going to be 4 more.
Inside edge. A very rare false shot.
There's going to be some very frustrated bowlers out there, aren't there? Because as much as Yorkshire's batters have looked imperious, they've not had any luck at all.
None whatsoever. Particularly Hunt, who I think's been exceptional. And poor old Danny Lamb, he hasn't had any luck at all either, despite throwing everything at this.
Obviously, we mentioned that this is your first time down at Hove, and you're an experienced county cricket broadcaster, and you've done a lot at Lords and things. But I guess that there'll be some Sussex players in this lineup that you won't be as familiar with in the flesh.
No.
Sean Hunt particularly, I guess, has impressed you as well.
Sean Hunt really, I thought, bowled absolutely beautifully, and in his 2 spells has looked dangerous. Danny Lamb is. I just love cricketers who just everything is out there.
Wholehearted performer.
Yeah, and they don't hold anything back, and they just give their all, and he is definitely one of those. John Simpson, funnily enough, I knew quite well,
of
so
course,
I'm not going to bother saying too much about the delight. But the other thing was Ollie Carter's innings. That was a real because until he was out, he hadn't given a chance. And he'd timed it to perfection. He'd been going, but I think his first 50 came off 55, and he'd just started accelerating. He was then heading for 100 off about 85 balls, and a shame he didn't get there. He deserved it. But no, I feel that Sussex have got a good base from which to build on, and next year they might be considerably. If they can hold on to some of these guys, they might be They appear to be moving in exactly the right direction.
The voice there of Guy Swindles and myself, Andrew Rayburn, and Henry Crocombe now from the Cromwell Road end.
Who's also impressed. He bowled nicely, and now you of course see Sussex a lot. How do you feel about, as teams can have seasons when they still might not win every match, but they're getting closer.
Yes, and I definitely think there is an upward trajectory, obviously, with Sussex. I mean, based on the fact they won one day cup match in the last, two in the last 2 seasons, and one in each season, and clearly 3 so far, with 1.5 to play, is an improvement on that. Performances have been good in large spells. There have been worrying spells where they've lost clusters of wickets.
Saw again.
Yeah,
today.
including today. And I think the bowling, I mean, Tom Lammonby's bowling for Somerset was very, very good. But there were question marks over some of the shots. I think today the bowling was better to sort of force those wickets. Clearly there's a lot of players who have, in this team, who have been playing all season in the Championship as well. So they've played a lot of cricket, they've played some good cricket. But there is also clearly a gap to some of the top teams in this format. Consistency, experience. You know, John Simpson very experienced, obviously, and is the skipper. But you know, Jack Carson, who's acting as his deputy, is obviously very new to that sort of role. At the same point, really, with the coaching team, because Paul Farbrace is stepping back for the tournament to allow Grant Flower to step in as coach for this tournament, and it allows, because Paul Farbrace does the director of cricket role as well. So as was being joked around the place, he's stopping being head coach for a month to concentrate on his job.
Yes, quite.
Which is
they
also,
are 2 big jobs.
They are 2 big jobs, and it's allowing him, it's the end of the 32nd, by the way, 176-1. It's allowing him, obviously, to focus on pathways and, you know, things like that, and schools cricket, and you know, so there's a lot there to work on. So he's not having a holiday, let's put it that way. And Grant Flower is overseeing this and doing a good job. You know, it's difficult when you've got, and young players as well, obviously.
Wearing 41, Archie Lennon.
You know, people who haven't been playing Championship cricket, so, you know, like Archie Lennon coming in, Charlie Tier.
Henry Crocombe, I was saying, you know, just two singles from that over against 2 very well set batters. Be interesting if Lennon does better from the C end.
Yeah, 23 runs off 2, obviously.
But he'd had 1 taken off his first 4 balls. He then had a bit of an unlucky 5 wides. No, it is interesting, but certainly I see Middlesex quite a lot, and I've seen them.
That is a massive 6. That's landed on our roof virtually, and come back down again. Lenham tossing it up outside off stump, and Imam dispatching it
That's some shot.
And he is 6 more short of a century. Fired in a bit flatter from Lenham, who says you're not going to hit me for 6 again. The next ball.
But it's a trajectory a little like Middlesex's, when last year you could see improvements. They didn't win many more matches, but they lost by far less, if that makes some sense. And this year they've been much better team.
And I think that's the thing, is that you, as a playing group, you have a little bit more confidence when you can see things changing. It's all well and good coaches saying, oh, you're playing well enough, you're playing well enough. You need to experience winning, and you know, they've experienced winning 3 times as many games this year as last.
It makes a difference. You've got to learn how to win sometimes as teams.
And they've dragged a couple of those wins out of the fire from nowhere, really. Or at least the second time round, it was having dominated the reply and lost a cluster of wickets and having to pull it out of the fire. That was an incredible night against Lancashire. It really was. Day-nighter. They were in cruise control in reply, then hit the self-destruct button. I'm using all the cliches, but it's true. And then saw it over the line. But by 1 wicket with 5 balls to spare, or whatever it was, 4 balls to spare. That was a stunning match. And it's a stunning match, not just of the way how it finished, but throughout. I mean, the first ball was cream for 4, and Lancashire looked incredible as well.
It's a good fight back by Lenham, that. Blasted for 6 off the first ball, only gave away another single. 7 off the over.
And one thing is, you talked about the crowds. I mean, you know, the crowds being consistent. There was, I think, 4,000 at Arundel for the first game.
It's terrific.
You know, the Arundel day against Kent, that was glorious. I mean, to play at Arundel again, the Arundel Festival. Yeah, it was.
That is must be one of the absolute premium matches to do at Arundel.
Yeah, it was superb. It was really superb. More from Crocombe.
Indeed. And at the moment, Imam Hack happy to deal in 6s and singles. This one's a single to move to 96, not out. He and Wharton were both about 72. They were both on about 70 at the same time, but Wharton has gone into anchor role for his team. Doesn't quite time that. Should get a couple. So he pulls that into deep mid-wicket area. So Archie Lenham 21, Henry Crocombe 23. Handy if he could pick up his 11th wicket fairly soon in this competition this year, and that's helped nicely round the corner. So 98 to win from 99 balls remaining.
James Wharton's list day best is 84. That was the innings against Durham, of course, last time out.
Noel Hack will be a little bit disappointed to miss out on that. I think he thought he'd got it past. Just seeing what he's. He's got a high 159. Is it? Hack's high score in the in 50 over. It's good bowling again from Crocombe. Not making life easy for the batters.
Yeah, Imam's 159, of course, as in that game against Northamptonshire.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago.
And that's just shoveled round the corner. Not prettily, but it's another run. Again, not a terrible over at all, just 5 runs from it, 188 for 1.
I think that goes to show, doesn't it, for Sussex perspective, really, that these two have claimed their highest List A scores in this couple of weeks. So
Yeah.
it's they're at the top of their game at the moment. As we see people on by the Cromwell Road ice cream van. Don't know if anybody's actually watching listening to the stream as well as.
I can see that possibly watching the stream while you're at the match might be.
But they might want the commentary.
Counterintuitive. Exactly, because there is no radio commentary. Yeah.
.98 now for Imam, with Archie Lebanon bowling from the C end. Carson is down there to field that one. Just a single for Wharton. Imam Al-Haq, 98 not out from 99 deliveries. Turn around the corner for a single. 99 from 100. The only real threat to Imam Al-Haq has been a couple of clonks. One to the elbow, one to the head.
Which I'm sure we'll see again soon.
Battered down the ground by Wharton, who is looking to finish this off with a flourish. Still 90 to get, but these two are looking in good touch.
And Lenham just too much width on that occasion. He bowled really tidily in this over up until then, but he could free his arms very happily, Mr. Wharton, on that one.
And he cuts and gets one. They half thought about a second, or at least Imam did, but Wharton sent him back. Does mean that Imam is on strike for this last ball of the over. He will no doubt have another century in mind here.
Bringing the field in to try and stop the single in various places.
Not this time. So it may well be, Guy, that you get the pleasure of Imam Al-Haq's third, what will be his third century in the competition this season. His third century in 2 weeks.
That's ludicrous, isn't it? And just to keep his average at over 100 as well in this competition.
He's determined to Bradman his way through.
Yes. That still always surprises me. Well, more than surprises me. And you see how many good batters we've had in our game over the years, and no one else has got close to Bradman. But it will be Wharton. It's not middled, but he gets away with it. takes one. And that does mean that Imam-ul-Haq on 99 from 101 deliveries is on strike. Will Sussex go through the charade of having lots of fielders stopping the single? Yes, they will, says John Simpson. Well, he was signalling to someone and then nobody moved. Imam-ul-Haq then tucks it away, and that is a very fine 100 indeed. Of just 102 deliveries, 9 fours and 3 sixes. Absolutely superb.
He raises his bat, takes off his helmet, hugs his partner, and
it's just the second 50 coming off 48 balls.
That's a heck of an innings from Imam-ul-Haq. As I say, his 3rd century in the last 16 days. 159 against Northamptonshire, then 117 against Lancashire.
Wharton.
And now 100 against Sussex, and just for good measure he made 55 against Warwickshire and 54 against Middlesex.
Yeah, just almost having off days,
yes.
wasn't he?
Durham got him out for 22. I'd like to know how that happened.
No, what a signing he's been for Yorkshire in this competition. Lovely piece of fielding. Good work, Crocombe. And then he turned to see whether Imam-ul-Haq had followed up too far.
So now all eyes on James Wharton, who is 2 runs away from his highest list A score.
And that is one of the runs, so he's now equalled his highest ever one-day score. 84 not out from 101 deliveries. 199 now.
Back-to-back scores of 84.
So they still need to score at a run a ball from here on in. I have to say they've paced this reply very professionally. That'll be a wide.
Takes Yorkshire on to 200. When did Sussex reach their 200?
Let's just find out. They reached their 240th. So
only 4 overs ahead.
only
now.
if you see, the worms are converging.
They might, if they can keep it tight, there might still be life in this yet. What I would say is that a wicket or 2 would make life interesting.
It would, if they suddenly got rid of these 2, who are trying to run themselves out on occasion. Imam-ul-Haq, this obviously runs in the family.
Well, it's almost like they're finding it too easy, so I think, I'll tell you what, let's liven this up a bit.
Let's go for 2. Wharton's going mad. He would have been home, but only just. That's the end of another over. 6 from it, 202 for 1. These 2 have now put on 191 for this wicket. I see converging worlds.
Finn Hudson-Prentice returning from the sea end.
But that worm does show just how well they've paced their reply, Yorkshire.
Because it obviously, if you look at an average run rate required and draw a straight line over the 50 overs, it wouldn't diverge much from that.
No, exactly so. No, that's terrific work from them. Well, Hudson-Prentice has taken the 1 wicket to fall so far.
That seems like it was a week ago.
I know. It was a lovely delivery. absolute beauty to get rid of Blythe. He needs to channel his inner Matt Milnes now.
Yeah, Matt Milnes took a hat-trick earlier as part of a 7-wicket haul. And that's where Yorkshire have scored their runs today. And Imam al-Haq in particular. Strong down the ground and through mid-wicket, particularly. I'd like to see Danny Lamb's wagon wheel actually, because some of those boundaries would be behind him.
It's true. He did play some. And back in the day, that just meant you'd edged it. But that's no longer the case.
Here we go. Here's Danny Lamb's. There you go. We've got it. If it's going to work, no.
Oh, later.
Boo!
It will happen.
Wow. I mean, that's just dismissive. It's bounced onto the covers, and there's going to be some work to try and fetch this back, because this is what happens when the ball comes down here. Fielders have got to try and climb the fence. Jack Carson is going to do it.
But,
yeah, Jack Carson's ignored that. And now we're going to have to go behind the covers.
And that's just thumped.
And he's found it. It's actually... it's actually in a reasonable place. Back it goes onto the field. This was him trying to find it. Anyway, both Ball and Carson are back with us.
Ooh.
That's up in the air, should be taken by Simpson. Is taken by Simpson. The end of a spectacular innings from Imam al-Haq, 106 of 105 balls. The end of a potentially tournament-damaging partnership as far as Sussex are concerned between Imam and James Wharton, which has got as far as 196.
Imam al-Haq was caught by John Simpson for 106.
But you never know, because this pitch is difficult for new batters to start on.
Well, yes, it was an interesting one. Why did he play that particular shot? But it was a great innings.
And he's getting applause from all round the ground. Imam al-Haq as he walks to the steps leading up to the players' pavilion.
Incoming batter for Yorkshire, wearing number 33, Finley.
Well, I've got good news and bad news for Sussex fans. The good news is you've just got rid of a bloke who's made 3 centuries in this tournament. The bad news is that the last bloke, or the next bloke in his last match, scored 102 not out off of 57 balls.
Oh yes, yes. That wasn't a bad knock.
Finley Bean.
Has he been promoted? I think he might have been. Well,
It's a fantastic name, Finley Bean, apart from anything else.
it does, yes. Should you be should be a lead singer of a rock band, really.
Born in Harrogate.
Proper Yorkshire.
Yep. But you can't, even on county cricketers' wages, you can't afford afternoon tea at Betty's, I'll tell you that much.
Well, Hudson Prentice has certainly got the wicket-taking gene.
Yes, he's got the first early on and then got the second now. But he's going to need to remove a few more to make this interesting, I would think. Until he's 102, Finley Bean had scored 270 runs in his previous 17 list day innings.
Okay.
And then goes out and makes 102.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Adding 60% to his
career score. 28 against Somerset was his only other innings in this tournament this year. Umpire's happy with that. So that's a pretty good over from Hudson Prentice, considering that the second ball of it he was pummeled down the ground for 4 and one of his teammates had to fetch the ball back from under the covers. But then it's gone pretty well. Imam Huq dismissed for 106.
Yeah, and he ended up keeping them below the 6 and over that they need as well. So it's pretty a little score to put pressure on. And the opening bowlers coming on at both ends now as Sean Hunt returns.
Yeah, 2 overs left for him. So it'll be short, sharp.
It's an all or nothing, isn't it? We need wickets.
Can we basically? I mean, he wants to get at the new batter, I would suspect. So I wonder if he'll give Wharton an easy out hit. Oh!
What a catch! What a catch!
Finn Hudson Prentice, he's in the game.
Keep him out of the game. Well, has he beaten his highest? Yes, by 1 in the end.
Oh, we missed that moment. Apologies to James Wharton there.
Yeah, but he's finished. He's got a new high score.
But what a catch from Finn Hudson Prentice.
As that was there for the drive, and he was giving him the 1 as you suggested, but sadly he hit it on the up enough for a brilliant diving catch, and well, suddenly life is getting a little bit interesting.
Sussex have removed 2 set batters in quick succession, and now 2 new starters at the crease. Bit of fresh meat for Sussex to try and target.
Absolutely, no. This is outstanding to remove both of those batters who have put on 185 for that second wicket.
Matthew Revis now strides out.
That second wicket fell at 206.
207, both for both. That's Matt Revis.
Well, let's see whether they can keep things going.
Matt Revis coming off the back of 85, 41 and 69. And the last time he faced Sussex bowlers was against Scarborough when he made 152 not out. I mean,
I know.
It just keeps coming, doesn't it? But one Bayat player he didn't face was Sean Hunt, because Sean Hunt has only been back in this tournament. Hasn't been involved in Championship cricket since he took 9 in the match against Somerset in April.
He's got pretty impressive figures here. 1 for 35 and he's in his 9th. Round the wicket to the left-hander, and I think he got a little bit of bat on that, so we'll trot through for the single, Revis.
You talked earlier, didn't you, about them 320 being a challenging total. If they'd made 320, Sussex, I mean, we would be really in a game right now.
Absolutely. But I think we're back in a game now. They still need another 77 at a run a ball. two new batters.
They'd love a couple of maiden overs though, wouldn't they all?
Oh,
Now the slip going in, but it's sort of second, third slip even almost.
it's played up to mid-on. Matt Revis, who got a high score of 85, that was against Somerset last time out. 250s.
Yep,
and
69
averaging
against
65.
Northants.
Yeah, so in form as well.
And Finley Bean made 100 and something last time off
I
of.
know, but they're fresh in and the pressure's on. They've got to score to run a ball. And that's nicely driven, just a little bit over pitched. And Bean was on it very quickly indeed. Lovely shot. And Hunt just paying the price for over pitching a little.
John Simpson now bringing in deep square leg to a more orthodox square leg position.
And he wants to keep a slip in as well, and I think he's probably right to the two new batters. Stroked nicely up, and there's a... Oof. That wasn't far away. I think he was in, but it would have been tight. Ooh, would have been close. Just in though, probably. So, Revis. Squirts out with a big inside edge. They think about two and then think better of it.
Wisely so.
Absolutely. So, in the end, 7 from the over, but big wicket as well in that over. 214 for 3. Both wickets falling on 207. .207 for 1 becoming 207 for 3. And a chance for Sussex to try and get back into this now. Can the golden glow continue to enrapture Hudson Prentice with his 2 wickets and a catch?
Good stop off his own bowling. So the men out for Sussex in the deep mid wicket. Deep backward square leg, third man, and a deep point. Deep extra cover, I can't work out the angle. It's more deep extra cover. A couple of dot balls, they become more valuable now that there's new batters at the crease.
Yeah, 71 off 70.
Three dots in a row, keeping the squeeze on.
Yeah, 2 for 25, 5.3 overs. 4th dot ball.
Somerset are on the verge of beating Kent. They need just 9 more with 4 wickets in hand.
But what's happening in the...
Warwickshire 230 for 5, needing 71 more off the last 9.
So 8...
8 and over with 5 wickets in hand.
Still so tight, isn't it?
That's fine enough to go for 4.
It's a good shot. Meant to do that. Hudson Prentice just straying. After those 4 dots.
I tell you what, Durham Warwickshire, what I wouldn't give for a tie.
That'd be cool.
That might help Sussex a bit, but only if they can win here. And they've
If
got
they
a bit
can win-
more
oh!
work to do. What a bit of fielding if that's...
Brilliant piece of football. Good over that. It was
Yep.
a bit unlucky, just one slightly loose delivery, but
67 from 66 is the equation. There's the scoreboard.
yeah, there we go. 218 for 3, Revison being 11 overs remaining.
58 minutes to fit in these next 10 overs.
Should be fine.
Easily fine. There's a seagull race going on now across the ground. Here's Sean Hunt for his final one.
Slapped on the back foot. Only get a single. If you missed it earlier, we had seagulls stealing players' bananas earlier, then leaving the skins littered around the pitch so players could fall over in a comedy manner. Oh, that's well bowled. Hurries him up and he's not quite sure where to put that.
It's amazing what a couple of wickets would do, won't it? I mean, sadly now Sussex are buzzing. There's a lot more vocal refrains coming from the fielders close in, and there's a zip about the bowlers as well.
Absolutely. Again, just struggling to Revis to keep things ticking over at the run of ball. 66 now of 63. A couple of very tight overs here, but certainly set it up nicely.
And it puts the pressure on as well, doesn't it? You know, and then batters are more likely to play full shots.
Yep. Hunt. Yet another dot ball. So he's coming up to the final ball of his spell today. I think he's really does, those figures do not do him justice. But when you consider there's been a bit of carnage around him to have gone for 4 and over in the face of Wharton and Imam al-Haq, he has done superbly. Can he just keep it going for one more ball? He can. It'll only be a single, so just 2 from his final over. And the score goes up to 220 for 3, and that is excellent work. That really is a top spell.
Yep, Sean Hunt. Excellent from him. And as you say, Guy, deserved possibly more in terms of his actual figures, but
1 for 43. He's done his job.
Into the last 10 overs, and Yorkshire needs 65 to win. Sussex at this same stage were
201 for 5.
So, and when do they reach 220?
43rd.
3 overs in it.
Keeps getting tighter.
Hudson Prentice continues. Took a wicket. He's taken 2 in the innings, but he took 1 at top, and 1 in his second spell, and took a blinding catch at extra cover. I think if we've seen Imam Ul-Haq being clonked on the head by a John Simpson throw half a dozen times, we ought to see Finn Hudson Prentice's catching him at some point.
I was thinking exactly the same.
He's bowled a wide there though, overhead wide.
I'd like to see that sideways on. He's a tall man.
I can imagine Jack thinking, how many things do you want me to show?
Oh, that probably was a wide actually, looking at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the square leg umpire was quite convinced. Ooh, late on that, forced it off the back foot. Just didn't quite have the timing. 63 off 58. Problem is, results not going Sussex's way elsewhere. Although Warwickshire, I don't know how many wickets. There were 5 down before, weren't there? There's 6 down now.
Okay.
So they need 67 off 46 balls. 6 wickets down. Durham might win that, which would make them competitors of Sussex, but they would have bowled out, as it were. They haven't got any more matches to play, so they wouldn't actually affect anything really. Oh, that is what I mean when I say it could force batters to play shots they don't want to have to play. Genuine edge, only a single. This is going to be a test for John Simpson, isn't it? Because about field settings and
his field and his bowlers. But you're right about the field settings. How much pressure do you put on? You've got to keep the scoring down.
New batters at the crease as well. It's even more hard, I think, if there's one set batter and one new one. But
it's past the outside edge. What a good comeback after that wide second ball. Terrific over.
3 from it, and suddenly,
I know.
Suddenly, there is a bit of pressure on Yorkshire. 223 for 3, 9 overs to bowl, 54 deliveries, 62 to win.
Suddenly it's up to 7 and over. It's been 6 and over all the way through until the last 5 minutes. Well bowled up, really was a top over. The 2 bowlers have come back and done such a good job. Now, how many overs has Hudson Prentice put? Well, he's still got 3 left, so that's handy. Oh, here we go. So Hunter's finished. Hudson Prentice has 3 left. How long does he keep him going? Lamb's bowled very tidily. You can see that. Just 28 off his 6 so far. And Crocombe also bowled very tidily. So, yeah, they should be able to keep the pressure on if all of those guys can bowl to the best of their ability.
Yeah, it's all about juggling the resources, as we say, and getting the right people in the right places. And
possibly with the field setting, you're trying to say, if you want to score, you're going to have to launch, you're going to have to go big. Don't give it to them in singles, make them have to play the shots, and then you've got a chance of miss hits. And well, it is Lamb who's impressed in his first spell. Slightly slower delivery. Driven straight to extra cover. And you just feel that the crowd are beginning to not fully believe, but just, do they hang on?
Well, a runner ball in, I'm trying to work this out, in the last 8 would leave them 14 off the last over.
Beaten outside the off stump. So the pressure is rising on both Bean and Revis, who, having watched the previous 2 batters stroke it around for fun, finding out that this isn't the world's easiest wicket until you've got in. Particularly with some bowlers with their tails up now.
And bowlers as well, like Hudson Prentice and Lamb, who nibble it around. The sort of more out-and-out pace, let's say, of Crocombe might be an easier prospect, but certainly to work singles from.
This should be out, and it is out! Well, this game's being turned on its head. It's a fine catch, but I think he hurt himself doing it. He banged his... looks all right.
Has he jarred his knee, Ollie Carter? It's certainly... he seems to be okay. Has he done something? Tom Clark is just looking after his good pal.
Because it was a low, horrid catch, which he made look very easy.
Fiddler was caught by Ollie Carter for 7 of 14 balls, including 1 4.
Well, that's a big wicket for Sussex. Finley Bean going, and it does mean that somebody else has to start again. And you can just see, he wasn't, he's just hobbling away from that, but that's a big moment for Sussex.
Yep.
Another one down, and it's also another dot ball, of course.
2-2-3 for 4.
Incoming batter for Yorkshire, wearing number 18, George Hill.
George Hill comes to the crease.
This is a really good fight back by Sussex. George Hill.
Yep, he has scored 41 against Somerset earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
Averages about 24 and a half in List A cricket.
In this competition, bizarrely, he averages 43 and a half with a high score of 41. Hasn't been out much.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like me, I don't get out much. Yeah, out twice, 2 not outs in those 4 innings.
So pressure ramping up. Lamb will be enjoying this, you get the feeling. It's 4 dot balls including a wicket. Danny Lamb.
A lot more chirp out there now, isn't it? You can hear it.
The crowd are also beginning to
perk up a bit.
Yes. The leaving might be pushing it a bit, but certainly.
George Hill is a capable batter. I wonder if the instruction has gone out there to say, look, stick in there and let Matt Revis try and take this home. Don't do anything daft at this stage.
And that is a wicket maiden.
That is huge for Sussex at this stage. Danny Lamb coming to the party, the Lancastrian.
Brilliant.
The Red Rose.
Particularly like to do well against Yorkshire.
Wouldn't he just?
2 for 32 from well, that's Hudson Prentice, but the figures for Danny Lamb: 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28.
Meanwhile, this is like the last day of the football season. Meanwhile, Warwickshire 260 for 6. They need 41 from 34 balls, so they've picked up a bit there. What odds the tie? I want the tie.
You do want the tie, don't you? Yes.
And Somerset have beaten Kent, so that's not good news. That puts Yorkshire, Somerset and Middlesex all on 20 points. If Durham beat Warwickshire, then Warwickshire, Sussex and Durham all have 16 points.
It's not tight in that. It wouldn't be tight in this division at all, would it? How many go through? 3?
3.
Goodness me.
It's going to come down to net run rate, I think, and Sussex, it does not favour them at all, especially with a close one here. But it's all about winning first and foremost.
Got to be in it to win it. Big win in your last game. This is tidy again.
In Hudson Prentice, 2 for 33.
I love it when the crowd gets so invested in a match, every dot ball is applauded.
61 from 46. I mean, that was. I mean, how many runs actually have been scored in the last 4 overs? Let's say.
5. Sorry, 9 in the last 4 overs. 5 in the last 3.
That says a lot. That is where the screw has been turned a little.
Yeah, the opposite. We've loved the worm throughout, but they must be joining up now.
Yes, that's a good point. Let's see the worm. Come on, Jack, you can do this. There we go.
No,
oh, hello.
There you go, the cross.
Hello, it's crossed over.
Worm.
Oh, they're going to go through for a single off the
Sloppy. Harsh. Being banished to the outfield after making that mistake.
Yeah. There's that worm.
Like a
There's Tom Haynes there. The other way.
Yep, banished to the outfield.
It's just snuck past. Should only be a single.
It's
yeah.
only 1.
They thought about a second, but they're always going to at this stage. But even, you know, I mean, obviously they could hit a 6 off this, but even that would leave 53 off 42. So Sussex are applying the pressure. Yorkshire will be feeling it.
They will. It's the in amongst the youngsters now. It's a decent shot, but it'll only be 1.
So what's that? 4 off
4
that
off the
over. It leaves Yorkshire needing 58 from 42 balls. That's what, 7 overs. Yeah, it's 8 and over now.
Yeah, just over, yes, yeah. 7 it's 56, that's it.
Yeah, 8 and a quarter virtually, isn't it?
Well,
In fact, it is 8 and a quarter. because
Yeah.
yes, it's 56 plus 2, and 2 is a quarter of 8. So yes,
Good maths. Done live. So Lamb will undoubtedly continue.
he's got 3
He's got
left,
3
so he
left.
could bowl the 44th, 46th, and 48th.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice has 2 overs left.
So he might bowl the 45th and 47th.
Or would you hold him back for the
yeah.
final 2?
Because then
Which means you've got Carson and Crocombe. Crocombe's bowled at 4.29.
Or could you get an over out of Tom Clark?
Oh, that's so close to caught and bowled.
Depends if you want to put your spinner under pressure. Carson has overs left,
Carson has overs, but do they need 1 from a spinner now? 2 left there. 5. No, they should be all right.
Oh, they should be all right with okay, sorry, I thought you were bringing...
Flipped away for a single. So 2 singles so far from this over. But to be honest, at the moment, Sussex don't mind singles.
No, and I'm just actually going to... check.
Oh! We're going to get a leg by. He had a big heave across the line there. There was no LBW shout though. He practices the shot again, Hill.
We haven't had a boundary since the 39th over.
Oh, well, good. So yes. So at the time you'd expect everybody to be accelerating.
So it's 28 balls without a boundary.
.29. But they have managed to get a single off every ball so far in this over.
Been told that it's now Isaac who is on the stream, so if we're shouting at anyone to give us stuff, it's Isaac rather than Jack now. Jack,
okay.
I think, has taken his leave.
Spanked away. Can it be stopped? It can. Brilliant pickup. They will get 2, but it isn't 4. Brilliant pickup.
So I'm just looking at it. So 6 off the over at the moment. Obviously 8 is the required at the start of the over anyway. We'll have 6 overs left after this.
Oh, and there's another half chance for a caught and bowled. So slightly expensive over, 7 from it. 2 near caught and bowls. Brilliant piece of fielding by Crocombe in the deep to stop a 4. So had a bit of everything in that one. But it is 2, 3, 4 for 4. They're still behind on the worm. But this is when they are going to run into the tower block, which was the hat-trick of the brilliant hat-trick from Mills earlier.
Tell you what, if one of the Sussex bowlers takes a hat-trick, we really are in for a game. Can I just say, by the way,
cool.
Sussex batted brilliantly to beat Northamptonshire at Northampton. I wasn't at that one. And they did subside rather against Somerset. But the finishes against Kent and Lancashire were phenomenal. And this is shaping up to be another one. So 3 out of 4 home matches, Sussex are producing absolute thrillers. That one from Hudson Prentice, bowled into the pitch.
So they're keeping him going.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what.
2, 3, 4. This is his 5th. Sorry.
That's all right. No. So, yeah, could he? Will they maybe leave him, hold him back for one? They got Crocombe to try and fit in.
Because it would be his 6th over on the spin if he did ball the next one.
Oh, do you try and take the ball out of his hands?
Yeah, quite.
That, though, is going to help Yorkshire's cause no end. That's into the beer festival.
It's a good shot by Revis. Didn't have that much room to swing his arms, but he got himself in a brilliant position.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Came right across, and Hudson Prentice frustrated.
Wasn't that bad a ball.
That
It's
is
just a bit too straight.
really helping.
Yes, that has put, so 44 now off 34. That has brought the run rate down quite significantly. And that's the first boundary, is it? Since
Yes, in
30?
about six
5,
overs.
Yeah.
Almost 6 overs. We're going to send an army of seagulls out to try and rescue that ball, are we?
Well,
Oh no, we got it back.
he's got. I think he was saying has it gone out of shape, and the
Yeah.
umpire was saying no.
So now there's all sorts of instructions going on. So Hudson Prentice is, there's people running everywhere. What have we got now?
And people
There's
are pointing arms everywhere as well.
There's a short third man coming in from third man. There is someone going out to deep backward point. There's this deep square legs coming up inside the circle. Man's going back to long on and long off.
Yeah.
So this would suggest full
And giving
and
him a
probably
single.
wide.
And giving him a single, essentially. aren't
Well, probably, yeah. But it's got to be outside off stump.
they? Which is full on or around off stump. And the single. Well done, that man. Captaining the team.
Now we've got more people moving. This time,
Well, this is interesting. I thought they might bring the field in slightly for Hill, but
now we're going back to the original field, I think, which was deep backward square leg, long on, third man, and deep extra cover, with 3 men catching on the onside. And down the ground, 1 bounce, 4. Big over this for Yorkshire. And maybe Hudson Prentice just being asked to do 1 over too many, possibly.
yeah. So did he have a man back there for? I can't quite remember. I think he might have had a man right the way back for.
They had 1 at
The
long
other
off and 1
batter.
at long on.
Yeah, and they weren't quite as far back for that shot.
Have they just given themselves too much to do?
12 then from the first 4 balls.
Ooh, tried a bit of a fiddle there.
Well bowled. Saw him trying to fiddle around and just said, well, I'll keep bowling wider and you get there. And the umpire quite rightly didn't give the wide.
He sort of played 2 or 3 shots there, didn't he?
He did. There was ramps, there was dabs, there were all sorts. But it's a dot ball.
12 off the over.
Oh,
And that's going to be 6 more. Hill has picked that up beautifully. What an over for Yorkshire. And they are now back in control of this match. 2 sixes, a 4, and it's making all the difference. Suddenly Sussex are the ones under pressure.
that has completely turned the game on its head, that over. You feel for Hudson Prentice. It might have been 1 too many. Was that his 6th?
On the bounce.
Yeah.
18 from the over.
No, that was his 5th in this spell.
Revis 18 from 21, Hill 18 from 15.
Lamb needs another maiden now.
Yorkshire 33 needed off 30.
You'd have to say they're back in the driving seat.
They are. So that run rate now down below 7. It was above 8. It's now below 7. Here's the worm.
Oh, it's run into the tower block.
It's run into the tower block. Now, it's going to be a big.
It's a big discussion.
Yeah, it is. There's
They're all right for time.
Half an hour to bowl the final 4, the 4 overs before the last over, if you follow me.
Fine, so they're fine.
Yeah, they can chat away as much as they like.
This is a major discussion.
Don't blame them, they've got a lot to think about.
And they're bowled at a decent lick, so they've got the time to make the decisions. Lamb it is to continue, and why wouldn't it be? He's been outstanding. Revis with 18 from 21, Hill with 18 from 15, so an over less. And here the effort that Lamb is putting into this, and it's a dot ball. Trying to cramp the batsman for space, just bang it in slightly short of a length, and it worked perfectly on ball 1. That was a tight single, but they get there. They get there. Let's have a look at this. He wants a single immediately. Oh. Well, direct hit might have caused some problems, which is good running, basically. Very good running from this pair. I think he was home anyway. It will be Hill who was going to the danger end to face. That did not miss mid-wicket by much.
Oh, it's 4.
And it's 4. He just can't stop it. He gave everything, the fielder, to try and stop that going over. Hill has nailed it.
Double teapot from John Simpson again.
Wasn't far over. Short mid-wicket's head. Again, short mid-wicket must field is in there all the time. They're coming for 2. This is really good running. These two are really running well. To Sussex's huge frustration. Been a good over, but 7 from it. Now it's just a runner ball required. It's parried by short mid-wicket, and they go through for 1. Single they require. Wicket now would make life interesting. That's slapped away. Deep cover for a single. 9 off the over. 24 off 24. Now, who is going to bowl over 47? What was that? This would be quite an animated conversation there.
Yeah.
So they're keeping Hudson Prentice back for 1. Crocombe coming into the attack.
So if they could limit them to 14 off the next 3, they'll be down to 10 from the last over.
So they need wickets. keep them down to 14, the way these two are playing, they need wickets.
That would appear to be the case. The tension mounts.
It's good, it's good. So this is what it's been like at all your home matches this season, pretty much.
Pretty much. I mean, the apart from really the Somerset one, because well, even then, that was, yeah, they were looking on. You know, they bowled well, but they started brightly, but they lost wickets regularly. But certainly Kent at Arundel and Lancashire here was a phenomenal match, absolutely phenomenal match.
Well, this has been a really intriguing match. Sussex made a terrible start and then got back in it. Yorkshire made a brilliant start and then fell away at a crucial period. It really has swung.
I regret to announce that Warwickshire have beaten Durham.
Oh no!
Which means
no tie.
Which means, no, I don't know how close they got. 14 balls remaining. So, which means 4 teams on 20 points. That's 5 wins. One team is going to, at least one team with 5 wins is going to miss out.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be Middlesex, by the way.
Probably.
Yeah.
That would be just their luck, really, wouldn't it, after the last few years?
Exactly.
So Sussex would need to win both these games, and this is obviously a very tight one.
And win the next one by a lot.
And then pray that somehow there's a lot of rain somewhere else. Oh no, rain isn't. No, they want people to lose.
Won't change the net run rate.
No, but it will give people points as well. That's the other point.
You want someone to get beaten badly. Oh no! It's a really good gap to find.
Well, with results elsewhere not going their way, this probably dulls the pain somewhat of Yorkshire's comeback in this last few overs.
He did just stray down the leg side as well, sadly.
He obviously can put a dent in Warwickshire's attempt to progress on Tuesday if Sussex can win there.
That's a good win for Warwickshire. Barnard 141 off 120, and then Booth came in and smashed 43 off 20, coming together when they were 261 for 6.
But I find it remarkable that there's 4 teams with 5 wins and one of them isn't going to get through.
I know.
And if Sussex were to pull this out of the bag and then beat Warwickshire, then there would be 2 teams with 5 wins not getting through.
Yeah. That is a lovely, lovely shot.
And it gets what it deserves in the end, because despite the despairing dive, it's got 4. And Yorkshire are closing in.
They are, I'm afraid. That's terrific batting. You feel for the poor fielder. But these two batted very solidly. Further discussions. Too much discussions for someone in the crowd.
That was Grant Flower.
Just the one. Sorry, this is your over.
Yeah, it's both of our overs really. We're
melding.
We are melding. We're bringing the narrative, and the narrative is a brilliant sort of brilliant partnership really from these two, Revis and Hill, who have taken it from a suddenly faltering position to where they're looking to try and seal this in the next over or two.
And that is a miss hit for 4, just to rub salt in the wounds.
Well, they may finish it in the next over. Right in front of the beer festival.
Now, how many people at the beer festival? Oh, most of them are facing the cricket. That's good.
Only so that they don't get hit by a ball.
And there's still no one doing the self-serve.
No,
bar.
I know. I haven't seen anybody actually physically use it, but the people are, clearly. Good ball.
It was.
But 9 from 3.
Yeah, it was another very good over, wasn't it? What was it? 15 from it. When did these two come together? So that was also the 50 partnership.
Wow. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overs effectively. 30 of 28, 30 of 20.
53 the partnership. Off of 5.5 overs.
Yeah.
So
Game changing. 1 or 2 people beginning to make their way.
don't forget you will see reaction from the Sussex camp on the Sussex Twitter account, X account.
It is the ever persevering Lamb. Now the grunt of effort with every delivery. In his final over.
There are some players who don't deserve to be on the losing side, and he's one of them.
That's absolutely right. He's batted well, he's bowled well. Nice slower ball. Nice fielding, but still a single. Yeah, he's given everything for Sussex this afternoon. Oh, beautiful placement. Wasn't a bad ball, that's just a really good shot from Revis.
It is, and it feels like the last the last throws of this game, really. The final throws.
282 for 4.
They were just, as we mentioned earlier, just sort of 20 runs to.
And that, as they say, is that. Cut away for 4 more. Lamb didn't deserve to give away 10 in his final over and see the game snatched. But it's been terrific batting from these two. Hill and Revis came in when there was real pressure on Yorkshire, and they've seen them home. Sussex gave it a really good go, but in the end, we said earlier, didn't we, 320 probably would have put them under pressure. Certainly feel that looking at that scoreboard now, but they've won with 2 overs and 2 balls to spare, Yorkshire by 6 wickets.
Yeah, congratulations to Yorkshire. They stay top of Group B on 24 points, and then Somerset, Warwickshire and Middlesex on 20. Sussex can no longer qualify. They will play Warwickshire at Edgbaston on Tuesday. An exceptional last few overs from Yorkshire. An excellent recovery from Sussex to apply the pressure after that partnership from Imam Al-Haq and James Wharton looked to have really put Yorkshire in a dominant position, but a couple of wickets for Hudson Prentice, 1 each for Hunt and Lamb, changed the complexion a little bit, but Revis and Hill have seen Yorkshire home. The bowling figures for Sussex: 2 for 54 for Hudson Prentice, 1 for 43 for Hunton, 1 for 54 for Lamb, and Henry Crocombe bowled well as well, 1 for 45 off 8. Difficult afternoon all round for the spinners, Carson and Lenham, as well as Yorkshire spinners. Bess and Moriarty, just 1 wicket between them in the match. Well, thank you for watching, and thank you, Guy, for your company. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been wonderful to come down here, and very sorry we couldn't see Sussex keep in the mix for this year's competition.
Indeed, Yorkshire will be, yeah, absolutely. Yorkshire will be a real threat, though, won't they, in the knockout stages?
Yeah, they're only going to have to play in the semi-final, aren't they? And Gloucestershire are probably the same. And the other teams in the semi-final are going to have to do very, very well indeed to stop a Yorkshire-Gloucestershire final, the way that Yorkshire have played today, even when they were under pressure. And when you've still got a man who's averaging 100 plus, Imam ul Haq, in this competition, with his 3rd century so far in it, to go with 250s, you've got quite a good base to work from.
Well, it's my great thanks to Guy for his excellent commentary today. Thank you for watching, and yeah, good luck to Yorkshire for the rest of the competition. For Sussex, their match at Edgbaston is a dead rubber for them anyway, but they will obviously be aiming to try and finish with a 4th victory in the competition if they can. In other years, that would have put them in the top 3. This year, someone with 5 wins is not going through. It's quite the year. Okay, thank you very much. I'm Andrew Rayburn, and for the rest of the team here at Sussex, it's bye for now. Have a good evening.